Chapter 882. Chen Zhao went to the headquarters of the supernatural organization. The people in the organization had all become much stronger. As the saying went, the leader was the deciding factor. A weakling as the leader wouldn't be recognized by the members. But with a strong leader, it wasn't about whether the members would recognize the leader. It was about whether the leader would recognize the member. With Chen Zhao's current prestige in the organization, no one doubted if he had the right to be the president anymore. They only needed to worry about whether Chen Zhao would think they weren't suitable to be a part of the organization. President, the magic power of all the members of our association has reached D rank. What's the use of just magic power? We can't increase our combat ability. West was helpless too. Chen Zhao didn't even see them when they fought. Every time Chen Zhao had to act, it was usually a huge problem that couldn't be solved. For example, during the Irwin crisis, they'd helped. But against Abaddon, they'd all been killed in a second. Actually, their combat ability was pretty good, as long as they weren't facing monsters like Abaddon or the Fallen Source. Ever since Pamela led the Evil Spirit Group, if the members didn't have a mission, they'd fight and train with the Evil Spirit Group. Therefore, each of them had rich experience in fighting evil spirits. Just then, Jolig and Padalu ran up to Chen Zhao. President, we've improved the magic power testing device again. Now, it doesn't use pointers to represent values. Instead, it uses electronic numbers. It'll be more effective and direct to get the data. We've also increased the upper limit to 5,000. We'll definitely get your magic power data this time. Both of them were very excited. They worked hard to calculate Chen Zhao's magic power data. However, the previous two tests ended in failure. The first time, the magic power testing device had a threshold of 500. The second time, it was 1,500. In both tests, Chen Zhao's magic power far exceeded the threshold on the meter. So this time, after some research and experiments, they finally completed this magic power testing instrument with a threshold of 5,000 magic power. Oh, where's the device? You didn't bring it with you? It's in our lab. Okay, I'll go take a look. I also want to know how much my magic power is. Wes followed too. In fact, he wasn't the only one. After learning that Chen Zhao was going to test his mana again, even Adus ran to the lab. Everyone in the headquarters was crowded at the entrance of the laboratory. Where are the instruments? Chen Zhao asked. There, that's it. Jolig pointed at a 2-meter device in the corner. The device looked like a height and weight measuring device, but there were 2 cylindrical spheres in front of it. President, you can stand on it and release your mana while holding onto the 2 spirit stone handrails. So big, it can't be helped. In order to increase the maximum capacity of magic power, we need more complicated circuits, and we also need larger spirit stones and wood conductors. Chen Zhao stood on the machine and grabbed the 2 spiritual stone handles. That's enough. Release your magic, guild leader. Chen Zhao released his magic power. In an instant, the numbers on the mana testing instrument skyrocketed. In the end, all the numbers turned to 0000, and everyone could smell something burning. Stop! Stop! President, stop the mana output. Jolig paled, but it was too late. The circuits on the mana testing instrument emitted sparks and started burning. Chen Zhao hurriedly walked down from the device. Jalanash went up and released a chill to extinguish the fire. But by then, the device was already destroyed. Although the fire was extinguished, many circuits were destroyed. Jolig wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He and Padalu had worked together to make this. Why are you crying? It's just a device. Can't we just use a new one? Guild leader, I asked someone to buy these 2 spirit stone trees from overseas. Each one costs 200,000 US dollars, Blackie said. Chen Zhao's eyes widened. So you just destroyed $400,000? President, you destroyed it, Jolig said. Also, including the development of the device, it cost about $500,000. Fuck, if you didn't make me test my magic, this wouldn't have happened. In the end, it's all your fault, Chen Zhao argued. Also, West, Chen Zhao argued. Isn't the budget for Jolig's lab too loose? You spent $500,000 on a useless instrument. Do you think we have enough funds this year? President, we do have a lot of funds left. Also, our higher-ups reduced our budget for next year. Reduced our budget? Tell our higher-ups that we'll double our budget next year. It'll be at least $10 million. If it's less than $10 million, we'll let the anti-terrorism department handle things like the Irwin incident. Also, the budget for next year has to arrive by the end of the year. If not, we'll go on strike temporarily. How what? Did I go back on my word? Fine. Also, this year's budget should be used up by the end of the year. How much money do we have in our accounts? $2.5 million. It's almost the end of the year. Calculate the year-end bonus for the members and organize a trip to spend the money. President, you're wise, Adu shouted. President, you're wise, year-end bonus and organizing a trip. The members had no reason to reject, except for West, who had a bitter expression. Everyone was excited. Their work this year had been fruitful. They could also be stubborn and ask their higher-ups for funds. Who asked them to have a stubborn president? It was fine if they didn't want to pay. If anything happened, they'd solve it themselves. President, where do you think we'll go on a trip? West asked. Go wherever you spend the most money. The last 2 times I went to New York and San Francisco, I didn't let you have a good time. This time, I'll make it up to you. If you want to play expensive. Stay in the best hotels and eat the best food. Other than gambling, all the normal expenses will be paid by the association. Adu stopped talking. He'd had a good time these 2 times. Of course, he didn't mind a 3rd time. President, I love you to death. Patya exclaimed excitedly. President, we only have so many members. No matter how much we spend, we can't finish 2 million, right? Chapter 883. Okay, I got it. Don't rush me. I'll go over today and help you solve the problem. Aduz was on the phone. He was in a good mood. Chen Zhao had made a decision in the association today. He could get at least $10,000 as a year-end bonus. There were many other members too, but Angelite's performance was quite good. At least in the recent missions, he'd been very active. Although Aduz was only a security guard of the association, and an ordinary person at that, it was not as if he had never displayed his abilities. He had made his contribution to the best of his ability. For example, acting as a driver. He'd also cooperated with some dangerous situations. Even if he hadn't done much, he'd still put in some effort. President, I'll take half a day off, Aduz said. Chun Zhao glanced at him. You took a private job? The association didn't forbid people from taking private jobs. Chun Zhao didn't either. After all, Chun Zhao was an illegal doctor. It was a kind of private job. There were 3 types of missions in the association. One was a mission from the higher-ups, such as a haunted house or a serious paranormal event in a certain area. Such jobs couldn't be avoided. This was the reason for the existence of the Supernatural Association. The other type was private missions. They'd go out and find jobs themselves, then charge fees based on the situation. They'd definitely take missions from rich people. If they were regular people, they'd do it if they were willing to pay. The last type was the association's mission. It was also a planned mission. For example, when they chased after the family, it was the entire association's mission. The association wasn't a profit-making organization anyway. After all, it was a subsidiary of the anti-terrorism department. But Aduz was just a regular person. Can you handle it? Yes, President. It's not my first time. It's just a normal case of evil spirits harassing people. Aduz was so confident because of his equipment. As a member of the association, he had equipment too. For example, he could see evil spirits with his ESP glasses. He also had a magic stun gun and a magic shield suit. With these, he'd also taken care of a few normal missions. As for fear, there were more than 100 evil spirits living in the association. They dealt with him every day. He was already used to it. How could he be afraid of a supernatural event? Plus, each mission would pay at least a few $100s. Some could even go up to a few thousand. He couldn't reject them. Be careful, Chun Zhao said. All right, I'm just about to go home. If it's on the way, I can give you a ride. No need, I'll drive too, Aduz said. At this moment, 2 evil spirits floated over. They were all former residents of Maple Leaf Community and were now members of the association's evil spirit group. Aduz, are you going into the city? Can we take your car? You want to enter the city? For what? Chun Zhao asked. Guildmaster, we want to go for a walk. There's nothing else. Guildmaster, we're not going to cause trouble. Do you need a ride? No. No need. We'll take Adu's car. The two evil spirits were terrified. Sit in Chun Zhao's car? That was impossible. They knew how terrifying Chun Zhao was. That was a terrifying monster that beat up a demon like a baton. Chun Zhao's sneeze could make their souls scatter. All right, the two evil spirits, Crone and Dillas, belonged to the more powerful category. Before Chun Zhao had subdued him, he had killed someone. So, they could wander around during the day. Crone, Dillas, Adu said as he drove. Are you going to buy something? Ms. Pamela has been studying black magic recently. We're going to buy some magic materials for her. How about this? I'll take you to the magic shop. After you buy the things, come with me to a place. Help me when necessary, and then I'll send you back, Adu said. Sure. Crone and Dillas nodded. They didn't want to come back so soon. There were too many rules in the association. It was inconvenient for them to move around. Now that they could stay outside officially for a while, they were more than happy to do so. Let's go here. Crone and Dillas floated out of the car and entered the magic shop. Since it was a magic shop, they naturally accepted all kinds of customers. Even if it was an evil spirit who came to buy things, they would accept them. As long as they paid, they could also buy what they needed. In fact, some spiritualists already had guardian spirits or evil spirit servants. Sometimes, spiritualists would send these spirits to buy things for them. A moment later, Crone and Dillas walked out of the shop. Aduz, we can go now. Did you buy everything? Yes. Then come with me. I've got a job, Aduz said. Aduz, do you have extra clients? Introduce a few to us. You want to earn extra money too? It's not like you don't know the association's rules. As long as you have a valid reason, you can come out. I'll help you keep an eye out, but you two are too strong. Aduz looked at Crone and Dillas suspiciously. If it was just a normal supernatural incident, he could solve it himself. If he could earn money, why would he give it to them? Unless they could solve something that he couldn't solve himself. We're stronger than regular evil spirits, Crone said. We can devour them. As long as it's a client you introduce, we'll give you 20% of the commission, Dillas said. Sure, then let's test your strength first. Are there many evil spirits? If there are too many, we can't do anything. We can only devour one evil spirit a week. Actually, Crone and Dillas could devour a few more, but there were rules in the association. First, members of evil spirit groups couldn't devour each other. Second, they had to maintain their rationality before using the devouring ability. If they devoured too many and lost their rationality, they would be disposed of internally. Aduz parked the car outside a hotel and took out his phone. Hello, Mr. Leon. I'm downstairs. Okay, I'll come down now. Not long after, a man with neatly combed hair walked out. Mr. Aduz, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I'd be fired. Tell me about the situation. Aduz was a marginal member in the association, but outside, he could be an expert. Chapter 884. Dong Dong, why is it so noisy downstairs? Dominic said unhappily. Didn't they say this is the best hotel in L.A.? Why is it so noisy at this time? I'll send someone down to take a look, Holliphant said. Meanwhile, downstairs in Dominic's suite, Aduz, Crown, and Dylas were fighting evil spirits. I didn't expect there to be 7 evil spirits here, Aduz said with lingering fear. Luckily, you two came together. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. Aduz didn't know magic, nor did he have mana. He relied purely on his equipment to fight evil spirits, so his abilities were very limited. Therefore, his abilities were very limited. If his equipment was useless, then he was no different from an ordinary person. One ran away, Crown said. Mr. Aduz, is it done? Leon pushed the door open and entered. He'd heard a strange howl from the room. It was chilling, but now that it had finally calmed down, Leon couldn't help but push the door open and ask. It's done, Aduz said. Crown said from beside Aduz. Aduz, is it good to lie like this? Didn't one run away? Anyway, that kid won't dare to come back, Dylas said. If he dares to appear again, I'll eat him. Who are you going to eat? Just then, Leon's tone turned strange. His eyes glowed green. Mr. Lion, what are you talking about? Aduz was surprised. Did he hear what Crown and Dylas were saying? Suddenly, Leon pounced at Aduz and grabbed him by the neck. Let go, let go. Aduz wasn't young anymore. He couldn't compare to Leon, who was young and strong. He was about to suffocate. Crown and Dylas realized something was wrong and hurried over to help. But just as they touched Leon, Leon waved his arm and sent Crone and Dylas flying. Scram! Oh no, he's been possessed. Just then, two people in black clothes came in from outside the door. Knock, knock, what are you doing? You're disturbing our boss. Without thinking, Crone and Dylas burrowed into the bodies of these two people. Then, it pounced on Leon, who was possessed by a ghost. The two bodyguards of Dominic were unlucky to have barged in without a plan. In the end, before he could figure out anything, he was possessed by Crone and Dylas. But even so, Crone and Dylas were still no match for the possessed Leon. Damn it, what the hell are you? Crown was sent flying with a kick, while Dylas was punched to the ground. Being possessed by an evil spirit ghost would not actually increase the host's strength. However, because he could use his body without any worries, he would be able to display a higher combat power. However, his performance was still within the normal range, and he would not suddenly become a Superman. However, Leon, who was possessed by a ghost, displayed an unusually terrifying strength. You dare to kill my ghost servant. All of you will die. Die, all of you. Aduz kicked Lion's lower body, but Lion was unmoved. He punched Aduz in the chest. Aduz was beaten until he spat out blood. Crown and Dylas pounced again. However, the difference in power made them helpless. At this moment, Leon had become too terrifying. Holophan, did you really send people down? Why is it still so noisy down there? I sent Jamie and Donald. Did these two bastards go to the wrong floor? Follow me down. Dominic stood up. Dominic, your leg. I'm not crippled. Follow me. I have to teach the bastards down their lesson. You guys follow me too. Holophan was worried that if there was any conflict later, he and Dominic would be at a disadvantage. So he called all the bodyguards. When they reached the 18th floor and got out of the elevator, they saw someone fly out of the room in front. Then, another two flew out. They were none other than Holophan's bodyguards. Jamie, Donald, what are you two bastards doing? Just then, Leon walked out of the room with Aduz, who was on the brink of death, in his hand. Lion's entire body emitted a violent aura. Who are you? Dominic shouted. A cruel smile appeared on Lion's face. Leaving the dying Aduz behind, he kicked him again. Then, he lunged at Dominic. Dominic jumped in fright. Protect me. However, his bodyguards couldn't stop the crazed Lion at all. Each of Lion's attacks was filled with violence. Soon, Dominic's bodyguards were all lying on the ground. Then, Lion turned to attack Dominic and Holophan. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have money. I have money. Dominic screamed in fear. Lion suddenly stopped. A strange smile appeared on his face. Do you have money? How much can you give me? I $100,000. I'll give you $100,000. Don't hurt me. Lion pointed at the bodyguards on the ground. His fingers twisted. Some of them were bent 30 degrees to the back of his hand. Dominic and Holophan felt chills down their spines. This definitely wasn't something a human could do. Just then, an injured bodyguard was pulled up uncontrollably. It was as if a hand was controlling him. No, no, save me. Mr. Dominic. Dominic didn't understand what was happening. Then he saw the bodyguard take out a gun and point at his own head. No, no, no. The bodyguard was terrified. Bang. Dominic and Holophan's legs turned to jelly. What exactly was going on? It was too strange. Why would the bodyguard shoot himself? Do you think your life is only worth $100,000? 1 million, 1 million, Dominic yelled. Good. If I don't see the transfer in an hour, you'll all go to hell. Crown and Dylas dragged Aduz and ran. Suddenly, Holophan yelled, they're running away. Just then, Dominic's bodyguards all stood up again under Lion's control. They all pointed their guns at the front of the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of gunshots, Crown, Dylas, and Aduz were covered in bloody bullet holes. Fortunately, Crown and Dylas didn't feel any pain. This body wasn't theirs, so they dragged Aduz and rushed into the elevator. When the elevator door closed, they thought they were safe. Chapter 885. President, something happened to Aduz. What happened to Aduz? I remember he went to exorcise a demon, right? Did he run into a tough guy? Chen Zhao didn't think too much about it. Aduz had said before that it was a regular evil spirit. Regular evil spirits had limited damage, so Chen Zhao didn't think too much about it. He's in emergency right now. His injuries are serious. He fell from the 10th floor in the elevator and has multiple gunshot wounds and contusions. Chen Zhao froze. Which hospital is he in? Chantilly Hospital, West said. I'll go right now. Chen Zhao had always disliked his identity as the president in the supernatural organization. But when something really happened to his subordinates, Chen Zhao couldn't stay out of it. No matter how much he disliked them, they were his own people. Behind closed doors, he could say whatever he wanted. Beating or scolding was his own business. But if they were hurt by an outsider, he couldn't be nice. When Chen Zhao arrived at the hospital, everyone from the organization was there. They gathered at the door of the emergency room with a serious expression. Crown and Dillas were there too. Chen Zhao remembered that they'd gone out with Aduz. You two tell me what's going on. Dillas and Crown told the whole story. Everyone gathered there. Dillas and Crone were trembling and huddled together. All the members of the organization were furious. Only Chen Zhao didn't say anything. The more Chen Zhao didn't say anything, the more afraid they were. Right now, Chen Zhao was like a volcano waiting to erupt. He could erupt at any time. Before we catch the real culprit, cancel the vacation and year-end bonus. Catch the culprit even if we have to turn all of Los Angeles upside down. President, the culprit is an evil spirit, right? West looked at Chen Zhao carefully. You rely on your brain to make a living. Think about it. Would an evil spirit stop attacking when that person says he'll pay? Only people need money. The one controlling the hotel manager isn't an evil spirit, but a spiritualist. Just then, the door to the emergency room opened. Two doctors walked out of the surgery room. When they saw Chen Zhao, they were stunned. They knew Chen Zhao. He wasn't a doctor from this hospital. He was the Demon King here. Chen Zhao had many privileges here. Not that he could get any medical treatment here. It was because Chen Zhao could touch any patient at will. Chen Zhao had dealt with Chantilly many times. Therefore, they had a better understanding of the situation here. Many doctors here knew Chen Zhao too, such as the two in front of them. Mr. Chen, two doctors walked up to him. I want to know how the person inside is doing. Right leg comminuted fracture, left thoracic cavity damaged, 3 ribs pierced through the lung. But in time to save him, his life is no longer in danger, and his vital signs are stable. Although Aduz's injuries were severe and he had many injuries, he had already recovered. Even the two emergency doctors were surprised that Aduz was able to pull through. Furthermore, there were no permanent injuries, which was a very miraculous result. Chen Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he didn't have to go to the surgery room anymore. Can we go in and see him? He's still unconscious. He'll need at least 3 days to wake up. Even if he wakes up, he'll be very weak and probably won't be able to speak. Chen Zhao nodded. Thank you. All right, let's disperse. Dillas, Crown, you two stay behind. When everyone left, Dylan and Crown knelt before Chen Zhao in fear. President, please forgive us. We were wrong. Get up, all of you. I don't blame you. Chen Zhao kicked Dylan and Crown away. Don't kneel in public. That's rude. Although they were both spiritual bodies, Chen Zhao still felt very awkward. President, you're not going to punish us? Shut up. Just then, Fer walked over from the corridor. From afar, she saw Chen Zhao standing at the door of the emergency room. He seemed to be talking to someone, but there was no one before him. Could it be that this fellow was mentally unstable? Chen, what are you doing? Hey, Fer, why are you here? I'm working here. Why are you asking me why I'm here? I should be the one asking you this question. Why are you here? My friend's in a hospital. I'm here to take a look. Why were you talking to yourself just now? I've been acting in a movie recently, so I'm practicing my lines. Don't think that there's something wrong with my brain, and don't think that I have a split personality. The last time I was practicing my lines, a psychiatrist next to me just happened to think that I'm crazy. I didn't say anything. I'm busy. I'll leave now. Okay, who's your friend? I'll help you take care of him when I'm free. He's still in the ICU. His name is Aduz. If he wakes up, call me. Okay. Chen Zhao walked out of the hospital with Dylan and Crown beside him. You two, do you remember the evil spirit that controlled the hotel manager? Do you have any characteristics? Eyes. That evil spirit's eyes are green, Dylan said first. Also, after he controlled the hotel manager, his power was terrifying. He was like a monster. Panic filled Dominic and Holofen's faces. They realized that their bodyguards' eyes were all glowing green, just like the hotel manager who'd been controlled earlier. Sir, I've already given you the money. Why are you here? Dominic and Holofen were truly terrified. They didn't know what kind of person they were facing. Perhaps it wasn't even human. This guy could control people. First, one of their bodyguards committed suicide. Then, the hotel manager jumped from the 18th floor. I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to say that if you need anything, you can find me. Of course, as long as you can pay. Dominic and Holofen exchanged glances. Holofen asked, Sir, what should we call you? You can call me Chanin. I'm a puppeteer. Sir, you can control people to do anything, right? Ordinary people like you. I can make you do anything. Then can you control a doctor? I need him to treat me. What's his name? Where does he live? I don't know. Chapter 886. Holofen, what are you waiting for? Dominic shouted. Yes, I'll go right now. Mr. Charnon, may I know how much it costs to control this person and treat me? Does he have to die? Charnon asked. Dominic's eyes flashed. He seemed to be hesitating. Of course, Holofen immediately shouted. Let him die a horrible death. $2 million, Charnon said. Dominic wanted to object, but when he saw the green eyes of the bodyguards, he swallowed his words. His heart was bleeding, but in order to treat his leg as soon as possible, this bit of money was like feeding a dog. Dominic had thought about spending a few $1,000,000 to treat Chen Zhao anyway. As for Chen Zhao's life or death, he didn't care. Then let me know when you find that person's information. Mr. Charnon, how can we find you? You call this number. The entire supernatural organization had gone crazy. His bonus was gone, and so was his vacation. How could this be? If they couldn't find the culprit, there would be no bonus or vacation. Everyone's heart was burning with anger. Aduz was also a part of the organization. The last time Chen Zhao was this angry was when more and more were attacked by his family. Everyone knew that Chen Zhao was really angry this time. However, no matter how they searched, they couldn't find any clues. The members gathered for a meeting. Do you have any clues? There are no clues at all. Now Moer and his doppelganger are searching the streets with magic power testing equipment. However, this method was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It might also cause unnecessary trouble. After all, if they found a person with magic and got questioned for no reason, it might be fine if the person had a good temper. If the person had a bad temper, they would probably fight on the spot. Call more back. Don't let him be so reckless, Gaius said. And it's dangerous for him to search alone. How can we find him if we don't do this? First, find out what spell he used, Gaius said. Everyone's gaze fell on Alice. She was a magic encyclopedia. There were countless magic books in her bloodline. Let me search, said Eris, closing her eyes. After a while, Alice opened her eyes again. Right, other than green eyes, what other characteristics are there? Unparalleled strength, control others. Green eyes, immense strength, ability to control others. Alice closed her eyes again. A minute later, she opened them again. Found similar information. There are about 30 related spells. Right, there's also the Ghost Servant. Dillas and Crown were also listening. As one of the people involved, they could not stay out of it. Alice searched again. Finally, Alice found it. Puppet magic. Alice said, first, a ghostly servant puppet is created. Then, through branding magic, the ghostly servant is combined with the spellcaster. Just like a marionette, the ghostly servant can enter the body of a person without magic power at will. The controlled person will be able to exert power far beyond what they should have. However, it will cause great harm to the body. The spellcaster cannot be within 100 meters of the ghostly servant. Gaius said, in other words, at the time of the incident, the spellcaster was actually in the hotel. Is there any more information? You can see the strength of the ghostly servant controlled by the puppeteer from its eyes. Its eyes emit green light, so it's the lowest level ghostly servant puppet. Next is crimson light, so it's a high-level ghostly servant. There's also a type of puppet monster that emits black light. Gaia continued. Any more information? Puppeteers must have their own puppets with them. In other words, if we find a spiritualist traveling alone, it probably won't be the puppeteer we're looking for. We mainly look for those with more than one spiritualist. Then we'll look in this direction. We can't go alone. We need at least a team of 3, Gaia said. If we find a puppeteer, don't act rashly. Inform the other teams immediately or Chen directly. Chen, what are you doing? There's a party in my house. Come and drink. Rasfa called Chun Zhao. I'm not in a good mood. I don't want to go, Chun Zhao said. What's not good? After a few glasses of wine, you'll forget all the unpleasant things. I don't want to go. Darling, did someone ask you to go out and play? If that's the case, then go ahead. Just then, Fei Lai walked over. She was fully equipped and even pushed a stroller. Little Jerlin was in the stroller. Are you going out? Chun Zhao asked. Yes, I'm going to take Jerlin shopping. Oh, then be careful, Chun Zhao said. Black Ma, White Ma, go shopping with Fei Lai. Black Ma and White Ma immediately ran to Fei Lai's side excitedly. Their favorite thing to do was to go shopping. Chun Zhao was the only one left at home. He wanted to play with Jerlin and then spend some time with Fei Lai, but they'd both gone shopping. Feeling bored, Chun Zhao also drove to Rasfa's house. When he reached Rasfa's house, Chun Zhao was stopped. The security guard at the door was new and didn't know Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao also drove a taxi and didn't have an invitation, so he stopped him at the door. After a call, Paul ran out and let Chun Zhao in. The security guard looked at Chun Zhao with a bitter expression. We're all rich people, so pretentious nowadays. Who would know that you were a VIP if you drove a small truck? Chun Zhao was also dumbfounded by Rasfa's guests. He couldn't be bothered to talk to these strangers. He grabbed a bottle of wine and sat on the beach to bask in the sun. Hi. A girl in a bikini walked over. Her lower body was completely covered. She had long, wavy blonde hair and a pretty face with some baby fat. The girl looked at Chun Zhao. Are you alone? Yeah. Do we know each other? Chun Zhao asked, glancing at the girl. No, I don't know anyone here, the girl said. But we can get to know each other. I'm Brandon. Oh, shouldn't you introduce yourself too? Chun Zhao from China. Why are you alone? Same as you. I don't know anyone here, Chun Zhao said casually and downed a glass of wine. It's so noisy, Brandon said. I don't like the environment here, either. Did you come to this party with Mom and Dad? Chapter 887. Judging from her figure, her 36D breasts were indeed a sign of maturity. But what's with this baby face? Pour me a glass of wine. You're really an adult? Chun Zhao was very doubtful. Then who did you come with? Asked the big-chested Brandon. I snuck in myself. Do you believe me? Brandon really did believe him. Looking at his clothes, he indeed didn't look like a guest here. How did you get in? I went around the beach, Chun Zhao said. If I go around the Pebble Beach, it's easy. I can get some food and a bottle of wine. There's food and wine, and I could trick some girls. Then why are you telling me the truth? Don't you know I drugged the wine? Pooh, you really drugged it? Hee hee. What position do you like? Brandon screamed and ran away. After 2 steps, Brandon realized something was wrong. She turned to look at the smirking Chun Zhao. You lied to me? That depends on how you define the word. Do you believe they'll get people to catch you? No. Even if the people from the manor come, they'll just throw me out. I've eaten and drunk the wine. What can they do to me? Brandon was speechless. She never seen someone so shameless. Just then, an old woman ran over. Is that your mother over there? No, it's my manager, Ms. Lansky. Chun Zhao looked at the old woman and knew that she wasn't a good person. Lance ran in front of Brandon and said in an overbearing manner, Brandon, why are you still here chatting with irrelevant people? I brought you to this party not to have fun. Come with me. Brandon shrugged helplessly. She looked back at Chun Zhao and waved her hand. It's a pity that we're already married. Otherwise, this chick would really be able to get her hands on us. Chun Zhao found it a pity, but Fei Lai was still pregnant at home. If he messed around outside, He'd be a scumbag. Brandon followed Lansky back to the mansion. There were already many guests. Lansky's gaze wandered around. Finally, her eyes lit up. Stephen. However, Stephen was talking to another actor next to him at the moment. Lansky glanced at the confused Brandon. Go up and greet Mr. Stephen. But I don't know Mr. Stephen, Brandon said hesitantly. Don't be so long-winded. Who doesn't know each other? Take this cup of wine. Brandon was a little afraid of Lance. He walked towards Stephen obediently and stopped a few times when he was a few meters away from Stephen. Hello, Mr. Stephen. Brandon had just opened his mouth to greet Lansky when Lansky purposely pushed him from behind. Startled, Brandon swung his hand forward and spilled the wine on Stephen. Stephen's face immediately darkened, but it was not convenient for him to flare up in public. He glared at Brandon and turned to leave. Mr. Stephen, yes. Stephen didn't even give Brandon a chance to apologize. Under the guidance of the servant, he went to change his clothes. You can't even handle such a small matter. Lance looked at Brandon in disdain. What the hell are you doing? Brandon was thin-skinned to begin with, and he had no experience in such situations. Do you know what will happen to you if you offend Mr. Stephen? What will happen to me? Don't even think about working in Hollywood anymore. One word from Stephen, and even the smallest film company won't hire you to make a movie. Remember that A-list actor, Libel? He's the best portrayal. Brandon's face paled in fear, and he was about to cry. Of course, she knew how pitiful Libel was. In her eyes, Libel was a big star. But because he offended Stephen, he ended up with no film. What's more, he was just an unknown actor. I know a film company. Maybe they can help. Aren't they afraid of offending Mr. Stephen? Come with me. I'll introduce you to the producer. Brandon followed Lance to a small courtyard. A few people were sitting there. One of them was a man in his 40s, and the others were sexy women. They were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the man. Hi, Mr. Holmeston, Lance greeted him. Holmeston raised his head and glanced at Brandon, who was behind Lance. Holmeston's eyes lit up. Hi, miss. Come and sit here. Lansky tugged at Brandon, and Brandon reluctantly sat beside Holmeston. Holmeston's hand was already on Brandon's bare shoulder. Brandon squirmed. Mr. Holmeston, what do you think of Brandon? Is she suitable to be an actress in your company? A smile appeared on Holmeston's face. Is her name Brandon? Of course. My company is preparing a few movies. As long as Brandon signs, she could be the female lead. Shock appeared in Brandon's eyes. She could be the female lead? This was something she had always dreamed of. But on second thought, it didn't seem right. Even the big six of Hollywood couldn't prepare a few movies at once. Moreover, they had only seen her once, and they were already giving her the female lead. So, Brandon was immediately alarmed. Although Brandon had a baby face, her brain was not as slow as it seemed. I'm sorry, I can't be the female lead yet. Thank you, Mr. Holmeston, but I still want to start as a supporting character. It's fine if you want a supporting character. It's just a matter of saying the word. Holmeston laughed out loud and snapped his fingers. A woman beside him took out a contract from a briefcase beside her, but she handed the contract to Lance first. Lance only glanced at it casually. Mr. Holmeston is so generous. Brandon, hurry up and thank him. Your salary in Hollywood is less than $20,000, but Mr. Holmeston is offering you $100,000 per movie. Brandon was even more suspicious. She was very clear about her salary. Although she was a newcomer in Hollywood, she had graduated from USC Film School. She had some understanding of the rules in Hollywood. She hadn't proven herself. She didn't even have a memorable role. Why was he offering her a high salary? Ms. Lance, can I see the contract? Chapter 888. Lansky folded the contract and placed it in front of Brandon. Brandon wanted to take the contract, but Lansky grabbed it. Brandon, don't you trust me? Ms. Lansky, I want to see everything. Think carefully. This is a great opportunity. Lansky unwillingly let go of the contract. The first thing Brandon saw was the name of the company, Farrah Pictures. Farrah Pictures address, San Fernando Valley. Brandon immediately understood why Holmeston gave him the lead role the first time he saw him. Why he could get $100,000 for a movie. Also, the contract clearly stated the content and scale of the movie. In the film industry, Other contracts could be lied to, but the content of the movie couldn't be lied to. The content and scale of the shoot had to be written in the contract. The so-called fake contract in the novel to deceive a young girl did not exist in reality. At least, it couldn't be done in America. If the contract didn't mention the content and scale, the actor had the right to refuse. I refuse. Brandon threw the contract down and stood up, ready to leave. Lansky stopped him. Brandon, now is not the time to throw a tantrum. Ms. Lansky, is this how you push your artists into the fire pit? Brandon, think about it. How many $1 million can you earn in your life? As long as you sign the contract, you'll earn $1 million in 3 months. Lansky didn't say the other part. She could take a 30% commission. In other words, she didn't have to do anything and she could take 30%. The agency would take another 30%. This was the rule in Hollywood. Famous stars had to sign new contracts. The more famous they were, the less the agent would take. For those A-listers or super A-listers, their agents would only take 5% or even less. Lansky didn't need to train a superstar. She just needed to keep introducing her artists to Holmeston. For example, Brandon would never be able to make it to the top after one movie. He had a way to control her all the time and let her continue to shoot one film after another. Brandon turned to leave, but Lansky grabbed him. Don't think about going anywhere if you don't sign the contract. Ms. Lansky, if you don't let go, I'll call for help. Brandon, don't be so shameless. I was the one who helped you rent the place you're currently living in. I was also the one who paid the rent. If you refuse, don't even think about staying in Hollywood. You will have to sleep on the streets tonight. Brandon was also unable to restrain his anger. He went up and slapped Ranchi's face. Old witch, you will regret this. Lansky covered his face as he watched Brandon leave. Holmeston had been watching from his side. Ranky, I want this woman. Get her for me. Yes, Mr. Holmeston. I will take care of her. Brandon left the small courtyard. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. In the distance, Chun Zhao was still sitting on the beach. Brandon walked toward Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked up and saw that Brandon had returned. But from the looks of it, she seemed to have just cried. Brandon, did you drop your phone in the toilet? Biting his lower lip, Brandon sat beside Chun Zhao. I was tricked by that old witch. She wants me to go to San Fernando Valley to film. Chun Zhao looked Brandon up and down. Are you going? If you go, I'll buy your DVD. Brandon gritted his teeth. You're all bad people. Just then, Lansky came again. Brandon, come with me. Do you think I'll be tricked by you again? Brandon looked at Lansky in disgust. You don't have to come with me, as long as you have $500,000, Lansky said. Why should I take out $500,000? In the contract you signed with the company, there's a rule. If an artist doesn't cooperate with the company's work opportunities and treats them negatively, the company has the right to pursue legal responsibility and compensate for the resources and losses the company has invested. When did I treat my work negatively? If I say you do, you do, Lansky said arrogantly. Lansky said arrogantly, come back with me and sign that contract. You will also have a chance to be a big star in San Fernando Valley. This sentence could only trick young girls. Perhaps some women who dared to come to Hollywood were stupid, but they were definitely in the minority. If they accepted a film in San Fernando Valley, they'd be far away from mainstream movies forever. For an old fox like Lansky, it was too easy to control an artist. Before signing Brandon, she'd already made up her mind. That was why she'd set a trap in the contract. According to Brandon's development in the past 6 months, her chances of becoming famous were too low. Hollywood never lacked beauties. Brandon wasn't a 1 in a million beauty either. Sending Brandon to the San Fernando Valley to make a film would bring him far more benefits than being a third-rate or fourth-rate star. Unless Brandon became an A-list star, she wouldn't be able to bring much money to Lansky. Rather than letting Brandon fight for a hopeless future, of course, it was more tempting to have short-term benefits. Anyway, I won't sign that contract. Brandon was determined. That's not up to you. Chun Zhao felt like he was watching a play. It was like a pimp forcing a girl into prostitution in ancient times. Just then, Holmeston arrived with 2 bodyguards. Lansky, you're still not done? Give me some more time, Lansky said hurriedly. I'll be done soon. No need to be so troublesome. Transfer her contract to my company. Lansky couldn't help but smile. Then the price, $300,000. Brandon's face paled immediately. There were many ways for a rich person to deal with a poor person. For example, this kind of direct purchase of a management contract, which was the so-called transfer of artists. If both parties were on equal footing or the artist was powerful, this method clearly wouldn't work. But for an artist like Brandon who owed the company money and name, the company could easily sell her to someone else. Just as Lansky said, if Brandon wanted to terminate the contract, she'd have to pay the debt that she didn't have first. You can't do this. This is fraud, Brandon said with her limited legal knowledge. You can't transfer me to another company without my permission. Chapter 889. Miss Brandon, can you come with me now? I think we still have some contracts to sign. After all, our company cares a lot about new artists. Holmeston reached out to grab Brandon, but another hand grabbed Brandon's waist first. Brandon froze. Turning around, she saw that it was Chun Zhao. Sir, let go of our company's artist. Holmeston looked at Chun Zhao. Your company's artist? Chun Zhao looked down at Brandon. Are you their artist? Brandon lowered her head. She didn't dare to reply. Yes or no? To her, these were all consequences that she could not bear. Sir, you want to steal my woman? Do you know who I am? No. Let me introduce myself. Chun Zhao shrugged. Holmeston's face darkened. Chun Zhao's words made him feel insulted. Do you believe that I'll make the women in your family appear in some movie scene in San Fernando Valley? Then do you believe that I'll make you walk out on your knees? Chun Zhao's expression turned cold. Then I'll see how you'll make me walk out on my knees, Holmeston said with a cold smile. Just then, a mocking voice came from behind. I'll give you $100. I bet this guy will leave on his knees. Everyone turned around and saw that Rasfa and Stephen were walking over. Then I'll give you $200, Stephen said. I bet he won't even be able to kneel. Mr. Stephen, Mr. Rasfa, how did you? Holmeston's expression was strange. Did Chun Zhao know Rasfa and Stephen? Rasfa, you know him? I'm not familiar with him, but I remember that his mother's name is Darlene. She was pretty when she was young. Rasfa's voice was rather loud. Really? Holmeston's expression turned awkward. After all, no one would be happy to have someone talk about their mother in front of them. But more importantly, he couldn't offend Rasfa. Rasfa was the CEO of PLM Films. Holmeston, on the other hand, was only in the San Fernando Valley for porn. He was naturally shorter than Rasfa. Moreover, PLM was one of the 6 major Hollywood companies. The two parties didn't seem to have any intersection, but most of their distributors and channels overlapped. Some distributors might not only release regular movies, but also some movies from the San Fernando Valley. What if Rasfa told the distributors to choose PLM's movies or his company's movies? Therefore, those distributors would undoubtedly choose PLM movies. After all, there were many film companies in the San Fernando Valley, and Holmeston Films was not a big company. Rasfa could deal with Holmeston easily, just like how Holmeston could deal with Brandon easily. As for Stephen, he might not be as rich as Rasfa, nor was he in a high position. However, his influence was probably greater than that of the president. If Stephen wanted to deal with Holmeston, all he had to do was say something in the media. The consequences would be disastrous. No one wanted to provoke Stephen. Brandon, on the other hand, was shocked. She did not understand why Rasfa and Stephen would stand up for her. Moreover, he had splashed the wine on Stephen. Mr. Rasfa, did I offend you? What did you do in my house and at my party? Rasfa's eyes were like torches. Rasfa knew exactly what Holmeston had done in his territory. In the past, he was too lazy to argue with Holmeston. But now, Holmeston had actually offended Chun Zhao. As Chun Zhao's staunch allies, Rasfa and Stephen would definitely not be indifferent anymore. Mr. Rasfa, I apologize for what I did before. I promise I won't do it again. One should lower one's head when needed. Holmeston felt that it was not shameful to lower one's head to Rasfa. What else? You still haven't apologized to my friend. Rasfa looked at Holmeston. Him? Holmeston's face darkened even more. What does he have? Stephen, how many years do you get for selling and tricking women in America? Chun Zhao asked. As long as you're convicted, at least 10 years, Stephen said. Contract fraud is also considered as selling and tricking women. Chun Zhao received a satisfactory answer. Mr. Holmeston, I think you'll have a pleasant 10 years in prison. I don't have a contract to buy her, so what you said doesn't work. Cold sweat beaded on Holmeston's forehead. Then you'd better pray that this is your first time. If you've done the same thing before, I can send you to jail, Stephen said. Mr. Stephen, Mr. Rasfa, do you really have to kill me? Holmeston gritted his teeth. You said something you shouldn't have, my child. Rasfa smiled like a benevolent elder. Everyone should be responsible for what they do and what they say. Sir, I apologize for what I said just now. I'm sorry. Chen Zhao smiled. How about this? Go to the sea, swim past the buoy, and then swim back. Then I'll forgive you. Holmeston looked at the sea that Chen Zhao was pointing at. The buoy was about 150 meters in the sea. It wasn't far. Really? Holmeston thought that he had good stamina. This distance wouldn't trouble him at all. Of course. Mr. Stephen, Mr. Rasfa. Do you mean what he said? Of course. Holmeston took off his shirt and rushed down the beach, jumping into the sea. But Holmeston didn't swim for long before he felt something bite his leg and drag him into the water. Seeing Holmeston's appearance, Rasfa and Stephen knew what had happened to him. This beach had always been plagued by sharks, but after Amon's arrival, all the sharks disappeared. Other than sharks, there was nothing else that could attack Holmeston on this beach. Oh no, the boss is in trouble. Seeing this, Holmeston's two bodyguards immediately wanted to go into the sea to save him. There seem to be sharks on this beach, Chen Zhao said calmly. You too. Are you sure you want to go into the water? Chen Zhao's words dispelled the two bodyguards' thoughts. Brandon looked at Chen Zhao. Right now, she only felt that Chen Zhao was the demon. He knew that there were sharks here, but Holmeston still went into the water. He was simply trying to kill Holmeston. Chen, don't kill him, Rasfa said. Chapter 890. Stephen and Rasfa could see it too. If Chen Zhao wanted to kill Holmeston, he would have died long ago. He'd been floating for more than 10 minutes, but he wasn't dead yet. Chen Zhao indeed didn't want to kill him. He only wanted to take half of his life. Finally, maybe Holmeston found a chance, but he swam toward the shore like crazy. Amon didn't continue chasing him in the water. Holmeston finally swam to the shore. He lay on the ground, panting. Chen Zhao stood before Holmeston. Looks like you didn't complete my request. There's a monster in the water, a monster. Holmeston couldn't see clearly what it was in the water. Amon was too big, and Holmeston was in a state of panic and fear. He only wanted to escape to the shore, so he didn't care about anything. He only knew that it was huge, really huge. Chen Zhao looked at Holmeston. Don't give me a reason. Chen Zhao looked up at Stephen and Rasfa. I want to know how to make him go bankrupt as soon as possible. Simple, Rasfa said. As long as his reputation goes bankrupt, the bank can force him to his death. What's his company called? Farah Films. Chen Zhao took out his phone and called Amira. Hey, Amira, help me check which banks Farah Films has taken loans from. Okay? No need. I know this company. They've taken loans from our bank before. Oh, Amira, you're interested in these movies too? You actually know this film company. Because their boss once invited me to shoot a movie. Ha! So you agreed? Chen Zhao almost peed from laughing. What do you think? Amira's tone was cold. I'm curious why you agreed to give him a loan. Because he's willing to pay the highest interest rate. Then I'm warning you to collect the debt quickly. If you're late, it'll be bad debt, Chen Zhao said, chuckling. You have a grudge against him? Ha! Holmeston pounced at Chen Zhao with a roar. He took out a stone from somewhere and smashed it toward Chen Zhao's head. Ah! Chen Zhao screamed and fell to the ground, holding his head. Ah! Chen Zhao screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his head. My head! My head! I'm going to kill you! Kill you! Holmeston smashed Chen Zhao's body a few times. Suddenly, he came back to his senses. What did I do? Someone come quickly! Rasfa yelled. Capture him! Call the police! Call the police! The servants in the manor heard Rasfa's shout and immediately rushed over. Let me go! Let me go! I didn't mean it, Holmeston argued. Take him to the police station, Rasfa said, and call an ambulance. Stop screaming. Stephen walked up and kicked Chen Zhao. Asshole, you didn't act this well on set before. Chen Zhao moved his palm away and looked around. How was my acting? Rasfa went up to check on him. Chen, are you okay? You idiot. Think about it. If Chun couldn't even beat a piece of trash, how could he have fought those bandits? Rasfa thought about it and realized that he was indeed stupid. Both times Chun Zhao attacked, he had killed all the bandits. Many had died in his hands. He actually thought that Holmeston had hurt him. Chun Zhao looked at Brandon and Lan Chi. Brandon, are you still going to be an artist under her company? Brandon immediately shook his head. Brandon looked like a naive and sweet girl. But in reality, she wasn't dumb at all. The man before her had made Holmeston bankrupt with a few moves. He might even go to jail. Clearly, Lan Chi couldn't afford to offend him. If she didn't seize this chance to get rid of Lan Chi, when would she? Bring me her contract. Chen Zhao looked at Lan Chi. Right now, Lan Chi was so scared that her limbs were cold. She could be strong in front of Brandon. But before Holmeston, she was only a brothel keeper. She didn't expect Chen Zhao to cripple Holmeston with a flip of his hand. She definitely didn't think that she could defeat Chen Zhao. The two Holmeston bodyguards were still standing there. They didn't know what to do. What are you looking at? Your boss is going to jail. Do you want to go too? Do you need me to arrange a room with him? Sir, I promise I won't tell anyone. Me too. At this time, the advantage of having connections came into play. With a call to the bank, Chen Zhao could make Holmeston want to die. Oh, did you call the ambulance? You're really hurt. I need to check. Personal injury and attempted murder, Chen Zhao said. Oh, send me to Chantilly Hospital. Brandon looked at Chen Zhao deeply. Ruthless, so ruthless. If he made Holmeston's company go bankrupt, he'd be sent to jail. After expressing his gratitude, Brandon left. Brandon was a woman who knew when to retreat. She was smart. Chen Zhao saw Yafin and Lucy in her. But compared to the two vixens, Brandon was much more inexperienced. A while later, the ambulance arrived. Seeing Chen Zhao covered in blood, For couldn't help but be stunned. Chen, what's wrong? I was beaten up. I'm seriously injured. I need treatment. For could tell from Chen Zhao's tone that he wasn't seriously injured at all. His bloody face did look scary, but his expression was so indifferent. He didn't look like someone who was injured at all. Then the ambulance took Chen Zhao away. For used alcohol to wash the blood off Chen Zhao's face, but she couldn't find any wounds. Where's your wound? Don't worry about where it is. Anyway, when we get to the hospital, you can check my injury. For's face darkened. Don't expect me to give you false testimony. Judging from Chen Zhao's attitude and the fact that he wanted to check his injury, he was clearly trying to trick her. I don't need you to give me false testimony. I just want the injury check. You're not injured, right? I know how to make it look like I'm injured. Even if I pass the hospital's check, I can get a report. Who on earth offended you? Someone who shoots porn, Chen Zhao said. For couldn't be bothered to cooperate, but she still followed Chen Zhao's request and sent him for the check. Especially the brain concussion and trauma examination that Chen Zhao had specified. For muttered to herself, she had no idea how that person had offended Chen Zhao. Chapter 891. Why aren't you going back? For looked at Chen Zhao, who was still sitting on the walkway. Not only that, but his head was also bandaged. There were even 2 drops of red liquid on the bandage. Are you afraid that people won't know your head is injured? I plan to stay here for 2 days. What kind of grudge do you have against that person? I don't know what you're talking about. Look at the bandage on my head. I have a concussion. I need to stay here for observation. Val rolled her eyes. To be able to say that so smoothly, you don't have a concussion, my ass. It wasn't her first day knowing Chen Zhao. She knew Chen Zhao like the back of her hand. Then why are you sitting here? Just then, a nurse walked over. Mr. Chen, your hospitalization procedures have been completed. Please follow me. Thank you. Chen Zhao left with the nurse's help. For patted her head. She took out her phone and called Fei Lai. Fei Lai, aren't you going to control your man? What happened to Chen? He's in the hospital now. Hospital? Did he steal business from your hospital again? No, he's here to do business, For said. He's in the hospital now. Huh? Chen Sheng is sick? Or injured? No, he's just bored and wants to stay. Fei Lai was speechless. Dominic sat in the orthopedic consultation room. Holofan stood beside him. Mr. Dominic, your leg injury is very serious. It's been a while, and the wound is showing signs of infection. I suggest you stay in the hospital immediately. If I stay in the hospital, How long will it take for me to recover? At least 2 months. Plus, your injury is a bit complicated. Including the recovery period, it might take 3 months. What? 3 months? Dominic stood up abruptly, but when he moved, his thigh felt as if it was being pricked by needles. Doctor, does your hospital have any orthopedic specialists? Holofin asked. Dominic wants the best, the doctor answered calmly. Mr. Dominic, I'm the best orthopedic specialist in this hospital, the doctor answered calmly. He knew that the person before him was a famous football player in Europe. Thus, he was rather calm and restrained. There was another doctor who said that my injuries would heal in a month. That's impossible. The recovery period of a muscle strain takes a month. This involves a very complicated muscle growth rate. Although there are some special drugs that can speed up muscle growth, it's impossible to shorten the time by half. Moreover, the 2 months I gave you is already a very optimistic estimate. I want a world-class orthopedic expert. I don't think you're qualified. Dominic sounded very arrogant. The doctor said helplessly, Mr. Dominic, please go to other hospitals to try your luck. At least our hospital doesn't have a world-class orthopedic expert. Fuck, I told you not to get your hopes up in this rural hospital, Dominic said unhappily. Holofin helped Dominic out of the consultation room and saw Chun Zhao walking toward them. Chun Zhao was also supported by a nurse. His head was wrapped in bandages. He seemed to be heavily injured. Hey, isn't this Mr. Chun? What's wrong? Dominic walked over with a smile. None of your business. Chun Zhao glared at Dominic and Holofin. You're so injured and still don't know how to keep a low profile, Holofin said provocatively. Chun Zhao paused. Do you want to lie on the bed too? Holofin immediately stopped talking. He was really afraid that Chun Zhao would attack him. Let's go. He'll beg me sooner or later, Dominic said with a snort. Your brain must be damaged by the drugs. Do you think I'd beg you? Chun Zhao turned his head in disdain, ignoring the two. Holofin, call Mr. Charnon and tell him to come to the hospital, Dominic said. This is the hotel, right? Gaia looked up at the building where the hotel was. This is the biggest hotel in LA. There are thousands of rooms. How do we find him? Just check the guests. If he's our target, he should have a few puppets with him. For our year-end bonus. For everyone's vacation. Seeing Gaia and the others enter, the manager immediately walked over. Hi, do you need a room? Everyone looked at West. We're the police, West said. Police? Is it because of the murder that happened here a few days ago? Yes. We suspect that the murderer might still be in the hotel, so we need to investigate the guests. How can we cooperate? The manager asked. Take out the guest list. We need to check it. Okay. The manager didn't suspect West's identity, mainly because the police had been investigating and collecting evidence in the past few days. The manager went to the front desk and took out the guest list. Is there anything else I can help you with? Sir, Gaia said. I'd like to ask if there's a rumor that your hotel is haunted. No, there's no such thing. Sir, we're not reporters or your competitors, Gaia said. We won't spread rumors. We just suspect that the incident might be related to the murderer and that it's an illusion created by the murderer. The manager hesitated. Finally, he admitted it and nodded. Indeed. When did it start? Last Thursday. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. If there's anything else, we'll ask for your help again. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. After the manager left, West asked in confusion, Gaia, does this news have anything to do with the person we're looking for? First, we can confirm that the puppeteer has a ghost servant. I suspect that he purposely left the ghost servant in the hotel after he checked in. That's why the haunting happened. So, we started investigating the day before last Thursday and have been here until today. That way, we can narrow down the scope. Everyone understood. If it were them, they would probably compare the rooms one by one. Many people. They stayed here for at least 8 days. Yes, there's a group of people here. Moore pointed at the screen of the computer and said there were 6 people in total, and they booked 2 rooms. One of them was a deluxe suite, and only 1 person lived in it. The other was an ordinary suite, and 5 people lived in it. That's it, Gaia said. Which room? 18th floor, room 501. It's a single room. The person staying there is called Chanong. Chapter 892. Everyone stood outside the door and exchanged glances. Gaia gestured. Jalik kicked the door. I'll go in first. Gaia was still worried that they'd rush in first. After all, she wasn't sure what they'd encounter, so she, the thick-skinned one, should go first. 3, 2, 1. Gaia gestured a countdown. Jalik kicked the door open. Gaia charged into the room. The person who was sitting on the sofa suddenly jumped up. Who are you? Everyone looked at the person before them. His eyes were glowing green. Your captor. Gaia's arm glowed red. Seeing Gaia's arm, the person turned and ran. Gaia immediately chased after him, but the person crashed into the glass on the wall. With a crash, the man smashed through the glass on the ground and fell outside. Everyone was stunned. They ran to the window and looked down. The person had fallen onto the road below, his body smashed to pieces. Dead? No, Giselle suddenly shouted. He's not a puppeteer, he's a puppet. Then what about the puppeteer? Oh no, we've been tricked, Gaia shouted. The puppeteer actually lives in the same room as the other puppets. He purposely separated them to make us think that the puppeteer lives here. Go to the 16th floor. But when Gaia and the others rushed to the 16th floor, they found that there was no one in the suite. Damn, the puppeteer got away. Maybe he hasn't gone far. Let's chase. A taxi stopped by the roadside. The driver looked at the 5 people in the car. 4 of them were wearing sunglasses. Sir, my car is small. It can't fit 5 people. Sitting in the passenger seat, Charnan took out a stack of money and handed it to the driver. This is for you, Chantilly Hospital. Thank you. Seeing how generous they were, the driver didn't say anything else. Charnan's phone rang again. It was from Dominic. Picking it up, Charnan said, I'll be there soon. From the rearview mirror, he could see Gaia and the others rushing out of the hotel. Charnan's lips curled up. He had long since gotten used to the process of being teased like a cat playing with a mouse. But no one had ever been able to catch him. It was because of his cautiousness and carefulness. On the road in front of the hotel, Gaia and the others split up and searched on both sides. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find anyone, so he could only return to the front of the hotel. How is it? No, not at all. Everyone was disappointed. This was the closest they had ever come to finding the real culprit. But after this, it would not be so easy to find that puppeteer again. By the way, there are surveillance cameras in the hotel lobby. You can watch them. Everyone returned to the hotel, found the lobby manager, and retrieved the surveillance footage. These are the 5 people living in room 501 on the 16th floor. The lobby manager pointed at the people in the surveillance screen. Thank you. After Gaia sent the manager away, he said, among the 5 of them, only the dark-skinned one isn't wearing sunglasses. The other 4 are wearing sunglasses. This person is the puppeteer. Keep a copy of the puppet master's photo on everyone's phone. After sending the message, Gaia's phone rang. Gaia, who is this man? Why are you sending me a stranger's photo? This is the real culprit who hurted-do's the puppeteer. We found that his registered name is Chanin, but we don't know if that's his real name. Okay, by the way, where are you now? In the hospital. Seeing a patient? No, I'm in the hospital. Don't joke around. You're sick? Actually, I was beaten up and sent to the hospital. This is even funnier than the previous one. Someone beat you up and sent you to the hospital? Gaia listened to Chun Zhao's voice. It was full of energy. He didn't sound sick or injured at all. Okay, I'm just bored, so I came to the hospital for 2 days. With that, he sent a selfie to Gaia. Puffed. Gaia burst out laughing when she saw it. Everyone gathered around and saw Chun Zhao's selfie on Gaia's phone. They all looked at each other. West yelled in shock. The president is injured? Who did it? No way. Did some terrifying existence come to LA? Even the president is injured. How terrifying is it? Is it too late for me to leave the supernatural organization now? Gaia looked at the embarrassed people. If you go visit Chun with flowers and fruits, maybe he'll be in a good mood and give you a urine bonus. Ah, that makes sense. Then let's go visit the president now. Everyone rushed to the hospital in a swarm. Chun Zhao had only been in the hospital for less than half a day, but he already regretted it. How could he be so stupid to really stay in the hospital? Whatever. No matter what, He'd already done the admission procedures. He had to stay for at least one night. But it was so boring. He really wanted to find someone to teach him a lesson. Chen Zhao walked out of the single room and pushed the infusion rack. Whistling, he strolled along the corridor of the hospital. Just then, he saw Four in front of the medical counter. She seemed to be talking to the medical staff. "Hi, Four." Four glanced at Chen Zhao and then ignored him. She turned to leave. Chen Zhao immediately chased after her. "Are you done eating? My treat. Are you bored? You can go home right now. Falico's still home." "No, I have to stay for one night. At least one night." "How much do you hate that person?" "Not too much, but I've already planned his life," Chen Zhao said. "First, I'll bankrupt his company and then send him to prison. I'll find a few big black men and have them stay in the same room as him." Chen Zhao's spittle flew everywhere, for he was really not interested in listening anymore. Chen Zhao immediately chased after her. "Where did you go? Didn't you say you'd treat me to dinner?" "Fine, what do you want to eat?" Four brought Chen Zhao to the hospital's cafeteria. It was a buffet. Four watched as Chen Zhao placed the entire plate of spaghetti on the table. She was speechless. Holding her forehead, she looked at Chen Zhao. "Are you sure you can finish it?" "Of course. Do you want to bet?" $100. Just then, a patient in a nearby table pushed $100 over. "I bet you can't finish it." Chen Zhao stood up. "Anyone else want to bet? Let's see if I can finish this plate of spaghetti." More and more people gathered around Chen Zhao and Four. Chapter 893. "I'll bet $20. You can't finish it." 30. "Ditto. I'll bet $50. This is 10 servings of spaghetti. One person can't finish it." Chen Zhao held the fork in one hand and the basin in the other. "Is there no one else to bet? Then I'll start eating." Four was speechless. She thought that Chen Zhao was really bored out of his mind. But soon, Chen Zhao finished half of the spaghetti. "Fuck, he really finished it? No way. How can he finish so much?" The small amount of spaghetti wasn't a challenge to Chen Zhao at all. "Chun, is your stomach bigger than other people's?" A doctor who knew Chen Zhao asked. Then, Chen Zhao ran to the counter and used the spaghetti bowl to fill it with steaks. The densely packed steaks piled up in the bowl was too visually shocking. "Come, let's continue. Is there anyone who wants to bet?" "Let's continue. Everyone only needs to bet $100. If I lose, everyone will have to bet $1,000. There's at least 15 kilograms of steaks here, right? You just ate so much spaghetti. You can't possibly eat so much steak." "I don't believe it either. I'll bet $100. You won't go back on your words, right?" For felt that Chen Zhao was here to scam money. In just a short while, another dozen doctors, nurses, and patients who didn't believe him placed their bets one after another. They really didn't believe that someone could finish such a huge basin of steaks. Chen Zhao had eaten 10 servings of spaghetti. Even if he was on an empty stomach, he wouldn't be able to finish so much steak. But after Chen Zhao started eating, their doubts turned to hesitation, then to regret, and finally to despair. Chen Zhao stuffed the steaks into his mouth piece by piece. After chewing a few times, he swallowed without stopping. Everyone watched as the steaks in the basin decreased bit by bit. When Chen Zhao swallowed the last piece of steak, everyone exclaimed in surprise. "I did it. Of course, I also earned $1,300. Chen Zhao waved the money. "Does anyone else want to bet? If you do, we'll continue until I lose. I don't believe you can keep eating. Come on, let's continue. I will win back all the money I lost." "That's right. You have to spit out the money or your stomach acid." Chen Zhao went to get 10 more pizzas using the same plate. "Come on, place your bets. Same rules. You have to bet at least $100. If I lose, I will pay each of you $1,000. For looked at Chen Zhao worriedly. Chen Zhao had already eaten more than 20 kilograms. An adult man weighing 75 kilograms would need to consume about 3,000 to 3,500 calories a day. 7,000 calories could be compared to 1 kilogram of beef. In other words, a healthy man would consume less than 1 kilogram of beef a day. However, Chen Zhao had eaten at least a month's worth of calories for an adult. "Chen, are you really okay?" Chen Zhao grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Of course I'm fine. Do I look like I'm fine?" Chen Zhao wasn't strong in other areas, but his digestive system wasn't something most people could compare to. The heat from the food was also spread to every corner of his body. "Come on, start your performance," someone yelled. Chun Zhao grabbed the pizza and started wolfing it down. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Could it really be eaten? 10 minutes later, Chun Zhao finished all 10 pizzas. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. "Chun, I really want to cut your stomach open and see if there's an alternate dimension inside. Do you want to continue?" "Continue, continue, continue," everyone yelled, except for the owner of the restaurant. Of course, it was hard to ignore the crowd. Chun Zhao took another 15 fried chickens and countless roasted wings. Anyway, he filled the entire basin. "I'll pay $10,000, a rich patient yelled. "I don't believe you can finish this basin." "Cash or check?" Chun Zhao asked. "Here's the check for $10,000. The bearded patient was generous too. He placed the check before Chun Zhao directly. Chun Zhao had cheated a lot of money already, so he didn't ask anyone to bet anymore. As Chun Zhao ate, he looked at the food counter. The waiters are putting the food away. "Fuck, this is a buffet. They can't do this." For was speechless. "Can't you finish the food in front of you first? You still have time to look at other places?" "Yes, you can't do this." "Chun, I think you'll be blacklisted by this buffet." The waiters looked at the crowd helplessly and could only stop what they were doing. They stared at the manager, who waved his hand. Soon, chicken bones piled up in front of Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao picked up the check. "Waiters, can you bring me the 2 roasted lamb legs hanging there?" Everyone exclaimed again. The 2 lamb legs were at least 15 kilograms each. "You can still eat?" The bearded patient looked at Chun Zhao in disbelief. Not just him. Everyone else had the same expression. It was as if they were looking at a monster. A glutton that would never be full. "I plan to finish all the food in the restaurant." Chun Zhao grabbed the roasted lamb leg that the waiters had brought over and started biting. As he ate, he said, "If you haven't eaten yet, you better eat some too. Otherwise, don't blame me if I finish everything." Everyone roared with laughter, but seeing Chun Zhao wolfing down the food, they all picked up their food too. While eating, they watched Chun Zhao's performance. Chun Zhao looked like a clown, trying to please the crowd, but he didn't care. There was nothing wrong with indulging himself once in a while. Chun Zhao tossed the 2 lamb legs on the table. He was still not satisfied. Chun Zhao filled another bowl with sushi and seafood. Seeing Chun Zhao eat like this, everyone felt their taste buds open and their appetites increased. While eating, Chun Zhao taught them, "Don't eat too much. When you feel full, use your index finger to press below your ribs and belly button. If you feel pain, you have to stop, even if you think you can still eat." "Are you in pain?" Chun Zhao pulled up his shirt and showed off his V-line. "Look at my stomach. Do I look full?" Everyone was speechless. Chun Zhao didn't even feel bloated. Did this guy really eat that much? Even 4 found it unbelievable. Just how much could this fellow eat? Chapter 894. The moment Chun Zhao walked out of the restaurant, the waiter stuck his big head at the door. There was a line below. "This person is not welcome." When the people who followed him out saw the line and Chun Zhao's face, they couldn't stop smiling. If it was somewhere else, people might think that it was some kind of discrimination. But this time, they could completely understand why the restaurant owner did this. This was because Chun Zhao had finished all the food in the buffet. He didn't touch anything except the dessert section. He didn't forget about the food in the other sections. For looked at him. "Are you really okay?" "I'm fine. I'll be fine after walking around." Others might not have carefully calculated it, but 4 had. Chun Zhao had eaten at least 60 kilograms of food, but Chun Zhao seemed to be completely fine. A normal person definitely couldn't have this amount of food. More importantly, Chun Zhao didn't look like someone who had eaten so much at all. "You eat this much at home too?" For had eaten with Chun Zhao before. In her memory, Chun Zhao also ate a lot, but he wasn't as open as this time. Occasionally, Chun Zhao answered casually. "But you didn't eat so much the last few times I went to your house." I restrained myself. I was afraid that you'd be hungry as guests. For was speechless. "You're not going back to the ward? Let's walk around the field and digest." You can't digest what you just ate just by walking around. It's best if someone comes here and beats him up. That guy came out of the restaurant. Astor's Shoal, what is he doing in there? I've been in there for almost 2 hours, Dominic complained. A big star had come out personally to squat. More importantly, his bodyguards were all in the hospital. He was sure of people now. Only Holofin was around, and Holofin was a talkative king. To put it bluntly, he bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was usually arrogant to everyone, but once someone glared at him, he would be like a turtle. Why isn't Chain in here yet? Holofin said unhappily. This Astor's Shoal took our money. Is he going to stand us up? Dominic glanced at Holofin. He only dared to say it now. If it was in front of Cha Nong, he would probably be like a grandson, not even daring to let out a fart. At this moment, 5 people walked toward them. Is there something wrong with these people? Why are they wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night? At this time, the 4 of them took off their sunglasses at the same time. Their eyes glowed green. Dominic and Holofin almost cried out in fright. Holofin even fell to the ground. The 4 puppets put on their sunglasses again. You guys, Cha Nong looked at Holofin condescendingly, with some coldness in his eyes. Are you Mr. Charnon? Dominic asked in a probing manner. Cut the crap. Where's he? He went that way. Mr. Chanin, let me lead the way. Holofin was like a lackey, guiding Cha Nong in front. At this time, the 3 of them saw 2 people sitting on a bench on the field. One of them was Chun Zhao, whom they were looking for. Chun Zhao also noticed a newcomer. Chun, they're coming this way. Do you know them? Maybe they know that I'm full, so they're here to help me digest. With Cha Nong's support, Dominic and Holofin were much more confident facing Chun Zhao. What a coincidence, Mr. Chun. We meet again. Dominic's tone was provocative. His eyes kept glancing at 4 beside Chun Zhao. Moving closer to Cha Nong, Dominic whispered, Mr. Chanin, control that woman too. I want her. Chun Zhao hadn't noticed Cha Nong at first. He thought that he was Dominic's bodyguard, but he heard Dominic's words. Cha Nong. So this guy was Cha Nong, the puppeteer. Chun Zhao smiled brightly. Chun, they don't seem friendly, For said worriedly. Let's go. Okay, you go first. I have some private things to deal with. You're not leaving? What are you going to do? Digest. At this moment, a few more people arrived from outside the sports field. They didn't walk over directly. Instead, they sat in the audience seats and kept looking over. Chun Zhao glanced at the newcomers. It was Gaia and the others. Gaia, should we go over and help? No. Chun can take care of it. But the president seems to be injured. Look at his head. It's wrapped in bandages, and there's even blood. Do you really believe that Chen's injured? Isn't he? I get it, Giselle said, her eyes shining. This must be the president's plan. He's using the illusion that he's injured to bait the puppeteer. Pointing in Gaia's direction, Chan Zhao said to Four, go sit with those people for a while. Huh? Who are they? My friends, Chan Zhao said. For thought about it. It seemed like Chun Zhao was going to fight. She couldn't help here either. Instead of staying here and causing trouble, she should give Chun Zhao some space. For knew that Chun Zhao was good at fighting. Half a year ago, they'd been on the way to Sacramento together. For had seen Chun Zhao's scary side. He'd killed those bandits with one punch. For walked up to Gaia and the others. Hi, are you Chin's friends? Yes. Miss, can I know your name? Can I have your phone number? Jolik asked. Gaia glanced at Jolik. She's Miss Feilai's sister. Are you sure you want her number? I'll pretend you didn't hear anything. Chanin looked back at Gaia and the others in the audience. He couldn't help but frown. He'd seen Gaia and the others through the puppets. He didn't expect them to appear here. Could it be that he had given himself away somewhere and exposed his tracks? Or could it be that this was a trap? Mr. Chanin, do it. Control this asterisk shoal. Chanin pointed at Chun Zhao. A puppet charged at him. Dominic and Holofin were both excited. They'd seen how terrifying Chanin's puppets were. It was as if they could already foresee Chun Zhao being beaten to the ground and then humiliated by them. Chun Zhao stretched and watched as the puppet approached him. Chapter 895. Charnon was surprised. Dominic and Holofin were surprised too. Chun Zhao grabbed the puppet's fist. It was strong, but only a few times stronger than a regular person. Crack! Chun Zhao twisted lightly, and the puppet's arm was broken. Chun Zhao smiled and crooked his finger. Call the ones beside you up. I ate a bit too much tonight and need to digest. Charnan's expression changed slightly. At the same time, she had the three puppets beside her attack. 1. Chen Zhao punched, and a puppeteer fell to the ground. 2. The second punch. 3. The third punch. Dominic and Holofin were dumbfounded. They couldn't help but look at Charnan. Charnan's expression was already serious. When she looked at Chen Zhao, there was some certainty in her eyes. You're not bad. How about we pretend this never happened? Huh? Chen Zhao chuckled. Do you remember that day in the hotel when you broke the elevator rope? Charnan's eyes flashed as she looked at Chen Zhao. One of the heavily injured ones was my subordinate, Chen Zhao said. You might not be my match, Charnan said. So, I'll give you a chance to attack. Take out your trump card. Charnan snorted and took a deep breath. A green spiritual body floated out of the mouths of the four puppets. The four puppets immediately fell to the ground and stopped moving. The green spiritual body was sucked into Charnan's mouth. Charnan's eyes started glowing red. You don't know what you're facing, Charnan growled. Your arrogance will bring you bad luck. Her body emitted a terrifying aura. Holofin and Dominic took a few steps back in fear, for could vaguely hear Gaia and the others talking, but they seemed to be avoiding her on purpose. She couldn't hear what they were saying. This guy is using puppet magic on himself. This guy's strength has increased by at least 10 times. Can the president handle it? Just 10 times, Gaia said calmly. Even she was confident, let alone Chen Zhao. Charnan felt that she had victory in her grasp. Even the aura she emitted could make Chen Zhao tremble. Charnan walked up to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao didn't move. Chanin was very satisfied. You don't even have the courage to run now, do you? Why should I run? Chen Zhao was speechless. He didn't understand where Charnan got her confidence from. Chanin punched Chen Zhao's stomach, but Chen Zhao still didn't move. How does this punch feel? Air. Not bad. Help me scratch again. Chen Zhao curled his finger at her. Channong's face was flushed, and he immediately punched again. But Chen Zhao was still as calm as ever. Chanin didn't believe it. He started punching him again and again. Dominic and Holofin were delighted to see Charnan's relentless attacks. He thought that Chen Zhao couldn't fight back. For looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, why aren't you fighting back? Are they juggling? That guy's just showing off his strength. Gaia's words hit the nail on the head. The other people in the association were also speechless. They knew Chen Zhao too well. To them, Channong's strength was only decent. They might not have a chance against Channong alone, but if 2 or 3 of them worked together, they could easily beat Channong. Not to mention Chen Zhao. Even if everyone in the association worked together, they might not be Chen Zhao's match. Amir Cha-nong couldn't beat Chen Zhao either. Chen Zhao also found it boring. He'd been hoping that Cha-nong could give him some pressure. Unfortunately, Cha-nong's strength was only this much. Chen Zhao finally reached out and grabbed Cha-nong's shoulder. Crack! Cha-nong's shoulder was crushed. Cha-nong clutched his shoulder in pain. Was this guy a monster? He'd punched him dozens of times, but he was completely fine. After all, Cha-nong's fist had at least 2 tons of strength. Chen Zhao grabbed Cha-nong's head and lifted him into the air. Just then, more ran down from the stands and ran to Chen Zhao. President, wait. What? President, I want to learn puppet magic. You learn clone magic. Why do you want to learn puppet magic? Guild leader, my doppelgangers are as weak as my main body right now. They can only perform suicidal attacks each time. If I can combine doppelganger magic with puppet magic, my doppelgangers will possess superior combat power, Shifeng said. Chen Zhao thought about it and realized that it made sense. But he wasn't willing to let Cha-nong go just like that. President, let us bring him back to the association. When the time comes, we'll have the final say on how he dies. Copy Adu's injuries to him, Chen Zhao said. With that, Chen Zhao lifted his foot and stepped on Cha-nong's chest. Cha-nong's scream echoed through the field. Does it hurt? Chen Zhao asked. Unfortunately, Cha-nong didn't reply. Chen Zhao kicked him again. Then he asked, does it hurt? Since you didn't say it hurts, then it doesn't hurt. Still doesn't hurt? Keep hitting. Dominic and Holofin broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Zhao didn't even give Cha-nong a chance to speak. They didn't expect that they'd excitedly come to find trouble with Chen Zhao. In the end, Chen Zhao beat Chan Nong to the ground. It was like sending a lamb into a tiger's mouth. After hitting for a while, Chen Zhao started sweating. He pulled the bandage off his head and wiped the sweat off his face. Everyone was speechless. "You're injured?" "I feel much better now," Chen Zhao said. "We can bring him back and have some fun for the association." Dominic and Holofin paled in fear. Chen Zhao had beaten Cha Nong half to death and wasn't going to let him go. Was he going to drag him back and whip his corpse? Gaia and the others came down too. After Chen Zhao said a few words to them, Gaia dragged Cha Nong out. Only then did four walk down from the stands. Dominic and Holofin wanted to escape, but they knew they couldn't when facing Chen Zhao. "Mr. Chen, this is a misunderstanding. Don't tell me it's a misunderstanding. I won't accept it." Chen Zhao looked at the two indifferently. "Chen, this guy seems to be a famous European star," For said. "If you attack him, it won't be good. For wouldn't stop Chen Zhao from hitting thugs. But if he attacked a famous person, it would be very bad. He just said he wanted to rape you," Chen Zhao said. "I remember now. I have a patient." For turned and left. Chen Zhao looked at Dominic with a faint smile. Chapter 896. Chen Zhao kicked Dominic's thigh again. His already injured thigh became even more injured. As for Holofin, Chen Zhao made sure he couldn't get off the ground for the rest of his life. Since they'd asked Chanin to deal with Chen Zhao, they clearly knew who Chanin was. As for their goal, it went without saying. Chen Zhao didn't have the habit of spoiling them. For waited at the entrance of the field for Chen Zhao to come out. Seeing Chen Zhao's relaxed expression, she was speechless. "Are you that happy?" "Yeah. I ate so much just now. I'm done digesting it. How about we go eat something else?" Chen Zhao stayed in the hospital for a day, adding another injury report to his medical report. The next morning, Chen Zhao packed up and went home. He was a doctor, but staying in the hospital was really awkward. When he got home, Fei Lai was feeding Jerla meat porridge. "I heard from For that you hit someone in the hospital again last night," Fei Lai said casually without even looking up. "Don't listen to her," Chen Zhao said, feeling wronged. "I'm the injured one. I was forced to fight back. I didn't start anything." Fei Lai rolled her eyes. "Where are you hurt?" "I had a concussion. I'm still a bit dizzy." "Tell me what happened." "Yesterday at Rasva's house, I bumped into a pornographic film guy. He said something dirty." Fei Lai thought for a moment and roughly knew what the guy had said. Chen Zhao would usually fight with others. Even in a small town, he'd fought a few times. However, Chen Zhao rarely hit people, let alone frame them. "How come you didn't kill someone like that?" Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. "It's Rasva's house, after all. If it was somewhere else, I'd have killed him already." After catching Chanin, Chen Zhao agreed to the year-end bonus and a request for a year-end vacation. The vacation was arranged in December. After all, it was only November. Also, Chen Zhao planned to go to Canada with Fei Lai this month. He didn't want a vacation with the other members of the association. In the past 2 days, Chen Zhao stayed at home. Suddenly, he felt the lucky coin heat up. This lucky gold coin was given to him by the handsome young man. Then, without giving Chen Zhao any time to react, Chen Zhao realized that the entire world had changed. This wasn't the first time Chen Zhao had experienced this feeling. But this time, she didn't even have the chance to say anything. The handsome guy appeared before Chen Zhao again. "Did I summon you too suddenly?" The handsome guy saw that Chen Zhao was only wearing a pair of boxers. His upper body was bare, and he even had a facial mask on. "Handsome, I think we have to abide by a rule. The next time you summon me, you have to give me time to prepare. If you summon me so suddenly again, I'll reject your summon." "That's right. Okay, I was wrong," the handsome boy said with a sunny smile. "You're behaving like a demon king. Don't promise me so easily. Arrogant, arrogant. Shouldn't you be representing arrogance? You humans are so complicated. What should I do? Refuse your request?" The handsome guy looked at Chen Zhao. "Then I'll reject you. I'll call you out like this again next time." "I don't mean that." "Then what do you want me to do?" "Forget it. Let's talk business. Why did you summon me this time?" Chen Zhao asked. The handsome guy looked at Chen Zhao. "You look different from last time." "Huh? What's different?" "Your magic is perfectly fused with your body. It's strange. How did you do it?" "You're a demon king. Don't you know?" "I'm a demon king, not a god. I'm not omniscient and omnipotent. Plus, I haven't been through your stage, so I don't know how to do it. Chen Zhao didn't hide anything. The two of them sat down, and Chen Zhao explained his cultivation process in a slightly simplified manner. The person who thought of this is really powerful. Is it Samuel's idea? No. Chen Zhao shook his head. Why did you summon me to hell? Our deal. I've already completed the Tower of Trials. Where? The handsome guy took out a round tower. It looked like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, but it was only 20 centimeters tall. However, Chen Zhao believed that since he'd taken it out and made it meticulously, it wouldn't be an ordinary model. How do I use it? The Tower of Trials can only be activated with a magic spell. The handsome guy placed the tower on the ground and retreated 30 meters with Chen Zhao. Under the little handsome boy's incantation, the Tower of Trials began to grow bigger, bigger, and bigger. It grew until it was a 100-meter-tall tower. The Tower of Trials looked very majestic. There were exquisite carvings on the walls. This training tower has a total of 18 floors. Each floor has a large space, and each floor has a completely different environment. Of course, the number of enemies on each floor will gradually increase. How do I ensure the safety of those who enter? Chen Zhao asked. The handsome guy took out a dozen rings. As long as you wear this ring, you'll be expelled from the Tower of Trials in the most dangerous moment. Which floor can I reach now? Chen Zhao asked. I don't know. You can try. The handsome guy shook his head. Our deal is done. Chen Zhao put away the Tower of Trials. The handsome guy was surprised. I thought you'd go in and try. Handsome, let me ask you a question. What question? Do gods really exist? To you humans, anything more advanced than you could be called gods, such as demons, the handsome guy said. To other species in the human world, humans are their gods. I'm not talking about advanced life forms. I'm talking about existences in a certain concept, such as omniscience and omnipotence. I can't answer that. I was created in the first place. So, is the one who created you a god? To me, yes. But to your concept, he's not a god either, the handsome guy said. The handsome young man said, maybe there are more advanced species above him, and maybe in the eyes of some advanced species, I'm just a low-level species like you. You're quite open-minded. Don't you humans have a saying? The more you know, the smaller you'll find yourself. Forget it. Let's not talk about something that even you can't explain. Let's talk about what you're good at. What do you want to talk about? Chapter 897. What's wrong with a pure physical attack? The handsome guy asked. Don't you think it's boring? No. The handsome guy shook his head. But against a spirit-type enemy, the final deciding factor of victory is still my magic power. But spiritual enemies are also the weakest. They don't have a physical body, so most of them are weak, the handsome guy said. The handsome boy said, I don't think you should give up your advantage and choose magic attacks. Moreover, with your personality, you'll choose to fight in the most direct way in the end. Chen Zhao rubbed his hair. Sigh, why can't you understand? Actually, I just want to show off. I want those super colorful ones that don't need to be powerful. I'll just be dazzled by them. You want to learn illusions? No, not illusions. I still can't understand what you're thinking. Or rather, I can't understand what you humans think. Just tell me if you have such spells. Don't need power? Yes, even if it doesn't have any power. Looks cool. Yes. Do you know what cool means? I do. It's used to scare people, right? Yes. The handsome guy thought for a long time and then stood up. He closed his eyes and pointed at his forehead. Rings of light appeared behind him, like a blazing sun born from chaos. The light was beautiful, but not dazzling. It didn't hurt people's eyes. Not enough, Chen Zhao said. More magic arrays in the air. That's meaningless. Handsome, you have to understand that I don't want power. I just want to look scary. The handsome guy spread his arms, and hundreds of magic arrays appeared in the air. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters was enveloped by the dazzling magic arrays, which were as pleasing to the eye as fireworks. Is this okay? Yes, this is much better. Chen Zhao nodded. Is this spell hard to learn? Not hard. It's just a bit complicated. Reality proved that the handsome guy was strong, but not a good teacher. Like most people, they might have some kind of skill or knowledge, but they might not know how to pass this knowledge to others. Chen Zhao studied for a long time, but still couldn't understand it clearly. Now I understand why you're lowly creatures. I should feel honored to be able to make the Demon King look down on a species. At the very least, for this moment, I represent a species. Chen Zhao wasn't ashamed. Instead, he felt proud. He didn't think that he should feel ashamed. After all, he was facing the Demon King. It might not be a god, but it was definitely the most advanced species Chen Zhao knew. It was like comparing the brain development of a cow to that of a human. No matter how smart a cow was, it was impossible for it to be smarter than a human. After 10 hours, Chen Zhao managed to learn it. However, Chen Zhao clearly couldn't make it as spectacular as the handsome guy. Chen Zhao could only use this spell to cover an area of 10 feet. Of course, this didn't mean that Chen Zhao was 10 times stronger than the handsome guy. That was because the handsome young man had only used 1,000th of his strength. Next time, bring me to eat the special delicacies of hell. Of course, the kind that doesn't have any side effects. I don't want to eat something and suddenly mutate. Chen Zhao said, Hell's specialty delicacies? Why do you humans pursue the needs of taste? That's something I can't understand. The Demon King of Hell represents the 7 sins, but now you say that you can't understand human desires. That's a funny question. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. It's different. We represent the source of our power, not desire itself. Then do you want anything? Chen Zhao asked. No. Then what's your furnace for? Didn't you build it for a certain purpose? I can destroy the furnace anytime. Don't be so serious. Chen Zhao took out an angelic crystal. He'd obtained it when he killed Abaddon last time. The handsome guy's eyes were immediately attracted by the angelic crystal. Do you want it? The handsome guy nodded, and Chen Zhao put it away. Look, this is your desire. Desires vary from person to person. It's not that you don't have desires. It's just that what you and I pursue is different. You have everything, so you seem to have no desires, but that doesn't mean you really don't have anything you want. Fine, I accept your point of view. Also, I want to trade with you. I want that angelic crystal. Name your price, Chen Zhao said. Then what do you want? The handsome guy asked. I don't know what I want. Basically, what I want the most is wealth, Chen Zhao said. Can you give me wealth? No. The handsome guy shook his head. Then give me a few more lucky gold coins or death substitution gold coins. Your request is that simple. The handsome guy looked at Chen Zhao in confusion. Something that's worthless to you might be priceless to me, Chen Zhao said. Lucky coins are still useful to you, but death replacement coins are useless to you. It doesn't matter. Even if I can't use it, my family can. That's enough. Then I'll give you 10 lucky coins and 10 death replacement coins? The handsome guy asked tentatively. Sure. Actually, you can raise the price a bit more, the handsome guy said. I don't have many good points, but being easily satisfied is probably one of them, Chen Zhao said calmly. Also, in our last trade, I used angelic crystals to exchange for the trial tower. I think I earn a lot. Although it's a trade, I think I should return the favor and not ask for it unilaterally. I'll give it to you next time. I need to collect it too, the handsome guy said. Chen Zhao handed the angelic crystal to the guy. The handsome boy took the angelic crystal and took out a ring. Wear this. You'll be under my protection, even in hell. Thank you. Chen Zhao didn't reject anything. Next time, I'll take you to find delicacies in hell. It's about time. I should return to the human world. The handsome guy looked at Chen Zhao. You don't look like a human. You don't look like a demon king either. Chen Zhao waved his hand. Goodbye. Goodbye. This was the first time the guy had said this to someone. Chen Zhao gave him a special feeling. Chapter 898. No matter what, the sunlight in the world was comforting. Fei Lai was a little upset about Chen Zhao's sudden disappearance for a day again. Chen Zhao would tell her every time, but just like last time, he disappeared for a day without warning. After much persuasion, Chen Zhao finally calmed her down. The next day, Chen Zhao went to the headquarters. Where are they? Gather everyone. President, Mr. West went to our superior department, Jolig said beside Chen Zhao. Then don't worry about him. Gather the other members. Do we have to do missions outside too? I don't care, but don't say I didn't warn you if you missed this opportunity. What opportunity? Everyone was curious. Was Chen Zhao going to give them some benefits again? Anyway, I'll just wait for 2 hours, Chun Zhao said. Those who can come back in time will come. If not, then forget it. Mr. West, the president seems to have a plan again. It looks like he's giving you benefits. How long will it take for you to come back? Not so soon. West was a bit depressed. The anti-terrorism department was really slow. He just sat on the bench for an hour. He didn't know what benefits Chun Zhao was going to give him. He didn't know if he could make it in time. Just then, a female secretary walked out. Mr. West, the president wants you in. West tidied up his clothes and walked into the office. Mr. President, hello. Leong put down the documents in his hands. Why are you here? Did something happen to the association? No, Mr. President. I'm here to submit our budget report for next year. Our president also said that he hopes to receive the funds at the beginning of the year. Hearing this, Leong slammed the table and stood up. The supernatural organization is only a subordinate department of the anti-terrorism department. Even our regular army doesn't have such a requirement. Why do you have to make such a request to a superior department? Mr. President, we've participated in many operations this year and achieved great results. So that's what you guys should be doing. Leong interrupted West. Anything else? Nothing. West lowered his head. Also, that president of yours has been here for more than half a year, but he still hasn't met me. Call him here tomorrow. I want to see him. Leong said. West groaned inwardly. According to Lei Ang's aggressive attitude, they would probably start fighting if they met the equally aggressive Chun Zhao. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, remember to close the door when you leave. West was depressed as he left the counter-control headquarters dejectedly. On the way back to the association headquarters, West could not calm down. He didn't know how to tell Chun Zhao. When West arrived at the headquarters, he realized that everyone was gathered in the open space outside. Mr. West is back. West walked over. President. Yes, you came just in time. Chun Zhao nodded. Okay, I have something to show you. Chun Zhao took out the Tower of Trials and placed it on the ground. Move back 30 meters. Guild leader, what is this? It looks like some kind of weapon. Or a bomb. Bomb? Judging from the material, it should be a rock, right? It looks more like an art piece. Everyone guessed and looked at Chun Zhao curiously. Chun Zhao started chanting a spell. Then, the Tower of Trials started expanding before everyone's eyes. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with disbelief. What is this? So big. Oh my God, is this a tall tower? After the Tower of Trials reached a height of 100 meters, it finally stopped. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the training tower. Chun Zhao was very proud of his display. President, what is this? West was also so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Everyone looked at the Tower of Trials in disbelief. This is... Chun Zhao was about to explain when someone interrupted him. Wait, is it my imagination? The tower seems to be falling. No, it doesn't seem it's really going to fall. Fuck, run. Chun Zhao yelled. It was really going to fall. Everyone ran for their lives in fear. Unelite was the fastest. The Tower of Trials slowly tilted to the right. More and more. Rumble. The Tower of Trials fell on the headquarters. More than half of the center was destroyed. Everyone who had just experienced a frightening moment watched as their headquarters was destroyed just like that. Their expressions all froze. They looked at Chun Zhao in shock. Chun Zhao was also very embarrassed. It was an accident. Chun Zhao scratched his face. He'd really embarrassed himself this time. He didn't expect such an accident to happen. Chun Zhao hadn't thought much when he displayed the Tower of Trials. But when he placed it on the ground couldn't bear the weight of the Tower of Trials. It deformed and caused the Tower of Trials to collapse. Everyone's expressions froze. They looked at Chun Zhao and then at the huge tower that had destroyed their headquarters. Don't say anything. Chun Zhao stopped them. He walked up and chanted a spell. The Tower of Trials shrank again, and Chun Zhao put it away. Great. President's weapon is very powerful. Any demon or monster will be turned to ashes by this weapon. West was the first to cheer. Yes, yes. Congratulations, President, for getting this weapon. Yes, yes. President, what's the name of this weapon? West had wanted to give Chun Zhao a way out, but after his explanation, Chen Zhao felt even more embarrassed. Chen Zhao felt even more embarrassed. How is this a weapon? This was the Tower of Trials. Actually, I've always felt that our headquarters architectural style is too old. I wanted to tear it down and rebuild it for a long time. I think so too. President, you're wise. We can use this opportunity to renovate the headquarters. Chen Zhao's lips twitched. Okay, I'll pay for the rebuilding. Chen Zhao was very depressed. What was going on? They demolished the headquarters for no reason. Chen Zhao took out his phone and found Felwood Cisco's number. Hello, Mr. Felwood. I have a project here. Are you interested? The budget is around $2 million. Yes, Mr. Chun. Thank you so much. Felwood almost jumped up from his seat. A budget of $2 million was definitely a big project. Then when shall we meet? I'll arrange for someone to meet you. You can talk to him. Chapter 899. Everyone started cleaning up the headquarters and moving out the things that needed to be moved out. Ah! Chen Zhao suddenly screamed. Everyone turned around and saw Chen Zhao pull out a corpse from the rubble. Cisco's corpse had been pulled out. No wonder Chen Zhao screamed so miserably. Usually, when Chen Zhao was depressed, he would find Cisco to vent his anger. Now that his toy was dead, of course Chen Zhao would be sad. President, he's dead. It's not a big deal. Who said it's not a big deal? I was going to leave him to my daughter. Let's see if she wants to take revenge for her mother. Everyone was speechless. Chanin's not dead yet. Moore found Chanin from the rubble. Chanon's life was really tough. He didn't die even after that. Just then, Wes came to Chen Zhao's side. President, let's talk here. Surprised, Chen Zhao followed Wes to the side. What's wrong? President, the director of the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department, Mr. Leon, wants to see you. Oh, sure. What's wrong? Director Leon might have a bad temper. Don't worry, Chen Zhao said. Since he's my superior, I'll watch my temper. Seeing Chen Zhao's solemn promise, Wes' mood didn't improve at all. Chen Zhao was a very stubborn person. He didn't think that if Minister Leong had said anything unpleasant, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Chen Zhao would tolerate it. The next day, Chen Zhao and West went to the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department. It looked like a normal office. People came and went. Other than checking their identities at the entrance, they didn't do much else. It was completely different from what Chen Zhao had imagined. Chen Zhao thought that there would be all sorts of high-tech scanning devices like retina or fingerprints. However, Chen Zhao couldn't stand sitting on the walkway. That minister, when will he see us? If he's not free, we can do it another day. President, be patient. Just a little bit more. Chen Zhao's impatience was written all over his face. Finally, after more than 2 hours, Leon's secretary finally informed them that they could go in. Chen Zhao walked in and sat in front of Leon. Leon looked up at Chen Zhao. Did I say you could sit? Are all Chinese so rude? West's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. This was not a happy start. You don't take the initiative to invite the guest to take a seat when you summon the guest. You Americans don't have much better manners. Chen Zhao crossed his legs and stared at Leon. You're from China. Tell me why you joined the supernatural organization. Leon treated Chen Zhao like an outsider. Oh, my ability isn't very good in the country, so I came to the United States to try my luck. In the end, I found out that the level of the supernatural here is very low. Even someone like me can become the president. Veins popped out on Liang's forehead. Gritting his teeth, he slammed the table and yelled, Kid, you're pretty tough with your words. Do you believe that I'll send you to jail? Old man, you're quite stubborn. Do you believe that I'll send you straight to the hospital? I now doubt your ability to lead the supernatural organization. I'm more capable than you anyway, Chen Zhao said in disdain. You're challenging my bottom line. Leon gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Zhao. On the surface, the supernatural organization is a subordinate department of your anti-terrorism department, but we have our own way of operating. It's not your place to interfere. Since they'd already fallen out, Chen Zhao planned to fight Leong to the end. But your funds are provided by the Anti-Terrorism Operations Department. You don't have to. In the future, you can deal with supernatural incidents yourselves. Do you think we can't deal with these incidents without the supernatural organization? Chen Zhao stood up and turned to leave. West, the supernatural organization has a holiday today. Come back. Leong felt like he was going to have a heart attack. He already regretted summoning Chun Zhao. He didn't think that Chun Zhao's temper was even worse than his. He wanted to put on airs and let Chun Zhao know who was boss. But Chun Zhao didn't have a good conversation with him at all. Chun Zhao turned around and gave Leong the middle finger. Don't ask for it. Fuck off, fuck off. Leong roared in exasperation. Even without the supernatural organization, we can deal with it. We can form a second supernatural organization ourselves. Chun Zhao shrugged. Good luck. Goodbye. I don't believe that the Anti-Terrorism Operations Department will be finished without you. West followed beside Chun Zhao with a bitter expression. President, why do you have to be like this? Didn't you see that old guy's face? He's just here to humiliate me. West's face was filled with helplessness. The supernatural organization had its own system, but its funds were all provided by the Anti-Terrorism Operations Department. Now that they'd fallen out with Leong, what would they eat? Would Leong really come and beg them? What a joke. The most likely scenario was that they'd form another supernatural organization. It would also be directly controlled by Leong. It wouldn't be like the current supernatural organization, which was controlled by the Anti-Terrorism Operations Department. President, what if they don't come and beg us? Then we'll be self-sufficient, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. In the future, we'll charge for every operation. If we don't pay, we won't do anything. It's that simple, just like hospitals now. Will that work? Why not? You have to be confident in yourself. What if it doesn't work? Then we'll disband, Chun Zhao said calmly. Sigh. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have informed Chun Zhao. He could have just found an excuse to deal with Leong. Chun Zhao's temper was an eye-opener for him. Will the headquarters still be renovated? Of course. Chun Zhao's answer was certain. West was confused about his future. Oh, I'm curious. Why isn't the supernatural organization under the government's control? President, America is a member of the supernatural organization and has to follow the supernatural convention. The government has to interfere with the organization's operations. Then that old guy said he'd form his own organization. That's illegal, right? That's true, but they can form it privately. It looks like a private organization, but it's actually controlled by the Anti-Terrorism Operations Department. That's totally possible. Then do you think they can form it? That depends on how much they invest. The supernatural organization doesn't invest much, right? The supernatural organization has existed for 30 years. The Anti-Terrorism Operations Department has invested more than $100 million. Chapter 900. I'll find a most powerful spiritualist, Leong roared. I want the most powerful spiritualist. I don't care how much it costs. Minister, are you serious? The secretary walked in and looked at Leong. Do I look like I'm joking? Leong took out a document from under his desk. Take it. Invite them from here. As the head of the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department, Leong had many spiritualists under his command. Minister, are you really going to rebuild a supernatural organization because of this incident? What? My words don't work anymore? The secretary looked at Leong helplessly. Since you've decided, I'll do it. Mr. Chun, hello. Felwood Cisco came to the ruins of the supernatural organization's headquarters. When Felwood saw the ruins, he had a rough plan in his heart. This is West. He'll be in charge of the handover. Chun Zhao pointed at him. Mr. Chun, what's the specific purpose of this project? Office use, Chun Zhao said. But I hope to have a high-tech exterior design. What about the size of the office? No more than 20 people, but the office also needs a warehouse and a machine room. Chun Zhao added, but other than the office, I also need to build a foundation that can support a 100-meter building. Huh? Felwood was confused. This place was already secluded enough. Was Chun Zhao planning to build a 100-meter tall building here? You don't need to know the purpose. You just need to do it. Okay. Felwood couldn't think of a reason to reject Chun Zhao's money. Since Chun Zhao had given him such a large order, he had no reason to reject it. I'll give you the blueprints within a week and send them to Mr. Chun and Mr. West. Although Chun Zhao wanted him to hand over to West, Chun Zhao's status was clearly higher than West's. Therefore, he had to consider Chun Zhao's suggestions and requests. Chun Zhao definitely had the right to speak. West, if you have any requests, you could discuss it with Mr. Felwood yourself. Okay. West nodded. Also, I'm going to Canada for vacation with Phalai the day after tomorrow. I won't be back until the 25th. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. After giving instructions, Chun Zhao left the reconstruction of the association headquarters to West. In any case, he was just a hands-off shopkeeper. After all, he had already paid for it, so there was no need for him to do anything. Mrs. Peter was sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the afternoon sun and reading a book. At this moment, the butler walked over. "Madam, there's someone outside. He said he wants to see you." "Who is it?" "He didn't say, but he said you would see him," the butler said. "What do you mean?" Mrs. Peter asked in confusion. "He said that he had made a deal with you before." "I haven't made a deal with anyone," Mrs. Peter said with a frown. Although she was rich, it was all inherited from her family. "What does he look like?" He was wearing a wide-brimmed felt hat and a trench coat. The collar was pulled up high, so I couldn't see his face clearly. Mrs. Peter's mind instantly thought of someone. It was that person had come. The messenger of God. Why did he come? "Let him in." Mrs. Peter suddenly became nervous. Not long after, a man followed the butler into the room. Mrs. Peter kept staring at the person behind the butler. Just like the first time, she could not see his face. "Sir, how should I address you?" The man did not speak. He just stood there quietly. "Anderson, you can leave first." "Yes, madam," the housekeeper said after she left. After the butler left, the man said, "You know who I am. I don't know how to address you." Mrs. Peter tried to remain calm. "You can call me Shimi." "Hello, Mr. Shimi. May I know why you are here?" "I'm here to take back what I stored here." Mrs. Peter's face instantly turned pale. You want to take my legs?" "No, it's part of our deal." "I won't take it." "Then, what do you want to take?" Suddenly, Shimi reached out a hand and pierced Mrs. Peter's stomach. Mrs. Peter felt a sharp pain. She watched as the hand pierced through her stomach, but she could not scream. Her voice was stuck in her throat, unable to come out. This hand was not a human hand. It was not the hand of God as she had thought. This hand was furry like a wild beast. This time, Mrs. Peter saw the man's face clearly. It was not a human face at all. Just then, Shimi retracted his hand and took out a bright red ball from Mrs. Peter's stomach. The ball seemed to have a life of its own. It kept pulsing. "Goodbye." Shimi waved his hand. Mrs. Peter fell to the ground, muttering why. Chun Zhao saw a car parked at the door. Two uniformed people got out. Chun Zhao walked to the door. "Hello, how can I help you?" "Hello, sir. Is Miss Phalai here?" "Phalai, someone is looking for you." Phalai immediately ran out. "Hello, who are you?" "We're delivery men from Tammy's sporting goods company. Your skis are here." "Thank you." After the delivery man left, Chun Zhao looked at Phalai. "Phalai, you want to ski?" "How can I not ski when I'm going to Canada?" Chun Zhao was going crazy. She was almost 3 months pregnant. Even if he had to handcuff her, he would not let her ski. Of course, before things developed in the worst direction, Chun Zhao would still use logic to convince her. "Phalai, do you know that the lowest temperature in Montreal in November is -4? If you want to ski, you have to go to Alberta. The temperature there is already -10. Jerlyn has always lived in California. It's hard for her to get used to Alberta's temperature. You don't want me to ski, right?" "After you give birth," Chun Zhao said, "I'll make a ski field in front of my house." Chun Zhao did not care about anything else since he had already bragged. He had to stop Phalai's crazy actions first. "How do you make it?" "With magic," Chun Zhao said. "Okay, you said it. You can't go back on your word." "I promise." Chun Zhao broke into a cold sweat. He would ask Carrie if she could do it. If she couldn't, he would ask the experts in hell. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. "Hello. Are you Mr. Chun? I'm Mrs. Peter's housekeeper. Please come over. Mrs. Peter is seriously injured." Chapter 901. Chun Zhao hurried to Madame Peter's manor. The butler immediately brought him to Madame Peter's bedroom. When Chun Zhao entered the room, a horrible stench assaulted his nostrils. The butler was prepared, but he still couldn't help but stop at the door. Chun Zhao turned around and glanced at the butler. The butler pointed at Madame Peter on the bed. "Mr. Chun, Madame is on the bed. I hope you can save her." Chun Zhao endured the stench and walked to the bed. He lifted the blanket to take a look and his expression changed slightly. There was an obvious wound on Madame Peter's abdomen. The stench was coming from the wound. The wound was completely rotten. What caused this? Chen Zhao asked. Someone came to visit, the butler said. She told me to leave, but when I found her again, she was already lying on the ground. The person was gone too. Why didn't you call an ambulance? Madame didn't allow it. Chen Zhao could feel traces of magic seeping out from the wound on Madame Peter's abdomen. The wound wasn't caused by a regular sharp object. He had to stop the rot first. If it continued, Madame Peter would die from sepsis. Chen Zhao first gave Mrs. Peter an anti-inflammatory drug and an antibiotic. Madame Peter must have been infected with voodoo at the same time when she was hurt. But voodoo was actually a virus, so the antibiotic was still very effective. Of course, Chen Zhao also purified the wound to prevent the virus from worsening the wound. Then he took out utensils and a scalpel to scrape the rotten flesh from Madame Peter. Chen Zhao used a spell on Madame Peter to make her sleep temporarily. For this, he used some crystallization potion. Burn the rotten flesh, Chen Zhao said to the butler. The butler covered his nose and carried the utensils out. After a while, Madame Peter opened her eyes slightly. She was still very weak. However, she still had a kind expression on her face. Mr. Chen, I thought the next time I saw you would be in the middle of a sunny afternoon. Actually, this isn't bad, Chen Zhao said, smiling. Although the rotten flesh had been removed from Madame Peter's wound, a large piece of skin on her abdomen was gone. Chen Zhao was still treating the wound. He pulled the skin on the side over and sewed it up. How do you feel now? Very bad. It's very bad, but it's a good thing. Chen Zhao's tone was gentle. If you don't feel anything, that's the real bad thing. Chen Zhao chatted with Mrs. Peter while treating her. Then, he took out some alcohol and cleaned the wound. A conscious patient was actually safer than a comatose one. Tell me, who dares to hurt such a charming lady? Mrs. Peter suddenly became frightened. That's not God's messenger. That's the devil's apostle. Chen Zhao didn't expect Mrs. Peter to be so agitated. He quickly comforted her. However, Mrs. Peter's words reminded him of what Mrs. Peter had said before. She used to call the person who healed her legs the messenger of God. That furry hand, that's not a human hand. The one who hurt you, he's not human. He's not human. He took out a bead from my stomach, a bloody bead. That bead was alive. Beads? Chen Zhao frowned. Was it Mrs. Peter's imagination? Or was it true? Chen Zhao wasn't sure, but if Madame Peter wasn't wrong, Chen Zhao had to be careful. That person might have put the bead in her body when treating her. A while later, the housekeeper returned to the house. Chen Zhao walked to the housekeeper and whispered, "You need to take Mrs. Peter to the hospital for a more thorough examination." "Okay, Mr. Chen." The housekeeper put a stack of cash in Chen Zhao's hand. Chen Zhao nodded and turned to look at Mrs. Peter. "Madam, is there anything else I can do for you?" "Young man, thank you." Chen Zhao looked at the money in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. "God won't protect me. Compared to God, I should be closer to the demon she's afraid of. The person God should protect the most is you, madam. Goodbye." Goodbye. Before Chen Zhao left, he received a phone call. It was from David. "Hey, David. Chen, are you free? Do me a favor." "Yes." Chen Zhao wouldn't hesitate if David wanted to help. His woman had helped him many times. "I'll give you an address. Come here immediately, okay?" "Okay." Chen Zhao hurried to the address David gave him. This was an old neighborhood. The residential buildings along the street were all 5 or 6 stories tall. They didn't have elevators. Because of the design flaw, the lighting was very bad. The corridor was dark, and the lights in the corridor were very dim. The people living here were all poor. Before Chen Zhao reached his floor, he could already hear the howls. Chen Zhao sped up. When he reached the 6th floor, he saw a few onlookers crowding at the door. "Excuse me," Chen Zhao called. Hearing Chen Zhao's voice, David pushed through the crowd. "Chen, you're finally here." Chen Zhao didn't reminisce with David. He could already hear the howls from the room. As soon as Chen Zhao entered, he saw a familiar person. "Why are you here?" Chen Zhao frowned at the priest before him. "Chen, do you know him?" David said, "He's here to exorcise the child." The priest was none other than Bruce, the old priest that Chen Zhao had met when he was eradicating Satanism in San Francisco. When Bruce saw Chen Zhao, he was also shocked. Mr. Chen. Chen Zhao glanced at the girl whose limbs were tied up on the bed. This should be a Latina family. You're exorcising a child here? Yes. David, send the parents out and close the door. Chen Zhao sat beside the bed and pressed the agitated child back onto the bed. As soon as Chen Zhao pulled off the blanket, a horrible stench assaulted his face. Instantly, Chen Zhao's expression darkened. Who did this? I heard from the child's parents that the child used to suffer from severe epilepsy, but later, someone said that he could cure the child's illness on the condition that the child couldn't participate in any activities related to sports. After that, the child didn't have any relapses for more than 2 years. But today, that person came again and said that he wanted to spend some time with the child alone. When the child's parents entered the room again, they found that something had happened to the child. This situation was exactly the same as Mrs. Peters. Mr. Chen, is he bewitched? Bruce asked carefully. Chen Zhao started treating the child. At the same time, he looked up at Bruce. Why are you here? Chapter 902. As he treated Bruce, Chen Zhao looked at David. He was wearing casual clothes today. Why didn't the parent call an ambulance? The man is my informant. With that, David looked at Bruce warily. Don't worry. He won't dare to say anything. If he does, I'll feed him to Amon. Bruce didn't know what Amon was, but if Chen Zhao mentioned it, it was most likely some ferocious beast. He's also wanted, so it's not convenient for him to bring the child to the hospital. Chen Zhao took out an angelic crystal and crushed it into powder. Angelic crystal powder was very effective at dispelling voodoo. I met the same patient before I came, Chen Zhao said. It's not an isolated case. After I finish the treatment, take the child to the hospital for a checkup. Okay, call the parents in, Chen Zhao said. I have some questions to ask them. David opened the door and called the parents in. When David communicated with the parents, it was in Spanish. Mexico's official language was Spanish, so the parents should be from Mexico. Chen, what do you want to ask them? What does the person who cured the child have? What does he look like? David acted as a translator and helped Chen Zhao communicate with the parents. They said that they didn't see the person's face. He wore a wide-brimmed felt hat and a trench coat. The collar was pulled up high, so they couldn't see clearly. He was exactly the same as the man Mrs. Peter had described. Chen, do you have any clues? Not yet. Who's the injured person you mentioned? Sorry, I can't reveal my client's information. Not even me? Can you go to the police station and get a few bags of drugs? Of course not. So, I won't ask you to go against your professional ethics. Don't ask me to either, okay? Okay, but if you have any clues, share them with me. I don't think I'll have any more clues because Feilai and I are going to Canada for vacation tomorrow. I'm starting to envy your life. David hugged Chen Zhao. Have fun. I will. Take me and the child to the hospital. Okay. Mr. Chen, wait for me. Bruce hurried after him. After leaving the building, Chen Zhao looked at Bruce. Why are you following me? Mr. Chen, I want to learn some exorcism spells. What I use is classified as black magic by your church. You want to learn black magic from me? As long as it can dispel the darkness, I am willing to sacrifice myself to the darkness. David rolled his eyes. If everyone could learn, he would have asked Chen Zhao long ago. David, tell this priest what he needs to do to learn magic. You have to die once first, David said. Is he really dead? David taught Bruce about the ways to obtain magic power. After hearing David's words, Bruce despaired. He had come all the way from San Francisco to Los Angeles to learn magic from Chen Zhao. But now, he had received news that made him despair. You should continue to be a priest. Using God's will to guide the lost sheep is also a very noble job. Chen Zhao got into the car with David, who was carrying the child, and drove away. Actually, Chen Zhao didn't dislike JD School, at least after a few changes to the doctrine. JD School had kept up with the times. Its doctrine was also very bright and guided people to do good. When he reached the hospital, Chen Zhao realized that it was busier than usual. Chen Zhao accompanied David and sent the child to the examination room. Just then, Fer ran over. Chen, you're here at the right time. A few difficult patients came to our hospital today. Come and help. I'm a fake doctor who doesn't even have a medical license. There's even a police officer beside me. You're testing the bottom line of the law." David rolled his eyes. Four and David had met once. It was at Chun Zhao's housewarming party. They could only be considered acquaintances. "You're going on vacation with Fei Lai tomorrow, right? I have a way to persuade Fei Lai to cancel the vacation. Do you believe me?" Chun Zhao turned his head helplessly and looked at David. "Officer, can I go and save people?" "Go. This is a righteous act. God will bless you." Chun Zhao even gave David the middle finger. Following Four to the emergency room, Chun Zhao saw a few patients. At the same time, he smelled the familiar rotten smell. A few doctors and nurses were busy in the emergency room. These injured people's abdomens are injured, as if they were scratched by a beast, and then the wounds were inflamed and rotten for a few days. But in fact, they were injured today, and one of them is already dead. Right now, these injured people are in a very dangerous situation. Anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics are not very effective on them. Two of them are extremely manic, as if they have been infected with rabies. "You and all the other doctors and nurses leave," Chun Zhao said. "Huh? Now, immediately. Are you confident? I've already met two of the same kind today." Four was surprised, but she still nodded. "Ladies and gentlemen, please leave." "For what do you mean? He's contracted this place." Four pointed at Chun Zhao. "Him? Who is he?" Some doctors didn't know Chun Zhao, but they were quickly pulled away by their colleagues. "Let's go." "Why?" "There are still patients here who need our treatment. They're all in critical condition." "Just leave it to Mr. Chun." "But no buts. Mr. Chun has special rights in the hospital. If he requests to treat a patient, he has the right to take over the patient. If you have any objections, you can go to the director or the hospital's major shareholder." After chasing all the doctors and nurses out, Chun Zhao closed the door. He took out angelic crystals and quickly sprinkled powder on each patient's wound. In the past, Chun Zhao had to use a hammer to smash angelic crystals. Now, he could crush them with his hands. Chun Zhao quickly disinfected each patient's wound, removed the rotten flesh, and stitched them up. In less than 20 minutes, Chun Zhao had treated all the patients. A group of doctors stood outside and looked at Chun Zhao. "It's done. Now, take them to be checked. Also, give me a copy of the report." For looked at Chun Zhao in shock. "It's done so quickly. It's not a big problem for me." When treating Mrs. Peter, Chun Zhao hadn't remembered to use angelic crystals, so it was more troublesome. Chapter 903. Soon, Chun Zhao received the first patient's examination report. Most of the data was normal. However, their bodily functions were clearly lower than normal people's. If it was a normal injury, it was possible for the body to be weak, resulting in a temporary decrease in bodily functions. But the decrease was too huge. They looked more like 70 or 80 years old, terminally ill. But most of the patients were in their 30s and 40s. Chun Zhao could only blame it on voodoo spells. Chun Zhao was busy at the hospital a bit late. He only got home after 8 at night. Fei Lai helped Chun Zhao bring out dinner. She'd already learned from Four that Chun Zhao had come back so late to save people. While Chun Zhao was wolfing down his food, his phone rang. Chun Zhao put on speaker. "Hey, Louis, how come you have time to call me?" "Chun, I want to ask you for a favor." "I'm busy." Without thinking, Chun Zhao wanted to reject her directly. Don't hang up, Louis said hurriedly. "It's about Norma." "What's wrong with her?" "She's been a bit strange recently." "Bewitched again?" "No, I'm talking about her mental state. She seems to be interested in magic and has been looking for books about it. But where can I find them?" "I can't help you. Magic books are every witch's inheritance." "No," Louis said. "I'm wondering if we can let her join the supernatural organization and use that to expose her to some magic. Lend me your private plane, and I'll let her join the organization." "No problem. I can even give it to you." Fei Lai glanced at Chun Zhao and covered her mouth, giggling. "Oh, and lend me your pilot too." Sure. When can you let Norma go?" "Wait until I come back from vacation." "Where are you going?" "Vacation?" "Canada, Montreal. I'm going too." Chun Zhao was speechless. "You're a billionaire on the Forbes list. Shouldn't you be busy every day?" You're talking about ordinary tycoons. At my level, I basically leave everything to my subordinates. Do you really think that there are countless decisions waiting for me to make every day? Lewis said matter-of-factly, and I can make most of the decisions through a remote connection. If there's anything that needs to be signed, you can send it to me directly. You can go back after signing it. This is my vacation with Phalai. Why are you here? I can arrange the best hotel for you. Deal. In any case, Chen Zhao had already made up his mind. As long as Phalai and he were playing, it would be fine. Phalai went back to her room to pack for tomorrow, while Chen Zhao carried Samuel. Samuel, let me ask you something. What is it? It's like this. Chen Zhao told them about what had happened to the boy and Mrs. Peter. Hildas, Samuel said. What? Hildas is also known as the 100-Nest Demon. It's a man-made demon, Samuel said. In ancient times, it was once a god of fertility and childbirth in a certain civilization. In reality, it's a deformed monster made from human flesh and blood. It needs 100 people to breed it. The person you mentioned spreading Hildas's seed is actually Hilda's son, a faceless monster, Samuel continued. Those who are parasitized by Hildas's seed will have to bear taboo. It's called the talent taboo. Hilda's son will choose 100 people with amazing talent in various areas and then bury the seed in their bodies. It will absorb the person's talent. After the seed is cultivated, the son will take the seed out. Actually, this man-made demon is very similar to Cerberus. They're both created in a similar way, but Hildas's creation method is more complicated. Why would someone want to create such a twisted thing? Chen Zhao only felt disgusted. Because ancient humans wanted to create a perfect person, or rather, a god, Samuel said. Aren't there a lot of mad scientists in movies? Ancient humans probably had similar thoughts, but they didn't create a god. In the end, they created these deformed monsters. So, which psychopath is behind this? Or is it the son of Hildas that you mentioned? It should be Hildas' offspring's autonomous behavior. Hildas' offspring also need to reproduce, but without Hildas as the mother, they can't reproduce, so they can only create a mother on their own. That means there will be at least 100 victims, right? Yes. Chen Zhao thought about it. He'd already done what he could. The rest had nothing to do with him. Anyway, he had to go on vacation tomorrow. Plus, didn't Leon from the anti-terrorism department say that even without the supernatural organization, they had the ability to solve this? Chen Zhao wanted to see how he would solve this. Oh, you've watched Resident Evil, right? Yes. What's wrong? Chen Zhao suddenly had a bad feeling. Hildas uses voodoo to infect ordinary people and give birth to faceless monsters. It's similar to the virus infection in Resident Evil. Chen Zhao frowned. You mean those 100 people will all become faceless monsters? The ones you treated should be safe now. After all, the voodoo has been removed. Chen Zhao was still worried, so he called West. West, come over here. President, what time is it? Something might happen in L.A. soon. West immediately went to Chen Zhao's house. Chen Zhao took out 100 bottles of medicine made from angelic crystal powder. Give these to our people. If you're poisoned, take them immediately. It's very effective. President, what's going on? I don't know the details, but don't worry about it. It has nothing to do with us. President, if something really big happens, are you really going to stand aside? Don't forget that we were abandoned, Chen Zhao said. This time, I want that old bastard Leon to come to me personally. Is the situation very serious this time? I don't know. I don't have much information. Is it a person or something else? Chapter 904. The next day, Chen Zhao hurried to the airport with his family. Louis Clallam's plane was already parked at the airport. He was on the plane too. There were more people at the airport. L.A.'s population flow had always been high. Every day, countless dream chasers would come, and countless failures would leave. It wouldn't be easy to stay here. Chen Zhao walked through a special passage. He carried Jerlin in his arms. Behind him was a group of beasts, all giving off an unfriendly aura. Just then, a familiar person walked over. It was Louis Clallam's captain. He'd already flown Chen Zhao 2 or 3 times, so he wasn't unfamiliar with Chen Zhao's pets. Mr. Chen, Ms. Phalai, hello. Mr. Louis is already waiting for you on the plane. I'm here to pick you up. Thank you. Just as they were about to pass through the special passage, Chun Zhao's shoulder was suddenly bumped. Chun Zhao was carrying Jerlin, so he didn't want to give way. The person who bumped into him fell to the ground. It was a young man with a headscarf on his head and sportswear. Chun Zhao looked down at the headscarf man. Sorry, it's okay. The headscarf man smiled. After Chun Zhao and the others left, the headscarf man touched his lips. So embarrassing. The headscarf man walked out of the airport and stopped before a business car. A woman got out of the car. It was Lei Yang's secretary. Mr. Eric, hello. I'm Asalisa. I'm the organizer of the Superpower Anti-Terror Team. I'll also be the deputy leader of the Superpower Anti-Terror Team and help manage the team. That means you're my superior, right? Eric asked. Asalisa looked at Eric. I'm not a spiritualist, but if you think you're good at management, I don't mind letting you be the deputy leader. Don't joke around. I'm only good at fighting and killing. Eric shook his head. Apart from being the deputy leader, Asalisa was also helping the anti-terror team monitor the Superpower Anti-Terror Team. After all, Leon was already furious that the supernatural organization had gone out of control. Leon couldn't let the team he'd built go out of control again. Can you bring me to see my friends? As for the team leader, I need to confirm if he is qualified to be the team leader. I'm here to pick you up and meet the other members, Asalisa said. Get in the car. As a commercial car drove to the suburbs, Eric couldn't help but ask, where are we going? The headquarters of the Superpower Counterterrorism Unit. How remote? This is also for the concealment of the CTU. Asalisa said this headquarters was originally an abandoned military base, but it has been renovated. I believe that you will like it there. After an hour of driving, the car arrived in the wilderness. There was a rocky slope in front of them. A crack suddenly appeared on the rocky slope, and the automatic door slowly rose up. This base was once a weapons warehouse guarded by an army of 3,000. Asalisa and Eric got out of the car. Originally, it had a history of 50 to 60 years, but after the renovation, it was filled with a sense of technology. It was just like those high-tech laboratories in the movies. How many people are there in the Superpower Counterterrorism Team? Do you really need such a big base? Currently, there are 6 official members, including you. However, your superior department has assigned you a logistics team of more than 100 people. Asalisa brought Eric to a conference hall. There are already 5 people sitting inside, 4 men and 1 woman. Each of their clothes was quite unique. Eric found a random seat and sat down. He immediately went to the black-haired woman next to him. Hello, I'm Eric. Can you give me your number? The black-haired woman crossed her legs and looked listless. Her eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. The black-haired woman silently turned her head to look at Eric. Helis. Eric immediately lost interest in this woman. She was wearing an aura that made people very uncomfortable, and her name made Eric feel even more uncomfortable. The 6 of you are meeting for the first time. You can get to know each other, Asalisa said, standing at the front of the conference table. Please speak to your leader. The big guy sitting at the front stood up. I'm your leader. You can call me Pan. Just like my name, I represent the faun in ancient Greek mythology, and I'm a beast druid. I'm good at transformation magic. If any of you have any objections or think that I'm not qualified to be your leader, Pan's body began to grow bigger and longer, and then turned into a 10-meter-long python. Pan's incarnation looked at everyone. If you think I'm not qualified, you can come up and challenge me. Everyone's expressions froze. Asalisa looked at Pan. Leader, can you return to your human form? Pan returned to his human form and sat back in his seat. Now, introduce yourselves one by one. I'm Del Tori. I'm good at petrification magic. Another man stood up and said, Petrification like Medusa? Someone asked, That's the ultimate form of petrification magic. I can't petrify enemies with my eyes yet. The stronger the enemy's magic power, the harder it is to petrify them, Del Tori said. At this time, the woman called Helis stood up. I'm Helis the Tomb Keeper. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on Helis. They were all from the supernatural world. Of course, they knew what a tomb keeper was. In the past, tomb keepers were also called necromancers, the most ominous magic. Eric finally understood why it was so uncomfortable to sit next to Hallie's. It was because of the death aura on her body. Eric felt that he had to wash his body when he got back and get rid of the bad luck on him. Do any of you want to see my magic? Everyone shook their heads. No one wanted to see the death magic up close. The death magic wasn't targeted at them, but still carried the aura of death. It was inevitable that they would be contaminated. Being contaminated with the aura of death might cause a serious illness if it was less, but if it was more, it might affect their lifespan. All right, Harris, sit down. I don't think anyone will question your strength, Osalisa said. Who's next? Can I introduce you? Eric stood up. Hello, everyone. I'm Eric. I'm the Almighty Wizard. Chapter 905. What's an Almighty Wizard? Everyone looked at Eric in confusion. I can copy any spell as long as I come into contact with the user's body, Eric said. Any spell? Everyone exclaimed and looked at Eric in disbelief. Not all. For example, I can't copy bloodline spells, Eric said. Eric said, and according to the difference in magic power, if the magic power is stronger than mine, then I will not be able to compare with the original. If the magic power is weaker than mine, then I can release the same magic more powerful. Eric looked at Panin. Team leader, can I get in touch with you? Panin reached out his hand, and Eric took it. Then, Eric's body began to change, and he turned into a brown bear. No wonder you're called an Almighty Wizard. Pan and nodded. But your magic power looks ordinary. I'm a wizard. I'm not strong in magic power. Eric didn't deny it. After Eric sat down, the fifth member stood up. I'm Woodley, a support-type wizard. I have absolute vision. As long as I lock onto someone, no matter where they are, I can see their movements. What do you need to do to lock onto them? First of all, I have to get close to the target and leave a mark on them. Then I can leave them alone. The sixth person stood up and said, I'm Hans Altair. My magic is metal magic. I can control metal. Like Magneto, everyone looked at Hans Altair. Humans can't be as powerful as they are in the movies, but I can still do some of Magneto's abilities, Hans Altair said. At the same time, he opened his palm, and iron beads appeared in his palm. I can kill more than a dozen people in an instant. For me, as long as these beads are around, it's like I have an endless supply of bullets. Unless you run out of magic power, Panin said. Releasing and controlling a dozen iron beads at the same time must be a big test for your magic power. Hans Altair nodded and sat down again. Very good. You're now members of the Superpower Counterterrorism Unit, Osalisa said. Miss Osalisa, I want to know why the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department suddenly formed us, Panin asked. We're a subordinate department of the government's Anti-Terrorism Action Department, or a subordinate of the International Supernatural Alliance. You're a private organization in name, but you're actually part of the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department, Osalisa said. What about the Supernatural Organization? Them? They have completely severed all ties with the Anti-Terrorist Action Department because they violated the arrangements of the Anti-Terrorist Action Department. Everyone looked at each other. There was a complicated look in his eyes. After all, an organization controlled by the government was not that pleasant. Moreover, their abilities are very weak. The Anti-Terrorism Action Department doesn't think that their existence is valuable. You are their replacements. Your combat power and strength are far higher than theirs. Everyone accepted this with a peace of mind. They were all rather prideful people. They all had the mentality of heaven is the boss, and I'm the second. At this moment, Osalisa's phone rang. Hello, Minister, what's up? Osalisa, how's the Superpower Anti-Terrorist Unit? I've already met them. They're all very capable people. It won't be a problem for them to replace the Supernatural Organization. Very good. Now we have a mission. A group of mysterious people has appeared in L.A. They're attacking people everywhere. Currently, dozens of people have been attacked. These mysterious people will penetrate people's abdomens with their palms and then take out strange red beads. Capture these people. This is the first operation of the Superpower Anti-Terrorist Unit. Don't disappoint me. Yes, Minister. Osalisa looked at everyone. There's a mission. In the plane, the captain made an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has entered Canadian airspace. We will arrive in Montreal in 3 hours. I hope that you have a pleasant flight. Two stewardesses pushed a dining cart out. Black Ma and White Ma pounced at them. At first, the two stewardesses were quite frightened by the beasts. But later, they realized that the beasts were not interested in them. They were more interested in the food they provided. Chen Zhao stuck out his leg and tripped Black Ma and White Ma. Don't run around on the plane. If you do, I'll break your legs. Black Ma and White Ma climbed up, feeling wronged. They carefully ran to the stewardess cart. Sitting beside him, Fei Lai slapped Chen Zhao. Do you have to make things difficult for them? Only then will I, the master, have a sense of existence. You find your sense of existence in your pets. Louis looked at King Kong, who was curled up beside him. There were piles of fruits around it. King Kong didn't stay idle on the way either. It kept eating. Chun, is it your new pet? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. It looks really powerful, Louis said, touching his right arm. I feel that Blackie is a bit scared of it. Under normal circumstances, it should be the second strongest, Chen Zhao said. King Kong's original body had been summoned to the human world. Under normal circumstances, it would definitely be stronger than the projections of other demons. However, it was still weaker than Amon. Amon was just a projection, but even so, it was still the strongest. After everyone got off the plane, a gust of cold air hit them. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still caught off guard by the chill. Chen Zhao was probably the only one who wasn't affected. Carrie, on the other hand, was even stronger. She liked the climate here more than anyone else. Abidos, on the other hand, disliked the demons here the most. He was a fire dragon. He didn't like any cold. If it was in hell, a place's climate could affect a fire dragon. Then, the fire dragon would ignite the entire area and change the climate. The princess's family was more able to accept it. The brown bear's original living environment was similar to this kind of place. There were fewer brown bears in California because the temperature here was warmer. Brown bears preferred colder areas. After leaving the airport, the car waiting for them was already ready. Let's go. I've already arranged a hotel for you. Don't tell me you're staying next to us. No. Louis shook his head. That's more like it. Chen Zhao didn't like a third wheel beside him. Chapter 906. Of course, Chen Zhao's worries were unnecessary. After arriving in Montreal, Louis went to do his own things. After resting in the hotel for a night, Jerlin had basically gotten used to Montreal's temperature the next day. The sun was bright, and the temperature had risen slightly. It should be above 0 degrees Celsius. Chun, I heard there's a Chinatown here, Fei Lai asked. Do you want to go there today? Because she loved Chen Zhao, she was very interested in studying China's culture. Although her Chinese level was still very poor, she still wanted to go to Chinatown for a stroll. Sure. Chen Zhao had never been to Chinatown abroad. When he'd gone to San Francisco, he'd been focused on Jerlin and her mother's matter. That was why he hadn't gone to Chinatown. Since he was here to play, Chen Zhao didn't want to miss this opportunity. But before he left, he needed to find someone to take care of the pets. In the end, he spent $2,000 to find a trainer who used to work at the zoo. At first, the trainer was very confident, but when he saw Chen Zhao's pets, he was still shocked. Fortunately, this beast tamer's mental fortitude was quite good. At least he knew how to observe beasts. After confirming that there was no danger, he still accepted the temporary job. Montreal's China City was very big. Fei Lai bought many Chinese handicrafts in Chinatown. However, Chen Zhao could tell that most of them were produced by an assembly line. Of course, Fei Lai was enjoying it. So, Chen Zhao didn't bother to correct her. It was fine as long as she was happy. Fei Lai stopped in front of a musical instrument shop. Pointing at a zither, she asked, Chen, is that a musical instrument? Yes. It looks beautiful. Let's buy it and put it in the living room, okay? Sure. Chen Zhao didn't know how to play, but the zither looked beautiful. This guzheng was very big, longer than a normal guzheng. Normal zither were about 163 centimeters long, but this one was probably 180 centimeters long. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai entered the musical instrument shop. It sold all ancient Chinese musical instruments. The owner was a middle-aged man with a goatee. Hi, how much is this zither? Chen Zhao asked in English. The middle-aged man had yellow skin, but Chen Zhao didn't know if he knew Chinese. Furthermore, Montreal had 2 official languages the French and English regions. Do you know how to play? The middle-aged man asked in Mandarin. I don't understand. Chen Zhao wondered if he had met someone who said, don't buy something you don't understand. Then what did you buy it for? Leave it as a decoration in the living room. This guzheng is expensive, and it's old, so it's not suitable to be used as a decoration. I have to wipe it with an oilcloth every month. If you buy this guzheng, you're asking for trouble. The loss outweighs the gain. If you want to use it as a decoration, I can recommend you a few slightly cheaper ones. Although they're machine processed, they're all qualified, and the shape and decoration are very beautiful. What's the price? Chen Zhao still didn't give up. Since Fei Lai liked the zither at first sight, as long as it wasn't a few $100,000, Chen Zhao felt that he could buy it. $12,000. Are you sure you want to buy it? The middle-aged man asked. Yes. Can you pack it for me? Chen Zhao asked. It was rare for Chen Zhao to be so forthright as to buy something without even talking about the price. Papa! Jerlin wanted to get off the ground. Because of the low temperature, Jerlin was wrapped up like a meat dumpling. Chen Zhao put Jerlin on the ground, and she went straight for the guzheng lying in the middle of the living room. Chen Zhao reached out and patted the strings of the guzheng. He hurriedly stopped Jerlin. It wasn't that he was afraid that she would break the guzheng, but that the guzheng strings were very sharp. He didn't want to hurt Jerlin. The little angel beside little Jerlin stopped on the strings of the zither. Your daughter? The middle-aged man asked. Yes. She seems to like it. If she's willing to learn in the future, I'll help her find a teacher, Chen Zhao said, smiling. This music score is for you. The middle-aged man placed a book before Chen Zhao. Thank you. Thankfully, the music shop had a delivery service. After paying, Chen Zhao didn't have to carry the huge guzheng on the road. The shop delivered it directly to the hotel. Chen, don't you think the shop is very mysterious? Fei Lai asked. Chen Zhao looked back at the music shop. Why do you ask? I've learned China's feng shui, Fei Lai said seriously. This shop happens to be 99 steps after we enter Chinatown. 9 is called the extreme number in Taoism, and 99 is also called the extreme. Extreme yang gives birth to yin, and extreme yin gives birth to yang, and magnolia gives birth to yang. When you look up, you'll see the warm sun in your heart, and there are green bamboos before you to block the cold wind. That's why this shop is the legendary feng shui land of yin and yang. If you're not fated, you might not be able to find this shop. I also fell in love with this guzheng at first sight, so I think this is the guidance of fate. Fei Lai, let's read some proper books in the future, okay? You're saying that I'm not reading proper books? Feng shui is the treasure of your Chinese heritage. You're Chinese, and you don't agree with your heritage? Chen Zhao wanted to cry, but no tears came out. A foreigner pointed at his nose and said that he was forgetting his roots. It was a terrible feeling. I think that the feng shui books that you can find are basically worthless. Chen Zhao felt that Fei Lai's hobbies had become more extensive after she got pregnant. In the past, Chen Zhao really didn't realize that Fei Lai knew feng shui. Moreover, Chen Zhao was even more curious about how she could read those obscure feng shui books when she could only understand 3 out of 10 Chinese words. Do you think I'm spouting nonsense? Fei Lai stared at Chen Zhao, unwilling to let him go. No, definitely not. I believe you. You just don't believe me. Fei Lai was like a child, her cheeks puffed up. I already said that I believe you. Your tone has already exposed your inner thoughts. You don't believe me. Fei Lai stared at Chen Zhao stubbornly. Let's go back and ask the owner of that shop. Let's see what he said and whether his shop has feng shui. Chen Zhao turned back. Where's the music shop? Where did it go? Fei Lai also realized that the shop was gone. Chen Zhao walked to the original music shop, but it was long gone. There was only a towering red brick wall. Chapter 907. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai realized that they really couldn't find the shop. That's weird. Chen Zhao was confused. Chen, this is magic, right? Yeah. Chen Zhao felt that if he answered that he didn't know, Fei Lai would definitely look down on him. So, he forced himself to answer yes. Can we find that music store again? We'll meet again if we're fated. If not, we can't force it. But if the zither we bought is broken, who can we find? When they returned to the hotel, the staff told them that they had stored their goods. It was the zither that had been deposited with them. The zither's origin was unknown, and the shop owner was very mysterious. However, Qinzhao didn't feel any malice. Little Angel didn't feel any danger or malice from the zither. Also, Jerlin and Phalai liked the zither very much. Don't think that they don't know anything. Actually, one's intuition was very sharp. On the other hand, the second choice would be different. In Santa Monica Park, the members of the Superpower Anti-Terror Team had gathered. There were many tourists here, so they hadn't found the target yet. 100 meters to your left, there's a man wearing a felt hat and a trench coat. He's the target. Osalice's voice sounded in the earpiece. Osalice's voice came through the headset. At this moment, Osalice was commanding the car and providing them with information. There are too many tourists here, Panin said. It's not convenient to attack here. But if we don't attack now, Hans said, once he sneaks into the crowd, it'll be hard to find him. I'm confident that I can kill him instantly. Hans was very confident, but Panin still shook his head. No, we don't know anything about his abilities right now. Let me do it, Woodley said. I'll go and leave a mark on him. Won't we be discovered? No one can discover my mark, Woodley said. It's not an offensive spell. All right then. Be careful. Woodley nodded and walked toward the man in the trench coat. When he was about 10 meters away from the man in the trench coat, Woodley changed his direction and turned back. Why aren't you attacking? Panin asked, frowning. It's done. It's done. That's right. Now that I've obtained his absolute vision, he can't escape my eyes no matter where he goes. Woodley said, you guys don't have to keep staring at him. It'll be easier for him to notice you guys. He's starting to move. He's gotten into a car. Come on, let's get in the car too. Don't follow so closely. Trust me, he can't escape, Woodley said. Turn right at the intersection ahead. Everyone realized that it was indeed much more convenient with Woodley around. He didn't have to worry about losing his target. The Superpower Anti-Terror Team followed them all the way to the suburbs. We can catch up now, Woodley said. Hey, he's carrying a box. Another person dressed like him has appeared. Before Woodley could say anything, everyone in the car had already seen the two people in front. Just ram into it, Panin said. Leader, let me borrow your magic, Eric said. Panjin reached out and touched Eric's hand. The moment the car crashed into them, one of them didn't dodge in time and was sent flying by the front of the car. The other one was carrying a black suitcase and quickly jumped to the side. Panjin and Eric transformed at the same time. One turned into a brown bear, and the other into a cheetah. The person carrying the black suitcase turned and ran. Eric, who had transformed into a cheetah, quickly pounced on the person. But the man in the trench coat turned around and kicked Eric, sending him flying. Just then, there was a tearing sound in the air. Hans Altair's iron bead had already shot towards the man in the trench coat. The man in the trench coat staggered a few steps, but he still continued to run forward. Del Torre took a deep breath and shot a mouthful of phlegm at the back of the man in the trench coat. The man fell to the ground. His back had already been petrified. Eric went forward and pulled off the trench coat, only to find that it was a deformed humanoid creature. Its whole body was furry, but it had no facial features. On the other side, Panjin had already dealt with the other faceless monster. What's in this box? Eric picked up the box and found that it was locked. Leave it to me. Hans Altair took the box. With a click, the lock on the box opened automatically. Everyone came forward, wanted to see what was inside. It's a bead. What's it used for? I don't know. Bring it back first. Just then, Osalice's voice sounded in everyone's earpiece. Is it all settled? It's settled. Did you catch them alive? No, both were killed on the spot, Panjin replied. We seized a box with a dozen beads inside. According to the information we received, after these people attacked the victims, they would take out the beads from the victims' stomachs. It's probably these things, Osalice said. Let's go back to the headquarters first and see what they're used for. It was already late at night when the Superpower Counterterrorism team returned to the headquarters. However, no one was sleepy. They all surrounded the box. What the hell is this? I can feel the pulse inside. This bead seems to be alive. Alive? Could it be the egg of some creature? Just then, an alarm suddenly sounded outside the conference room. What happened? Everyone stood up. Osalisa's voice came from the earpiece. There's an intruder outside. Intruder? Everyone looked at each other. At this time, the LCD screen hanging on the wall of the conference room showed the surveillance footage outside the headquarters. Many faceless monsters appeared on the screen. It's these faceless monsters. There are so many of them. They're here for these beads, Pan Jin said. Woodley, take this box and go to the deepest safe room in the headquarters. Woodley was a support-type spiritualist, after all. In this kind of head-on confrontation, his role was very limited. Are you ready to fight? Of course, we'll kill as many of these things as they come, Hans Altair said disapprovingly. By the way, I haven't seen Helis fight yet, Eric said. Helis, do you want to try? Helis' expression was as cold as ever. I feel a huge aura approaching. As long as we work together, there's no enemy we can't deal with. Pan Jin mobilized before the battle. Chapter 908. These faceless monsters have already killed many people. Let's go help them quickly. Otherwise, all of our logistics will die. Didn't you want to see my necromancy? Helis asked. Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Helis. Helis looked at the surveillance footage on the wall and started casting spells at the screen. Everyone could feel powerful magic being released from Helis' body. On the screen, the logisticians who had died actually stood up again. Then, they started attacking the faceless monsters. Eric's eyes lit up. Let me borrow your magic. You better not touch me, Helis said. Eric's hand paused in midair awkwardly. Helis, Eric is just thinking about the team. There's no need to be so petty, Panin said. Necromancy is forbidden. Do you know why it's forbidden? Why? Because the living can't cast it. Without a special bloodline, they will die as soon as they come into contact with necromancy, Helis said coldly. Not everyone can withstand the aura of death. Then I won't lend it to you. Eric retracted his hand, embarrassed. Eric, do you want me to lend you my magic? Hans Altair asked. Eric hadn't decided whose magic he wanted to borrow. But just then, the situation at the gate changed in an instant. A huge shadow suddenly appeared in the grass in front of the gate. What's that? The shadow was very fast. It charged into the battlefield directly. Under the light of the gate, everyone saw the creature clearly. It was a huge creature that looked like a female. It was naked. There was no nose, eyes, or ears on its face, only a mouth. Its body was fat and swollen, and there were 3 pairs of breasts on its chest. Its limbs were swollen, but it was very agile. What exactly is that? Apart from seeing that it was a female creature, they had no idea what it was. Just then, the female creature spat out a green liquid. Be it its subordinates, the resurrected corpses, or the logisticians who were stubbornly resisting the invaders, they all came into contact with the green liquid. All the creatures that came into contact with the green liquid were mutating, including its subordinates. When its hands came into contact with the green liquid, they began to mutate. The windbreakers on their bodies began to tear, and then they turned into giant furry monsters with only a mouth and no other facial organs. The resurrected corpses had turned into crawlers with an extra tail and a split in the middle of their heads that looked like a mouth. They might not be the strongest, but their appearance was the most terrifying. They looked like the ghouls in the movies. Their limbs were like the legs of a table, and they began to crawl around. There were also those who used to be logistics personnel. After coming into contact with the green liquid, they actually became new, faceless monsters. Shoo shoo. The gigantic brood mother let out a strange cry. The trolls, crawlers, and faceless monsters all surged into the tunnel of the base. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. Osalisa, call for backup. I've already called for backup, but I don't think there's much hope. Osalisa's voice came from the headset. You want to give up on us? Panin's expression became extremely ugly. I'm also in the base. Do you think I won't call for backup? Or do you think I'm not afraid of death? Then why? Who do you think can help us? Osalisa asked in return. Unless the army uses weapons of mass destruction. But this place is too close to L.A., and there are a lot of weapons hidden in the deepest part of the base. There's no way they'll use weapons of mass destruction. Osalisa paused for a moment before continuing. The other one is the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department. The Anti-Terrorist Operations Department doesn't have the ability to deal with these monsters. You were originally formed to deal with these monsters. Then what do we do? Fight, Osylisus said. Also, if the members of the supernatural organization are willing to help, we might have a chance to survive. Boom, boom. Outside the conference room, there was a violent roar. The monsters had already reached here. Director, these monsters are very dangerous. They can also infect ordinary people and turn them into faceless monsters. Osylisus contacted Leong, then formed the Superpower Anti-Terrorism Unit and eliminate these monsters, Leong said. Director, I'm afraid they can't do it. They can't even protect themselves right now, Osylisus said. Osylisus said, also, if these monsters come into contact with the armory hidden at the bottom of the base, the consequences will be unimaginable. Leong's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Then I'll organize people to eliminate them. Minister, if you want to send the anti-terrorism special forces, you'd better forget it. Once they come into contact with the mutated venom released by the Matrix, they will become the monster's companions. According to the preliminary assessment, even a rocket launcher will not be able to hurt the Matrix. Unless weapons of greater destruction are used, it will be difficult to cause any damage to the Matrix. The anti-terrorism special forces can't fight this kind of monster. So you're saying that we can't deal with this monster at all? There's the supernatural organization, Osylisus said. Them? Those traitors. Do you think I'll beg them? Leong roared. I'll never bow down to that Chinese. Never. Fine, Osylisus said helplessly. She was also trapped in the base, and the supernatural organization was her last hope. Leong roared for a while and finally calmed down. What's the situation now? It's very bad. Half of the logisticians in the base have been turned into monsters by the mother. Our newly formed team has no chance of winning at all. I also hope they can win, but the situation doesn't look good. Leong's eyes flickered. Can we seal the base? We can't. The entrance to the base has been completely destroyed, and it was destroyed while it was sealed. This monster is too powerful. Osylisus, what should I do? Do I really have to beg that bastard Chinese? You're the director. You have the final say. Even Leong could hear the resentment in Osylisus' voice. After all, no one would be happy to be abandoned in the base like a chess piece. Chapter 909. We can't wait here anymore. Hans Altair rushed out of the meeting room, but it was his action that cost him his life. When Hans Altair rushed out of the meeting room, he saw the huge mother. Compared to the larger body on the monitor screen, the bloated body in front of him made him feel insignificant. Hans Altair opened his hands. Dozens of iron balls shot at the mother, but the iron balls did not even penetrate the mother's skin. For the mother, such an attack was meaningless. You could be my first son. The mother reached out and grabbed Hans Altair. The mother made a sound. Its tongue went into Hans Altair's mouth. Hans Altair's body convulsed. His belly bulged. Everyone in the meeting room felt chills down their spines. We're dead, Del Torre said. We can't defeat this monster. Then let's retreat for now, Helios said coldly. Retreat? Where can we go? Helios pressed her hands on the ground. The ground began to corrode. Helios's magic quickly corroded a huge hole in the ground. Helios jumped down first. At the same time, she looked up. Let's go. Everyone jumped down one after another. But when it came to Del Torre, none of them dared to jump down. Del, jump down. I'll catch you, Panin said. Including the height of the ground, it was only 4 or 5 meters, but Del Torre did not dare to jump down. Hearing Panin's words, Del Torre finally gathered his courage. But just as he was about to jump down, a big hand caught him. Let me go. Let me go. The mother grabbed Del Torre with one hand and looked at the hole in the ground. You can't run away. Let's go, Panin said, frowning. Del Torre was already hopeless. He would not take the risk to save him. The mother smashed the ground crazily, trying to expand the hole. But the construction of the military base was not bad. The mother smashed for a long time, but did not make a hole in the ground. West was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a phone rang and woke him up. West looked at the caller ID. It was Leon. Hello, Minister, what can I do for you? West, I request that you immediately lead the members of the supernatural organization to the military base in the northern Block Desert and eliminate the monsters there. Air. West was stunned. What do you mean by blame me? I only know that it's a gigantic mother monster. The liquid it releases can infect humans and turn them into monsters. West frowned. This was similar to what Chen Zhao had warned him about. Minister, our chairman isn't in L.A. right now. I'll tell him when he comes back, West said. West, I'm ordering you to gather your men immediately. Also, I don't want that Chinaman to know about this. I don't have the authority to mobilize the members of the supernatural organization. Only the president has the authority. You used to be the president, and even that China guy was supported by you. Of course you have the right. No, I was just the acting president. I don't have the ability to lead the supernatural organization. West would not make a mistake on such a matter of principle. No matter how generous Chen Zhao was, he could not tolerate such half-hearted subordinates. Plus, Chen Zhao had never been a generous person. Unless West was out of his mind, he wouldn't have accepted Rayon's words. Then when will that China guy come back? Leon was furious. The president said that he's going to watch the World Swimming Championships in Montreal, Canada. He should be back after the 25th. What? After the 25th? Leon yelled. Tell him to come back immediately. Minister, I can only tell the president what you said. I can't guarantee that he'll agree to come back. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Leon kept cursing the same sentence over and over again. He had never seen someone so difficult to deal with. Those monsters can move toward densely populated areas at any time. If there are huge casualties, the supernatural organization will take full responsibility. West was infuriated when he heard this. You were the one who chased us away, and now you're the one who wants us to take responsibility. What do you think we are? A dog that comes and goes at your beck and call? Sure, we'll take responsibility. Our president said that the supernatural organization is planning to disband. We can use this opportunity to do so. As for protecting the people, I'll leave it to you, Mr. Leon. I believe that even without the supernatural organization, the anti-terrorism department can handle it well. Are you threatening me? West, do you know what you're saying? What can you do to me? Do you believe that I'll go to your house right now and cast a curse on you? West was going all out. He finally understood now. In the past, he had been so submissive that he had spoiled Leon. He really thought that he could order the supernatural organization around just because he was a higher-up. Chen Zhao's decision was correct. He had to correct Leon's stupid thinking. Do you believe that I'll throw you into jail? Then your whole family better be careful. West decided to let go. Was he competing to see who was more perverted? They weren't normal people. Did he really think that the supernatural organization was so easy to bully? Just you wait. Just you wait. Leon hung up angrily. However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a solution. Was he really going to fight against a group of wizards with all kinds of weird tricks? The risk was too high. Moreover, West had dragged his family into this and threatened them. If he really offended that person, then his family might really be in danger. After thinking for a while, Leon picked up his phone again. West, I was too impulsive just now. Let's talk. West had never heard Leon speak in such a friendly tone. In the past, whenever he saw Leon would always be arrogant. He was indeed someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. West had learned his lesson. He definitely couldn't be soft-hearted. Mr. Leon, I said that I have no choice. Our president said that he's disbanding the supernatural organization. He doesn't have the right to disband. It's not up to him. No, he does. Ever since he took over the organization, he has the right to make decisions. Chapter 9:10. West, tell the president that I'm in the wrong this time. Sorry, I don't have a president's number. Mr. Leon, good night. West hung up on Leon, exasperated. Leon smashed and flipped the office. West had never been so proud. In the past, he'd always been a yes man to Leon. Now, he suddenly realized that Leon was just a paper tiger. But thinking about it more carefully, it wasn't that he'd gotten tough. He had someone backing him up. As long as Chen Zhao was there, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to support the supernatural organization. Wes thought for a moment and was about to pick up the phone to call Chun Zhao. But when he thought of Chun Zhao's bad temper when he woke up, he gave up on the suicidal idea. Chun Zhao couldn't do anything to him in Canada now. But when Chun Zhao returned to Los Angeles, he'd be dead. Whatever, Leon was the one with a headache. He didn't need to be Leon's scapegoat. Let Leon, that old thing, worry about it. What should he do? Lower his head to Chun Zhao. Lower his head to Chun Zhao. He might as well kill him. After thinking about it, Leon picked up the phone. Tell Klaus. 20 minutes later, Lei Yang's phone rang. Hello, it's Klaus, Mr. Leon. There's a dangerous mission. You have the right to refuse. I'm least afraid of danger, Klaus replied. Klaus replied, the missions in the past year have been too dull. I want to give my team a little excitement. Klaus, I hope you can put away your arrogance. This mission is different from yours and your team's mission. Every time my team and I accept a new mission, you always say that it's different, but to us it's nothing different, Klaus said, unconcerned. Well, you accept it, don't you? Of course, Klaus answered without hesitation. You can equip yourself with the largest caliber firearms. You can carry any kind of weapon, even TNT bombs. Your mission is to infiltrate a base and install a bomb. Leon paused for a moment and said, what you are facing this time might not be humans. What do you mean? Literally. Be careful. When you reach the designated location, install the bomb, retreat, and detonate it. When do we move? The faster, the better. Remember, the more powerful your weapons and equipment, the better. All right, I'll go gather my team now. The Lightning Squad was part of the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department. At the same time, it was also the most elite team in the Special Forces of the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department. There were a total of 12 members, and every member of the Lightning Squad was an elite among the elites. Just how elite were they? Each of them had the strength to fight a team of terrorists alone. Their captain, Klaus, had an even more terrifying battle record. Klaus had been a member of the Marine Corps before joining the Counterterrorism Special Forces. During the YLK War, he was also an ordinary soldier. At that time, the team he was in encountered a well-planned trap during an operation. At that time, the entire team of more than 10 people was almost completely wiped out. Only he and another heavily injured teammate were left. However, he relied on his outstanding strength to kill all the enemies, and then carried his teammates away. Klaus, what's our mission this time? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll install a landmine under your bed. Klaus, in response to your call, I just broke up with my girlfriend. You have to take responsibility. Mission: head to a former military base abandoned by the U.S. Army, install a bomb, and detonate it. Klaus said, according to the higher-ups, there seems to be an unknown enemy in this military base, and it might not be human. Crazy, I'd better go back and coax my girlfriend. Unknown enemy? Could it be aliens? Did aliens invade Earth? Haha, it's time to save Earth. I don't know what's going on exactly, but from the tone of that old man Leon, it seems like the situation this time isn't right, so it's better for us to be careful. He always uses this tone to make us pay attention, but none of the missions are difficult. Since the formation of our Lightning Squad, until now, not a single person has been sacrificed. Suma, you can use this opportunity to sacrifice yourself. That way, I can cry for you. Haha. Klaus looked at his teammates, none of them serious. He also had a headache over this. But they were all the best, and they were used to indulging themselves. Even when carrying out a mission, they could do as they pleased. Okay, you can choose any weapon you want, as long as you can carry it. Any kind of weapon? Is an RPG okay? Of course, an RPG was not a game RPG. It was an individual anti-tank rocket, short for rocket. Propel grenade. The RPG was also known as the king of infantry weapons. In short to medium-range battles, the RPG was a fatal threat to small groups of enemies and fortress-type enemies. Yes. No way. Could it be that aliens really invaded? Okay, less nonsense. Hurry up and go to the armory to choose a weapon. Then I'll really take the RPG. Fuck. Why are you taking the white phosphorus grenade? This thing is too dangerous. The power of the white phosphorus grenade might be a lot weaker than many weapons of mass destruction, but in terms of cruelty, the white phosphorus grenade surpassed them. After all, to be listed as a forbidden weapon in the International Convention, none of them were easy to deal with. When the white phosphorus grenade exploded, it would release a large amount of white smoke. And as long as one's skin came into contact with the white phosphorus, it would burn crazily on the skin until it burned through the flesh all the way to the bones. The white phosphorus grenade was known as the White Hellfire, and it was not an undeserved reputation. Not only was this thing hated by the enemy, but the user was also very dangerous, so it was not without reason that it was listed as a forbidden weapon. You're still talking about me. Your 10 clips are all empty bullets. Another forbidden weapon. Empty bullets were probably the cruelest bullets because the bullet head was like a flower petal. When it hit a person's body, the force would be completely released in the person's body, as if there was a meat grinder inside the body. If it hit the thigh, there would be no need for amputation. If it hit the main part of the body, the death rate was 100%. Klaus' cheeks twitched, although Leon said that any weapon could be used. But if it was exposed that they were using forbidden weapons, it would definitely be big trouble. These bastards really did not know how to restrain themselves. Thinking of this, Klaus picked up the portable thermostatic grenade launcher. Chapter 9:11. Let's go here. Team Lightning arrived outside the base. A few hours ago, there should have been a huge battle here. The smell of gunpowder still lingers in the air. But why are there no corpses? Did you find any enemies? Klaus asked. No, the thermal sensors did not detect any heat source. Let's go in. Klaus gave the order. Although their footsteps were hurried, they entered the base in an orderly manner. The base was brightly lit, and there were bloodstains on the ground and walls. There were also some potholes caused by bombs and bullets. However, there were no corpses. The long and narrow passageway was so silent that it made one shudder. Everyone took off their night vision goggles. This is completely different from the previous missions. What a bright environment. Other than a few broken overhead lights, most of the passageway was very bright. Both sides of the passageway were filled with transparent glass rooms. It looked like an office area. Klaus raised his head to look at both sides. Then he took out his pistol and fired off the surveillance camera above his head. Is there any response from the thermal sensors? No. Klaus waved his hand. Let's go, hurry up. They had been moving very carefully. After walking for a while, a path without lights appeared before them. At that moment, they suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming from the front. Klaus waved his hand. Although Team Lightning usually appeared to be frivolous, they were able to execute orders in an instant. Everyone stopped. The 3 people in front pointed their machine guns forward. At the same time, the overhead lights began to flicker, emitting an extremely unstable voltage sound. There seemed to be a person standing in the darkness before them. Come out! Come out! Immediately, Klaus shouted at the person in the darkness. The others raised their weapons and aimed them at the voice. The person slowly walked out from the darkness. His head was tilted and his entire body was covered in blood. His eyes were white and the sides of his mouth were split open. Blood was still dripping down. His entire face revealed a very strange smile. The person's footsteps were unsteady and there were slight spasms. What's wrong with this person? Did he take too many drugs? Haha, can you be like this after taking drugs? This person was none other than Hans Altair. However, at that moment, he was no longer himself. Just then, Hans Altair suddenly bent over and vomited. A large amount of liquid came out. Disgusting. Everyone covered their noses and stepped back. But at this moment, a sharp metal suddenly pierced through Hans Altair's back. Everyone was shocked, not understanding what was going on. The next moment, another metal rod pierced through his back, then a third, a fourth. At the moment, Hans Altair was like a hedgehog with metal spikes all over his back. Open fire! Open fire! Klaus's mind instantly recalled Leon's words. They were not facing humans this time. The bullets hit Hans Altair's body, but at the moment, Hans Altair seemed to be made of iron. The bullets could not penetrate him at all. The bullets hit him in a shower of sparks. Hans Altair crouched down and pointed the spikes on his back at them. Puff! 2 metal spikes shot out. Dodge! The metal spike instantly shot out, and everyone hurriedly dodged. Immerse, white phosphorus grenade, quick! Bang! The white phosphorus grenade released a large amount of white smoke, and Hans Altair's body instantly started burning. His skin was quickly burned away, revealing the metallic flesh underneath. However, the white phosphorus grenade also caused Hans Altair a lot of pain. He howled and rushed back into the darkness. Fuck, is it really an alien? Stop talking, Klaus said with a serious expression. Hurry up and go to the designated location to install the bombs, then blow this place up. At this moment, a loud noise came from above their heads. Everyone raised their heads, vigilantly pointing their guns at the ceiling above their heads. There in the ventilation duct. One of the team members fired first. The ceiling was pierced through, and a body fell down. It was a human, or at least it should have been a human in the past. But its head was split in half, and it looked like a mouth. Its limbs were slender, and its body was covered with thin green hair. There were 2 bull-sized holes in its chest, which are the effects of empty bullets. There were also some ragged cloth strips on its body. One could vaguely see that it was once a human. Everyone's expression was very bad. They had clearly not experienced this kind of situation before, nor had they encountered an enemy like this. Suddenly, the crawler that should have been dead jumped up without any warning. It lay on the nearest team member and bit his neck. This team member's movements were also very fast. The moment he bit through the skin, he counterattacked. He raised a leg and kicked away, then shot the crawler in the head. Fandari, are you okay? I'm fine, just a little bit of skin. The other team members sprayed anti-inflammatory medicine on his neck. Do you feel any discomfort? No. That's good. Keep moving and be careful of the surroundings. Klaus nodded. I knew it. Letting us choose our weapons freely is not a good thing, a team member complained. Klaus, where do we install the bombs? The next level. That old man Leon probably plans to completely seal off this base by blowing up the second level, causing the mountain to fall and blocking the lower levels. Then why not use a bigger bomb? Just kill all the monsters here in one go. This used to be a weapons warehouse. There should be weapons that haven't been transported or destroyed in the lower levels. If we use that kind of bomb, it's very likely that all the weapons below will explode. When that happens, it might affect Los Angeles City. Did you guys notice that this place looks like the Hive in Resident Evil? Everyone gulped. Someone laughed dryly. According to what you said, then Fandari should be infected by the virus and become something like those monsters. Haha. Everyone laughed at Fandari, but at that moment, Fandari's expression did not seem right. Everyone's laughter froze. They subconsciously took a few steps back, because at that moment, Fandari's expression was really not right. Fandari seemed to have realized something too. Klaus, I feel like something's wrong. Give me a shot, Fandari said. Stop joking. They're just talking nonsense. Chapter 9:12. The sun is bright and the air is fresh. I like it here. Chun Zhao opened his arms to embrace the light. It was a lively city, although the weather was a bit cold. Nevertheless, the city was full of energy. Of course, Fei Lai and Jerlin did not like it here. They'd been fish in their previous life. Montreal had beaches too, but most of the time, it was not suitable to go into the water. The hottest months, July and August, were only 20 degrees. Half of the year, it was below 0. They were almost dehydrated without water. Jerlin was about to lose her energy. Usually, she would soak in Mirror Lake for a few hours every day. Of course, as long as Chun Zhao distracted her, she would become lively again. Chun Zhao did not go out today, so Fei Lai took Jerlin shopping. They lay on the balcony of the hotel and enjoyed the warm sunlight. This was a vacation. There was nothing messy and no need to save the world. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Walter, Black Ma, help me see who's calling. Woof, woof, West. Help me hang up, Chun Zhao said. West stared at the silent phone helplessly. He could only call again. Hello. Chun Zhao finally answered the call. I hope you're calling me with good news and not something to make me feel bad. Guild leader, you're cutting me off by saying something like that. Then don't say anything. I'm hanging up. No, don't hang up, Wes said hurriedly. To be more precise, I'm indeed calling you good news. Oh, what good news? That old guy Leon compromised. He called me yesterday. Is he compromising with you or me? West immediately realized that he'd said the wrong thing. Chun Zhao was the president. If someone had a compromise, it should be Chun Zhao, not him. He just can't let go of his pride, West said hurriedly. He wants me to pass a message for him. Then he hasn't completely compromised. Ignore him, Chun Zhao said lazily. Oh, have you guys decided where you're going for your vacation? Not yet. I think Hawaii is good, but they said it's too close. Money doesn't matter. We still have a lot of funds anyway. If you have family and friends who want to go with you, bring them along. Guild leader, what if Leon refuses to submit to you? Do you really want to dissolve the association? We won't disband, Chun Zhao said calmly. At most, we'll find a financial backer, a sponsor. All right then, I won't bother you anymore. West hung up the phone. Leon hadn't slept for the whole night. After the Lightning team entered the base, there was no news of them. Leon could roughly confirm that the Lightning squad had been completely annihilated, and the situation was starting to get complicated. If the thing inside came out, the entire city of Los Angeles would be in danger. Once that happened, it would be the end of his career as the head of the Anti-Terrorist Action Department. What to do? Was he really going to bow down to that Chinese? Most importantly, did he and his supernatural organization really have the ability to solve this problem? Leon had no confidence at all. Forget it, since I've already lowered my head to West. It was not impossible for him to bow his head to that Chinaman again. As long as he could solve this problem and keep his position, he didn't mind kowtowing to West. Leon finally made up his mind. He called Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, I don't buy insurance or health supplements. Thank you. With that, Chun Zhao hung up without giving the other a chance to speak. This asterisk shoal, he definitely did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. Leong angrily smashed the phone again. After venting, Leong suppressed his anger and called Chun Zhao again. Didn't I say that I don't buy insurance? I'm not interested no matter what you sell me. Mr. Chun, I'm not a salesman. You're from a bank. I don't buy financial products either. I'm not from a bank either. I know. You're Dell. Wait. Let me guess who you are. I've guessed it. Rasf, right? No. Ethan. No. Louis. Chun, did you call me? Louis poked his head in. Chun Zhao waved his hand and continued teasing Lei Ong. Mr. Chun, I don't want to waste time with you. Tell me, what do you want? What do you mean, what do I want? Do I know you that well? Chun Zhao said, pursing his lips. I can let bygones be bygones if you offended me. Please don't let bygones be bygones. It's all my fault. Sorry, bye. Chun Zhao didn't want to hear more. He hung up directly. It wasn't hard to imagine how terrible Lei Ang's expression was right now. Calling Chun Zhao again, Leong said as quickly as he could, Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. I take back what I said before. I need you. Didn't you say you don't need me? Don't need the supernatural organization? What do you want? Attitude. You have to have the right attitude. There's a saying in China, stand firm when you're beaten. Admit your mistakes. Mr. Chun, I hope that the supernatural organization and the anti-terrorist operations department can resume their close relationship. First, I need to correct two of your mistakes. First, the supernatural organization and the anti-terrorist operations department have never been close. Second, have you ever heard of spilled water? Mr. Chun, I'm very sincere. Sincere? Sorry, I don't see any sincerity. Also, I found a sponsor. He's very generous. He's already given us 10 million. From now on, the supernatural organization will be his personal thugs. How can we do that? After all, we need to eat too. You don't know how tight our funds are. I'll give you 15 million per year. No, you gave us 15 million, but we still have to give 10 million back to the sponsor. The remaining 5 million isn't enough. 20 million. We'll talk when it's in. Hearing that Leong would give them 20 million, Chun Zhao's expression changed immediately. Mr. Chun, I can't give it to you now. The anti-terrorist operations department also needs to wait for the national defense funds. We have to wait until January next year at the latest. Oh, I see. That's great. The supernatural organization is on vacation too. We can talk again in January next year. Leong was about to turn into a Spartan. He'd never seen someone so shameless. I'll go get the money for you now. Chun Zhao knew that the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department had always been the department with the most funds. Every government department in America was tight on funds. Only the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department never lacked funds. Because America often offended others, they had to be wary of them. Oh, by the way, our association's headquarters was attacked recently, causing it to be razed to the ground, so we still need some money to rebuild it. Chapter 9:13. Suddenly, West received a message on his phone. Your account, 542 ****, has received a transfer of $25 million. West was dumbfounded. Where did the money come from? West opened his bank account and checked. It was the money from the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department. But what the hell was this $25 million? Was Leon trying to bribe him with this money? If it was for him, he would take the risk and try to persuade Chun Zhao again. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. West, did you receive the money? Air, guild leader, did that old man Leon apologize to you? Yes. But why $25 million? Oh, our annual budget will be $20 million. $5 million of it will be for the maintenance of our headquarters. West was speechless. It was Chun Zhao's fault, but in the end, the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department still had to clean up after him. Gather everyone and block the entrance. If anything comes out, kill it. Don't go in recklessly. Wait for me to come back. President, when will you come back? The day after the 25th. Huh? What? My student has a swimming competition in Montreal the day after tomorrow. He's my student. I can't be absent, Chun Zhao said matter-of-factly. West was speechless. Was it really okay to be so perfunctory after taking benefits from Leon? Whatever. You're the boss. You call the shots. Oh, after this year's last mission, our members' year-end bonuses will be doubled. President is wise. At the moment, Pan, Hell-Eyes, and Eric were trapped in the food storage warehouse. The only thing they didn't have to worry about was food. There was enough for them to eat until the end of time. But what really made them despair was that the entire base was already controlled by the Monster Queen. It was as if they were trapped on an isolated island, completely cut off from the outside world. They didn't know when the warehouse would be breached. The door of the warehouse was sturdy, but it wasn't indestructible. We can't stay here, Pan said. What can we do if we don't stay here? Fight our way out. Hell-Eyes was as cold as ever. This is the only way, Pan said. Judging from the state of the Monster Queen, it should be able to continuously infect and assimilate to create more monsters. Right now, the number of monsters is only the logistics personnel of our superpower anti-terror team. However, once the Queen starts to kidnap people, the number of monsters will increase until it reaches a saturation state. Finally, it will start to expand outwards. At that time, we will completely lose our chance. We can only take advantage of the fact that the number of monsters has not reached its limit. We still have a chance of survival. There are 6 monsters, 20 crawlers, and 10 faceless monsters out there. Are you sure we're not committing suicide by rushing out? Harid asked coldly. How do you know? I can't see them, but I can sense their vital signs, Harold said. Pan felt discouraged and helpless. At the same time, the reason why the Matrix did not care about Pan and the other 2 hiding in the food storage warehouse was because it had more important things to do. That was to get back its own egg, which was still quite complete. It needed to open the defense door of the armory at the lowest level. Woodley had been locked up in there for a day and night. During that time, he had been in a constant state of panic. The noises from the outside never stopped. More and more monsters were attacking the defense door. In the end, this defensive door was unable to withstand the attacks of these monsters, and the disc-shaped defensive door collapsed with a loud bang. The Matrix could not enter the armory, but the troll's body could. However, Woodley had already killed himself. If he had to die in the hands of these monsters, he would rather commit suicide. One of the troll brought the remaining dozen eggs to the Matrix. Mother, good boy. The mother stretched out its hand and stuffed the monster into its mouth, along with the dozen or so eggs into its body. The Matrix's feet began to degenerate, followed by its arms. The Matrix's bloated body fell to the ground, moaning in pain. The monsters have retreated, Harold said. Retreated? You mean they've all left? No, not retreated. They've left the door, Harold said. Wait, let me use life detection to check. Harold closed her eyes and began to use magic. Not long after, Helis suddenly opened her eyes. Eric and Payne had thought that Harold would not have any other expression. But at this moment, they saw fear on Harold's face. Harold, what did you see? The mother is evolving. It has obtained the dozen eggs. What about Woodley? Dead, Harold said. All the monsters are gathered on the 5th and 6th floors. They are protecting the mother, said Helios. So we can go out. We can't. The outside is covered in green liquid left by the monsters, Harold said. As long as we come into contact with a green liquid, we'll be infected and transformed. So we still can't go. The green liquid contains vitality. It should be some kind of voodoo magic. I can corrupt it, Harold said. But we'll take some time. How long? At least 2 days, Harold said. 2 days? If the Matrix hatches successfully, we'll be dead, Eric said. The Matrix is already so scary before it evolves. If it completes the transformation, I'm afraid we'll be dead. You can go out now, Harold said. As long as you're not afraid of becoming their kind, I won't stop you. Eric was terrified again. He had no choice. Those monsters were too scary. What do we do now? Open a warehouse door. How can I corrupt the liquid if we don't open it? Now? Open it. Will it be a trap? Payne and Eric were a bit scared. No, I believe in my magic, Harold said coldly. Payne and Eric both turned into giant bears, afraid that a large wave of monsters would attack when they opened the door. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. There was no one outside, but the walls of the corridor ahead were all covered in green liquid. Those monsters did not forget to discuss them before they left. Helith began to corrode the green liquid and released her magic power. Chapter 9:14. West, Gaia, Jalag, an elite, Mor, Morid, Padaliv, Pataya, Giselle, Jalanash, and the evil spirit group led by Pamela. Except for Aduz, they were all gathered at the entrance of the base. They didn't plan to hide, so they casually set up camp at the entrance. But they waited at the entrance for an entire night. Nothing happened. No monsters appeared. Gaia was a violent person. She came here to fight. But now, she was sleeping here, which made her very depressed. I'll go in and take a look, Gaia said. That's not good. Yeah, Gaia, it's too dangerous. Let's wait for Chun. Don't worry. If there's danger, I'll retreat, Gaia said and carried her greatsword. Gaia strolled in the base. It was still brightly lit. Except for some obvious battle marks, most of it was well preserved. She walked around the first floor, but didn't see anything. Just then, she found a hole in the floor of a conference hall. Without thinking, Gaia jumped into the hole. She walked around the second floor, but still didn't see anything. Gaia found the elevator. It was still working. She went straight into the elevator. Just then, Gaia suddenly heard movement at the top of the elevator. She had already taken down her greatsword. At the same time, she jumped up and peeled off the vent cover. Gaia didn't see a monster. Instead, she saw a few heavily armed people. Who are you? Come down. Klaus and the others were all shocked. They thought it was a monster. Unexpectedly, it was a tall woman. Who are you? I'm here to clean up the mess, Gaia said. Clean up the mess? Klaus and the others looked at each other. They'd been hiding here for a day and night. Because they'd suffered heavy losses here, they only had 5 people left. All 5 of them came down from the top of the elevator. Judging from their mental state, they seemed to be in good shape. They'd been hungry for a day and a night. But to them, this wasn't an unacceptable hunger index. They were the elites of the elites. Sometimes, they'd starve for more than 2 days to carry out missions. They knew how to maintain their best stamina. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 5th floor below. Where is this? The expressions of Klaus and the others changed drastically. The elevator door opened to reveal a sea of crawlers and faceless monsters. A look of joy appeared on Gaia's face. We've finally met a monster. You guys go first. With that, Gaia rushed out of the elevator and swung the sword in his hand. The eyes of Klaus and the others were wide open. What a fierce woman. In the face of such monsters, her first reaction was not to flee or to fear, but to charge straight into the group of monsters. However, Klaus and the others did not retreat immediately. Instead, they pointed their guns outside. Of course, they were covering for Gaia. If a monster attacked Gaia from behind, they would attack immediately. In current military operations, the soldiers' training criteria was to not give up on any battle and not to give up on any teammates who had hope. Klaus and the others were real soldiers, so they wouldn't run away. 3 minutes later, Gaia rushed out of the horde again. But at this time, she was already injured. Gaia rushed into the elevator and said to Klaus, "Take the elevator up." Klaus and the others subconsciously took a step back and pointed their guns at Gaia. "What's wrong?" Gaia looked at Klaus in confusion. "Miss, if you're scratched or bitten by a monster, you'll become one of them," Klaus said without hiding anything. "Oh." Gaia calmly took out a potion and poured it into her mouth. "It's done. What are you drinking?" "My boss gave me a special potion," Gaia said. "Special potion? There's a special potion?" "Yes." Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. "Miss, which department are you from?" "It's none of your business." The elevator reached the second floor, and Gaia led the way out. The others followed behind. Gaia said, "There's no need to be so cautious. I've checked the first and second floors. There aren't any monsters." Under Gaia's lead, everyone walked out of the base. This was the first time they breathed fresh air in a day. They found more than 10 people stationed at the door. West immediately ran over. "Gaia, how is it? There's a battle inside? Who are they?" "I tried. There are a lot of monsters, and they're not weak," Gaia said. "I can't defeat so many monsters alone. Looks like we can only wait for the president to come." West looked at Klaus and the others. "What about them? Who are they?" "They're living people I found inside. I haven't asked for their identities yet. We're from the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department." Klaus and the others realized that when these people heard that they were from the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department, their expressions became unfriendly. "Okay, you can go now," West said. "Miss, I want to stay and help you," Klaus said. "No, you won't be able to help," Gaia said. "No, maybe you don't know enough about the monsters inside," Klaus said seriously. "Although we don't have a comprehensive understanding of those monsters in battle, at least we've fought them before, so our knowledge is more comprehensive." West looked at Gaia. Gaia pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me, if you promise to stay, I'll tell you everything I know." "You won't be able to help if you stay," Gaia said. "I want to avenge my teammates." Klaus's gaze was serious. "Okay, tell me." West still agreed to Klaus's request. "You've only met normal crawlers and faceless monsters. There are 2 other monsters you haven't met," Klaus said. "One is a giant monster that evolved from faceless monsters. Their size, strength, and speed are 10 times stronger than faceless monsters. However, there are very few of them. We don't know exactly how many there are. We've only met 3. What else? The second type should be even fewer in number and more unique. I suspect that it's a mutation of people like you," Klaus said. "We used a white phosphorus grenade and injured one of them." Chapter 9:15. "President, it's a bit troublesome. Tell me the details," Chun Zhao said. At the moment, he was with Fei Lai, who was carrying Jerlin. They were checking tickets to enter the Montreal Swimming Sports Center. West began to talk about the location of the accident. Other than Gaia, who had gone in to investigate once, Moore had gone in again. Of course, he'd gone in with a clone. Guildmaster, Moore's doppelganger, has found out that the Queen is still in the incubation stage. However, according to the people we rescued, if we allow the monster to complete its incubation, it will bring about catastrophic consequences. "Don't worry," Chen Zhao said, unconcerned. "We'll go back tomorrow." "President, can't you come back tonight?" "I'm so tired from rushing through the night," Chen Zhao said. West was speechless. "Okay, I'll stop talking. I'm going to watch the competition." More and more people came to the swimming pool. But the first event wasn't the women's 800-meter. It was a celebrity competition. Basically, it was a performance event. Therefore, all the contestants were actually holding back some of their strength. Based on experience, Evely wasn't qualified. But as the champion of the women's 800-meter in this year's World Championship and the first woman to swim under 8 minutes, Evely was very famous. She'd broken the world record of the women's 800-meter freestyle by more than 10 seconds. No matter which country it was, there would be a new wave of God-making when a super athlete like her appeared. As a result, Evely became the favorite of international sports brands. Evely didn't actually rely on this to earn money. Her family was already very rich, but her current income was already very shocking. It was already the income of a superstar. Her family was rich, but being able to earn this without relying on her family was enough to show her achievements. Although the athletes in the performance event held back, they were all top or super athletes, so the competition level was still very high. They were basically at or close to the world championship level. Finally, it was the women's 800-meter freestyle. When the announcer announced Evely's name, the crowd immediately became excited. Many people had come for Evely. It was obvious how popular Evely was. Evely go! Chun Zhao stood up with Jerlin on his head. This allowed Evely to capture Chun Zhao's figure more accurately. Plus, it was Evely who had given him the ticket. Evely knew where Chun Zhao was sitting. After seeing Chun Zhao, a smile appeared on Evely's face. When all the athletes were on the platform, the whole place quieted down. Bang! The moment the signal gun was fired, all the athletes entered the water at the same time. Evely was one body's length ahead of the other contestants. She didn't slow down at all. Instead, she maintained a high speed. The announcer's voice was very high because Evely was swimming too fast. Evely, it's Evely. She's already in the lead. Gosh, how fast is she going to swim? We can see Evely speeding up again. Everyone knows that the 800-meter freestyle is a sport that tests one's stamina. Unlike short-distance races, it tests one's explosiveness. Miss Evely is going at this speed. Isn't she afraid of losing stamina? According to the judge's instructions, Evely has already swum 400 meters. Her time is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This means that she's already broken the world record for the men's 400-meter freestyle. I think Miss Evely should join the men's race. She shouldn't bully the other female athletes. 3/4, 5 minutes and 55 seconds. Only 200 meters left. She's speeding up again. She's speeding up again. All the audience stood up. Evely was getting faster and faster. Gosh, she's speeding up. She's sprinting. As for the other contestants, they were already 100 meters behind Evely, and the gap was still widening. 650 meters. 700 meters. 750 meters. She's almost at the finish line. The entire stadium was filled with cheers. All the spectators were shouting with all their might. 800 meters. She's reached the finish line, the announcer exclaimed. How many? The judges haven't given an accurate result yet. Let's wait and see. Just then, Evely's result finally popped up on the screen. 7 minutes and 21 seconds. Gosh, Miss Evely, I was wrong. Not only should Evely not be in the women's race, she shouldn't even be in the men's race. She should be swimming in the same pool as a dolphin, not a human. The judges have given the signal that the result is valid. Miss Evely broke the men's world record. Evely! 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 All the audience was shouting Evely's name. At this moment, her name resounded throughout the stadium. The other contestants hadn't finished their races yet, but the result wasn't important anymore. No one cared about the other contestants' rankings. They only knew that Evely was completely godlike at this moment. She'd broken the men's world record and improved it by 11 seconds, just like how she'd broken the women's world record. The second place was almost a minute slower than Evely. The coaching staff handed Evely a towel. A few reporters broke through the coaching staff and rushed to Evely. Miss Evely, can you tell us what you think about this result? No, I'm very happy, Evely said. May I ask if there's any secret to this result? I have a good coach. The coach you're talking about is the national coach? No, my personal coach. Evely wasn't afraid of offending the national coach. She should be worried about whether the national coach would offend Evely. You're saying that your personal coach helped you get this result? One day, I told my personal coach that I wanted to break the men's world record. He said he'd try, so he gave me a devil's training. So your personal trainer, did he come? Chapter 9:16. The camera focused on the audience where Chun Zhao was, but there were at least 1,000 people in that direction. Hence, nobody knew who Evely was referring to. After the urine test, Evely's result was sent to every corner of the world. Everyone was shocked by the news. A woman had broken the men's world record. Everyone called this record an inconceivable achievement. In order not to cause trouble for Chen Zhao, Evely didn't meet him after the race. She planned to thank Chen Zhao in person after returning to L.A. Chen Zhao was also quite satisfied with Evely's result. After all, he had accepted Evely's money. If Evely didn't get a satisfactory result, he would be punished. He wouldn't feel at ease even if he took the money. Nevertheless, Evely still called Chen Zhao to express her gratitude. Chen Zhao was in a good mood, but Leon couldn't be happy at all. The problem of the superpower group still hadn't been solved. Leon couldn't help but call Chen Zhao again. Mr. Chen, why hasn't the supernatural organization solved the problem? No time. What do you mean no time? I paid you. That's our budget. Don't say it's employment money. If you're saying it's a reward, I'll solve the problem for you right now, Chen Zhao said disapprovingly. Before the actual operation, we need to make a detailed deployment and plan. We can't just charge him blindly. We're professionals. Chen Zhao didn't think much of it. But I heard that you're still in Canada and watching a swimming competition. Yes, I'm in Montreal right now, so I can't fly back to L.A. immediately. Hearing Chen Zhao's shameless reply, Leon was about to have a heart attack. I don't care. You have to go back to L.A. immediately. I can't fly. I'll send a military plane to pick you up. Are you kidding? I'm not, Leon said. I can't wait anymore. I told you, we can't act blindly. We need strict arrangements. I'm begging you. Hurry up, Leon growled. I was waiting for you to say that. Chen Zhao finally smiled brightly. I told you to beg me. I finally did it. Leon really wanted to smash the entire office. He had long regretted going against Chen Zhao in the first place. But it was too late for regrets now. When will the military plane arrive? Chen Zhao asked. Within 3 hours, Leon said. Okay, are we going to the airport? No, to the military base in Montreal. Are you sure that a foreigner like me can go to the military base of your allied countries? Don't worry, I will arrange everything. He hung up the phone with Leon. Chen Zhao looked at Fei Lai. Fei Lai, I'm going back to L.A. first. Isn't your flight tomorrow? There's an emergency in Los Angeles. I have to fly over to deal with it. Then I'll do it now. Don't. You and little Jerlin stay here first. It won't be too late to go back tomorrow. Flying through the night like this is too tiring for you. Tomorrow, you and the kids can take Louis's private plane. Don't take the passenger plane. If he couldn't go on vacation easily, he wouldn't bring Fei Lai out. After all, Fei Lai was pregnant and had little Jerlin with her. All right then. Fei Lai, I'm sorry. We said we were going out together, but I left you here alone. It's okay. I know you didn't do it on purpose. Then I'll go, Chen Zhao said. Okay. When Chen Zhao arrived outside the military base, he was stopped by a sentry. Stop. This is a military base. I was told to come here, Chen Zhao said. I'm Chen Zhao. The sentry picked up the phone and asked about the situation. A moment later, the sentry looked confused, but he still let Chen Zhao in. Sir, please come in. Just then, an officer jogged over to Chen Zhao. Hello, you must be Mr. Chen. I'm Lieutenant Paul. I was ordered to pick you up. Yes. When can we leave? Oh, I have a friend called Paul too. Anytime. Don't you need to wait for the air traffic control to arrange the departure time? Chen Zhao asked curiously. Even a super rich person like Louis couldn't have his private plane take off whenever he wanted. Paul rolled his eyes. He didn't know Chen Zhao's identity, but he couldn't help but say, we're on a military mission. Do you think we need to report to the air traffic control? Fine. Paul brought Chen Zhao to a military transport plane. It was Chen Zhao's first time seeing such a big guy. He'd only seen it in movies before. It was the legendary Big, but what model is this? Chen Zhao asked curiously. C-17, Paul said. Go on. The C-17 military transport plane wasn't really a secret. After all, even China bought such planes. It didn't matter if it was a secret. Chen Zhao boarded from the butt of the C-17. He wasn't the only passenger. There were a dozen fully armed soldiers. Hi, how are you? The soldiers were all confused when they saw Chen Zhao walk up in casual clothes. The plane took off immediately after Chen Zhao boarded. The soldiers all sat upright. Chen Zhao was a bit bored. Hey, say something. You guys look like you're going to war. Let me introduce myself. You can call me Chun. I'm a doctor. Seeing that no one was talking to him, Chun Zhao continued, I bet that none of you can beat me in arm wrestling. I bet $100. Just then, a bald black man walked out. $100, right? Of course. Chun Zhao kicked a box over and placed it before the two. He placed his hand on the box. Come. The atmosphere in the cabin finally became lively. Lawson, kill him. But Chun Zhao's arm didn't move. I'll pay another $100. Who wants to compete with me, on the other hand? Fuck, you're too arrogant. I'll break your hand. Another soldier walked out and faced Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao and the two soldiers arm wrestled at the same time. The two soldiers used all their strength, but couldn't break his wrist. If you pay another $50, I'll allow you to use both hands, Chun Zhao said. Fuck, are you looking down on our comrades? Chapter 9:17. The two burly men exerted all their strength. They tried to pry open Chun Zhao's hands, but they couldn't move them. Finally, Chun Zhao used his strength and pressed the two men's hands down. I won. Fuck, why are you so strong? Actually, I'm a robot. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Chun Zhao stuck his fingers in his ears and made a twisting motion. What are you doing? I'm opening a screw. Don't you want to see the structure of my brain? Everyone stared at Chun Zhao with widened eyes. They all looked at Chun Zhao expectantly, wanting to see him open his head. Fine, I'm joking. Everyone gave Chun Zhao a middle finger. Bro, what do you do? Didn't I tell you? I'm a doctor. Fuck, I don't believe doctors are as strong as you. The atmosphere in the cabin heated up. They formed a circle and chatted heatedly. Just then, Lieutenant Paul walked out of the cabin. Mr. Chun, we've arrived at your destination. Oh, when do we land? We didn't land. This is your parachute. Chun Zhao was speechless. Your service is so bad. No choice. We also have an emergency mission and can't land. Okay, guys. If we meet again, I'll buy you a drink. Buddy, take care. The soldiers all walked up and hugged Chun Zhao. There was no national boundary. In the cabin, Chun Zhao mingled with the soldiers. These soldiers all had cheerful and straightforward personalities. Chun Zhao carried the parachute bag. Just then, the cabin door opened. Goodbye. Chun Zhao jumped out. Lieutenant, where did Mr. Chun get his parachute? From Reserve Box 05. Is there a problem? Lieutenant, Box 05 has always been a storage box for damaged equipment. Huh? What? Lieutenant Paul exclaimed. And just now, God bless Chun. Chun Zhao was now above 10,000 meters. His body was descending rapidly. The wind howled in his ears. It was Chun Zhao's first time landing at such a high altitude. In the distance, it was brightly lit. Chun Zhao searched for a long time, but couldn't find a rope. Fuck, where's the rope? Chun Zhao still couldn't find a rope. Fuck, did Lieutenant Paul do this on purpose? Just then his phone rang. Hey, guy, it's me. I'm already above you, and I'm descending. Land? But the parachute seems to be broken. Do you have any airbeds or something like that down there? Are you kidding me? I'm not joking, Chun Zhao said awkwardly. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Fuck. Gaia hurriedly dropped the phone. West. Something happened. Everyone in the camp heard Gaia's voice and ran out. What happened? Chun, jump out of the plane now. Had the guild leader returned? I thought he would come back tomorrow. His parachute is broken. He's falling right over our heads. Are you joking? No. Do you have air mattresses? No. Why would we prepare such a thing? Then what do we do? Pray, West said. Hope that God will protect the guild leader. Klaus and the others looked at West's group. You're kidding, right? Everyone looked at Klaus and his team. Do we look like we're joking? Your guild leader is about to fall from the sky, and you're not worried at all. But we don't have a solution. Do you have a solution? No. Gaia picked up the phone again and dialed Chun Zhao's number. Hey, Chun, what height are you at now? I don't know the exact height, but I've fallen for 1.5 minutes. Falling from 10,000 meters will take about 3.5 to 4 minutes. We don't have any way to help you down there, so you can only save yourself. Klaus stared at Gaia, dumbfounded. He felt that Gaia was joking. In the absence of a parachute, there was no protection on the ground. Chun Zhao had to save himself? How could he? Wait, I have another call. Chen Zhao said over the phone. Klaus and his team's eyes almost popped out. You're still in a mood to pick up someone else's call at a time like this? Aren't you a little too ambitious? It was Fei Lai. She was asking if Chen Zhao had boarded the plane. Fei Lai thought that Chen Zhao had taken a normal commercial plane. After hanging up, Chen Zhao started saving himself. The dark serum formed a pair of wings on his back. However, he was falling too fast. The wings were blown apart. He couldn't maintain his form at all. The people on the ground kept looking up at the sky. Suddenly, Gaia had a flash of inspiration. Oh, I've thought of a solution. Everyone looked at Gaia. What solution? Water, 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 Gaia said. We have a lot of water in our water reserve buckets. Klaus rolled his eyes. Miss Gaia, falling from 10,000 meters in the sky will result in the same thing as falling on the ground. It's different. Chen's body is very strong. He can endure this kind of impact. Falling on the water and the ground would result in the same thing at the moment of contact. However, as long as Chen Zhao could endure the impact, the water would be able to buffer and absorb the impact. If he fell on the ground wouldn't be able to absorb much of the impact. In the end, the water had a higher chance of survival. Gaia immediately ran to the water tower. It was a simple water tower that contained 6,000 liters of water. Extinguish all the lights in the camp. At the same time, he lit a torch beside the water tower and said to the phone, Chun, do you see the fire below? This is the water tower. If you can still change your direction, it's best to fall in this direction. At the moment, Chen Zhao could vaguely see the fire below from the sky. He was getting lower and lower. He was about to hit the ground. Chen Zhao abruptly changed his falling posture. He lowered his head and stretched out his arms, like a diver on a high platform. From Klaus and his teammates' point of view, it was an impossible feat. Chapter 9:18. The water tower exploded instantly, as if it had been hit by a grenade. Everyone charged toward the water tower. By now, the water tower had completely exploded. The huge impact was absorbed by the water and then released. The energy was very strong. It was almost equivalent to the moment 1 kilogram of TNT was released. At the same time, the bottom shelf of the water tower was also pierced. There was a hole in the ground. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao lying on the ground, not daring to go forward. After a while, Chen Zhao finally climbed up. He still had a parachute bag on his back. Klaus and his team's eyes almost popped out. He didn't die? He really didn't die? How could he not die after falling from 10,000 meters? There was no reason, right? Even if there was a bucket of water down there, he couldn't be completely fine. But that was the truth. Chen Zhao looked very disheveled. He was covered in mud, but he still stood there stubbornly. Phew, I didn't die. Chen Zhao spat out some water and took off the parachute bag. Change my clothes. Chen, are you okay? I'm fine, Chen Zhao said. The impact was smaller than I thought. If I fell directly to the ground, I'd probably die too. Klaus was speechless. He wouldn't just die. He would definitely die. President, do you need treatment? No need. I'll go in and stretch my body. Chen, are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. Let's go. It's late. Chen Zhao walked 2 steps and suddenly paused. He patted his head. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? No, I suddenly forgot. Who are these people? Chen Zhao turned to look at Klaus and his team. Klaus was speechless. Are our existences that weak? We're Lightning Squad, an action squad from the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department. Oh, you're saved by Gaia, right? Yes, Mr. Chun. We want to help her. Do you have money? Klaus searched his body and found a $100 bill. Is it enough? Chen Zhao took it away. Thank you. You've already done a lot. You can leave now. Helith had completely transformed the green liquid in the entire tunnel. The entire tunnel had turned from green to black. Can this black substance be touched? No, these are also deadly germs. Of course, these deadly germs will not mutate you. They will only kill you. Of course, this deadly virus can be treated. Helith's words finally made Pan, In, and Eric heave a sigh of relief. But at that moment, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. The 3 of them almost lost their balance. Their maroon faces changed drastically. Let's go. The mother is done hatching. Harid took the lead and rushed out of the passage. However, they saw two giant monsters rushing towards them. Pan and Eric reached out and pulled each other at the same time. They transformed into giant bears and rushed towards the two monsters at the same time. The two monsters were pinned to the ground by Eric and Pan. Helis pointed her palms at the two monsters and shot out a black gas from her hands. The giant monster inhaled the black gas and began to howl in pain. Eric and Pan stood up at the same time. The two monsters kept struggling on the ground. But just then, a figure appeared before the three. Hans. The three looked at the monster that looked like a porcupine. Hans Altair appeared again. Many parts of his skin shone with a golden luster. Some parts of his skin seemed to be burnt. Hans Altair did not reminisce with the three. The metal spikes on his back shot at the three. Hiss! Helitha's reaction was the slowest. Her arm was cut by the metal spike. Helith, are you okay? Hans Altair swaggered toward the three, muttering in a daze, Mother wants to see you. Behind Hans Altair, many more crawlers appeared. The crawlers attacked the three. They did not kill. They just attacked the three. The crawlers were very weak, but if the three scratched or bit them, it would be worth it. Soon, the three of them were covered in injuries. Helith was the first to react. She vomited green liquid. By then, she could not stand still. I can't. Blarg. Helitha's expression was very ugly. She was using magic to stop the spread of the voodoo power. Pan and Eric could not stand still either. The voodoo power was raging in their bodies. Just then, two more monsters came up. One grabbed Helith, and the other dragged Pan and Eric with both hands. Do not struggle pointlessly. Soon, you will become my brothers and sisters. Hans Altair's strange expression actually revealed a hint of a grin. He seemed to be gloating, but also pleased and satisfied. The three were brought to the bottom floor. By then, the entire bottom floor was covered with a layer of green film. Like the stomach of some creature, the ground was filled with green liquid. Trolls, crawlers, and faceless monsters ran around. At the entrance of the weapons warehouse stood a spider monster. The upper body of the spider monster was Deltory. Obviously, like Hans Altair, he had been mutated into this half-human, half-beast monster by his mother. Next, it was the three's turn. They were filled with despair. Just then, another person walked out of the weapons warehouse. It was a woman who looked no different from a human. However, she had an extra tail behind her. The woman was very beautiful. She was naked, but her eyes were filled with evil. For some reason, after meeting the woman's eyes, a thought suddenly popped up in the three's mind. This woman was the mother. That's right, she was the mother. Do not be afraid, my children. You will soon receive my blessing. The woman said in a gentle tone. The three of them begged to differ in this regard. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the ceiling. Everyone looked up at the ceiling. Boom, boom, boom. A few of you go up and see what's going on, Deltory said. The woman raised her head and looked up. Her lips curled into a smile. They should be uninvited guests. Or perhaps they're here to offer their loyalty to me. All of a sudden, the ceiling exploded. Then, a tall woman descended from the sky and landed in the middle. Chapter 919. Just then, the people above all jumped down. Thud! When the last one landed, Chun Zhao accidentally slipped and fell flat on his face. Tui! Chun Zhao wiped the green liquid off his mouth. Disgusting. Who the fuck is peeing here? Suddenly, a piercingly cold wind whistled over. Chun Zhao reached out and grabbed. It was the mother's tail. It stabbed at Chun Zhao from more than 10 meters away. But Chun Zhao caught it. But before Chun Zhao could be proud, the mother's tail suddenly opened like a flower and sprayed out large amounts of green liquid. Ah! Gaia raised her sword and slashed at the mother's tail. The mother's tail was cut off instantly. The part that grabbed Chun Zhao's hand was still struggling. He's infected, Eric shouted, pointing at Chun Zhao. Eric pointed at Chun Zhao and shouted, If you don't want to die, you better kill him now. Chun Zhao looked at Eric. I remember now. You're the one who purposely hit me at the airport, right? Chun Zhao walked toward Eric. The monster beside Eric also walked toward him. The monsters slapped at Chun Zhao. Just then, one of Moore's clones appeared before Chun Zhao. The most unbelievable thing was that Moore's clone actually blocked the monster's attack. Moore's clone turned around and looked at Chen Zhao. President, how's my puppet spell? Not bad, you've improved. I'll increase your year-end bonus a bit. The other monster also attacked Chen Zhao, but it was pierced by a huge icicle and nailed to the wall. Giselle looked at Chen Zhao and asked, President, am I very strong too? Yes, I'll increase your year-end bonus too. Chen Zhao walked to Eric. You purposely hit me that day. Tell me, what's your goal? Did someone order you to do it? Or are they targeting my daughter? I know. It's definitely my daughter. Satanism? You're from Satanism? Eric wanted to cry. That day, he'd seen Fei Lai beside Chen Zhao was pretty. He thought that he was strong and wanted to show his manliness this way. In the end, he failed to hit Chen Zhao and was hit to the ground instead. He didn't have the face to say it. Tell me, where's your headquarters? Where are the rest of them hiding? Chen Zhao punched Eric's face. At the same time, he looked up at Hallie's and Pan. You two are from Satanism too? We are not. We are the Supers. Supergroup? What's that? President, it's the new organization that old bastard Leon is using to replace us. I hereby announce that from today onwards, the supergroup will be merged into the supernatural organization. You will become the temporary outer members of the supernatural organization. The probation period will be 3 months. You don't have that right, Pan In said with a livid expression. Eric suddenly grabbed Chen Zhao's arm, wanting to copy and release Chen Zhao's spell. Suddenly, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and his entire body began to spasm. What did you do to Eric? I didn't do anything to him. Chen Zhao shrugged. At least not yet. Chen Zhao looked around and called the spider monster. Come here. Does this guy want to eat? President, let's get rid of these monsters first, Wes said. Then we can deal with the family matters. You guys go first. Leon's forming the supergroup is like slapping my face. Now that he's admitted defeat, there's no need for the supergroup to exist anymore. Wes was also helpless against Chen Zhao's stubbornness and arrogance. Don't stand here. Go do what you need to do. Chen Zhao glanced at Wes. President, I'll help you persuade them. Wes was a bit embarrassed. He really couldn't help with the battle over there. Also, looking at the situation, he felt that it would be safer to stay with Chen Zhao. Fine. How are you going to persuade them? Listen up, you three. Our president is kind and merciful. He saved you from the monster's mouth. Now it's time for you to repay his kindness. You must join the supernatural organization now. Otherwise, you'll be on your own. What do you mean fend for yourselves? President, they've already been poisoned. If we don't do anything, they'll become those monsters. Then we'll have a reason to kill them. That makes sense. Wes took out a bottle of medicine. If you accept, we'll help you get rid of the poison. This is the antidote that only the supernatural organization has. Make your choice now. Pan In and Helis glanced at each other. They were both stubborn people, but they knew that if they became those monsters, it would be useless no matter how stubborn they were. They felt that their magic couldn't suppress the power of the voodoo anymore. Soon, they would really become those monsters. I accept, Helis finally agreed. Wes tossed a bottle of medicine to Helis. Helis immediately drank it. As expected, the voodoo in her body was expelled. The effect was great. It felt like the medicine was specially made to deal with this kind of voodoo. Pan In. Helis turned to look at Pan In and nodded. Pan In's eyes flashed. Finally, he nodded. I accept too. West also gave Pan In a bottle of medicine. You're the president of a supernatural organization? Why? Do you have any doubts about me? I want to say that Eric isn't from Satanism. I don't know why you had a conflict with him in the first place, but he doesn't believe in a cult. He's also a member of the supergroup. West, give him the medicine. Chen Zhao tossed Eric onto the ground. He'll be our cleaner from now on. Right now, Gaia was fighting Hans Altair and Del Torre. Although it was 1 against 2, Gaia had the upper hand. There were also giant monsters, faceless monsters, and crawlers attacking her from time to time. Helis and Pan In looked at Gaia's body that was filled with explosive power with complicated expressions. The supernatural organization is different from what Minister Leon said, Helis whispered. They're very strong, stronger than us. They're just individually strong, Pan En said. This woman called Gaia should be the strongest among them. Do you think they have a chance of winning against the mother? Hard to say. It depends on the woman called Gaia. They had to admit that Gaia was really heaven-defying in their eyes. Too strong. Chapter 920. Hans Altair shot a metal spike at Gaia. Gaia turned around and grabbed the metal spike in his hand. At the same time, she kicked off and stabbed at Hans Altair. But Gaia realized that the spike was very powerful. It was leaving her hand. Just then, Deltori attacked from behind. Gaia loosened her grip on the spike. It flew out of her hand and pierced Deltori's chest. Gaia raised her sword and was about to chop at Hans Altair. But she couldn't control the sword either. Gaia let go of it. A fist covered in flames smashed into Hans Altair's head. Headshot. With Gaia's power, even without the sword, she wouldn't be much weaker. Plus, she had too much battle experience. She wouldn't care if she had a sword or not. Pan En and Helith looked at Gaia in surprise. She was too powerful. Gaia's power was far beyond their imagination. Gaia made a grabbing motion in the air, and the sword returned to her hand. The hilt of the great sword was made of memory magic metal. As long as the first user poured mana into it, the memory magic metal would remember the mana attribute. As long as it was within a certain distance, the memory magic metal would be attracted by mana, just like a magnet. Gaia grabbed the sword, and the blade of the sword ignited with raging flames. Gaia was like a ferocious tiger, and her sword was like a rainbow. A gigantic monster blocked her way, without any regard for life or death. Gaia waved her sword casually. She didn't even attack. The huge monster had been cut in half. If it's her, she might be able to defeat the mother, Helith said. It's hard to say, Pan En said. The mother hasn't attacked first. Harold then looked at the others. Although they were not as powerful as Gaia, the strength they had displayed was not ordinary. The other members of the supernatural organization are also strong, at least stronger than the superpower group. Pan En was a bit disappointed. He'd wanted to lead the superpower group and develop it well. However, the supergroup fell apart in less than a day after it was formed. This was a big blow to him, but with the difference in power, he had no choice but to admit it. That was reality. Crack, crack. Then they looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao took out a bag of chips from somewhere. He was chewing potato chips as if there was no one else around. Chun Zhao felt their gazes. Are you hungry? Do you want some? Both of them were speechless. Aren't you going to help them? Gaia, do your best. More. Do your best. I'm not asking you to cheer for them. Can't you see? My subordinates don't need my help at all. I'm already doing them a great favor by not giving them any trouble. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Pan En and Hallies both thought that Chun Zhao was using it as an excuse for his cowardice. The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads. It was also unknown why these people would accept this person's leadership. Gaia, double your year-end bonus. Chun Zhao called. Guild leader, I'm also working very hard. Can't you see it? Alice said, I see, but you have to work harder. President, I also killed a monster, Giselle said. She was surrounded by spinning orbs. Pan, En, and Hallies looked at each other again. They kind of understood why these people would accept this person's leadership. Because this person controlled their salaries. Whoever performed well, he would give them a bonus. Under the joint efforts of the association members, the small fries were all taken care of. Only the mother was left. The mother didn't interfere at all when the association members killed her children. Just like Chun Zhao, she just watched from the side. Clap, clap, clap. Beautiful, what a beautiful performance. The mother clapped her hands and pointed at Gaia. You have the right to be my child. Gaia's blade swung. A windmill spun, and the flaming sword slashed at the mother. The side of the mother's arm bulged and transformed into a triangular knife. It easily blocked Gaia's windmill and flaming sword. Sparks flew everywhere. The mother didn't move at all, but Gaia was pushed back more than 10 meters. What a strong force. Pan En frowned. He thought that Gaia's strength was already at the peak. But the mother was clearly much stronger than Gaia. One head-on clash was enough to determine who was stronger. Moore's clone charged at the mother, but the mother was even faster. It turned into a blur. The next moment, Moore's clone was decapitated. So fast, Hallie's expression turned serious. West's eyes widened. A wave of magic was released from his head. At this moment, West was using his ultimate move, which he had just come up with, the slow domain. Moore took the opportunity to throw a few seeds. The seeds landed on the mother's head and immediately turned into vines. Go! Giselle controlled the spinning ball and shot it at the mother. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the spinning ball touched the mother, it released a violent explosion. Gaia also slashed down with her sword. But just then, a hand reached out from the flames and grabbed Gaia's flaming sword. Crack, the sword was crushed. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. The flames gradually dissipated. The mother stood where she was, unharmed. Even such a violent explosion couldn't threaten her at all. Both Hallie's and Pan's expressions turned serious. So strong. The mother was unbelievably strong. The strength of the mother was completely different from her monster subordinates. Bang, bang, bang. Klaus and his team members fired immediately. But their bullets didn't affect the mother at all. In fact, the mother didn't even try to block the bullets. She just let the bullets hit her skin. The bullets bounced off her skin, causing trouble for Gaia and the others. They had to retreat. Just then, Klaus threw a white grenade over. Boom! The white grenade's flames came and went quickly. The mother inhaled sharply and actually sucked the flames into her mouth. Then she spat it at Klaus. Suddenly, a foot appeared beside Klaus and kicked him away. Because of his foot, Klaus dodged the attack. Chen Zhao stood beside Klaus. You guys don't join the fun. This isn't a place for you to get involved. Klaus and the rest blushed at Chen Zhao's words. They wanted to help, but now they were more of a hindrance. They were an elite team, after all, but now they were being looked down upon. Too strong. This mother is too strong. There's no chance of winning. Chapter 921. Human, bastard, the mother declared. This world should be controlled by me. A more noble and powerful race should rule it. Chen Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Did you guys realize that her words sound like movie lines? Helis and Pain looked at Chen Zhao. They didn't know if Chen Zhao was stupid or just careless. It clearly wasn't the time to joke. Just then, Helis and Pain both took a step back, distancing themselves from Chen Zhao. What are you doing? Do I smell? Chen Zhao sniffed himself. You really do smell. Suddenly, Chen Zhao swung backward. Slap! The mother was punched by Chen Zhao. Covering her face, she took 2 steps back. Ha! I knew you were behind me. Helis and Pain looked like they'd seen a ghost. They didn't think that Chen Zhao would be the first person to attack the mother. However, the situation didn't look good. The mother's expression looked like the prelude to a volcano eruption. I'll kill you. I'll chop off your limbs and then stuff you into the dirtiest sewer and let you rot slowly. Chen Zhao stuck out his middle finger. Come on. The volcano in the mother's head finally erupted. It attacked Chen Zhao like crazy. Helis and Pain both thought that Chen Zhao was dead for sure. However, an inconceivable scene occurred. Chen Zhao actually threw the mother over his shoulder. Then he followed it up with Mount Tai. Chen Zhao yelled and elbowed the mother's stomach. The mother arched her entire body. Helis and Pain's eyes almost fell to the ground. How is it possible? Chen Zhao had actually used the simplest fighting technique to knock the mother to the ground. 2018 Golden Belt winner, Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was adding drama to himself. West, come and give me the Golden Belt. President, can we be more serious? The battle isn't over yet. West's face looked like he wanted to die. Suddenly, the mother jumped up and stabbed Chen Zhao's back. Chen Zhao turned around in shock. Shock was written all over his face. Both Helis and Pain were startled. They didn't think that Chen Zhao would be ambushed by the mother just because he was too proud. You. Chen Zhao pointed at the mother. I've been so good to you. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Chen, you're too into it. Gaia covered her face. Was my acting not good enough? Chen Zhao asked. Please respect your opponent, Gaia said. Chen Zhao's fist swept across, and the queen's head exploded. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground. Hallie's and Pongin's expressions froze. His mouth was agape, and he did not come back to his senses for a long time. Was it over? Just like that? Wasn't this too anticlimactic? Only now did they realize that the strongest was not Gaia, but Chun Zhao. What I'm doing right now is a sign of respect for my opponent. The headless corpse suddenly stood up straight, as if defying gravity. Chun Zhao was shocked. The headless corpse gave off a terrifying aura. Pain and Helith's expressions changed again. Terrifying. That kind of aura gave them goosebumps. It was an indescribable terror. The air seemed to freeze. The headless corpse began to pull open his chest, peeling off the skin on his chest, as if he was peeling off a piece of clothing. A coarse body crawled out from under the human woman's skin. It didn't crawl out directly. Instead, it squeezed out bit by bit. Every time it squeezed out a limb, its body would grow a bit bigger. Crack. Chun Zhao actually held the monster that hadn't completely crawled out of the skin with one hand and took a selfie. Helith and Pan Zhen felt their bodies lighten, as if all their fear had disappeared. They only found it funny now. Would this guy really be their boss in the future? Chun, don't you think we should finish it off before it completely forms? Oh, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. The monster suddenly sped up and left the skin. There was a bronze sword in its back. Gaia felt like her words were completely unnecessary. If she could imagine it, Chun Zhao would have already done it. The monster pulled out the bronze sword from its back. Its eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. The monster's skin was extremely coarse and dark red. There was a pair of sharp horns on its head and a mouth full of fangs. Its limbs were all exposed sharp bones. Its entire body radiated power. Did you guys realize that it looks like Big Pineapple from Diablo? No one knew how to respond to Chun Zhao. Wes turned his head. He didn't want his laughter to ruin the serious atmosphere. Roar. Do you think you could defeat me with such a despicable method? Ridiculous. Can we talk about whether you can put that skin back on? You're so ugly now. Even your voice sounds horrible. Helith and Pan Zhen didn't know what expression they should use to face this life and death battle. Human, do you only care about appearances? I don't care about appearances. Can you return the sword to me? Let's have a fair fight. Everyone in the supernatural organization covered their foreheads. They couldn't bear to look at him anymore. President, let's be serious. You're embarrassing us like this. You want the sword? Sure, come and get it. The mother crooked its finger. Don't force me to use my ultimate move. Chun Zhao's expression darkened. Come on, let me see your ultimate move, your trump card. The mother sounded casual, but it was actually very serious. It knew that Chun Zhao was very strong. Being able to kill its first form with one punch was enough to show how strong he was. The people in the organization felt that Chun Zhao was going to do something again, because they had never really seen Chun Zhao use any ultimate moves. At least, when Chun Zhao said the words ultimate move, Chun Zhao's eyes lit up. It meant that Chun Zhao was going to do something again. Chun Zhao took a deep breath. His gaze suddenly turned serious. Pan Zhen and Helith suddenly realized that Chun Zhao's aura had changed. When he was serious, he seemed to be a different person. What was with that sharp aura? Could this be his true face? A halo appeared behind Chun Zhao. It was like a god's halo. Then, magic arrays started appearing around him. Every magic array was filled with boundless mysteries and filled with awe-inspiring mana. Chapter 922. Everyone's first reaction in the face of this spell was to run. The Matrix was no exception. Only a lunatic would endure this spell. But the moment the mother turned around to escape, it tripped over something. Then it fell to the ground. When it tried to get up, Chun Zhao was already on top of it. An extremely heavy punch directly knocked it out of its senses. A few teeth fell out. Chun Zhao punched again. Come on, if you want my sword, take it. Another punch. You dare touch my stuff? Bang! Another punch. Chun Zhao grabbed the Matrix and used Iron Head. Yo, your head is so hard. Chun Zhao grabbed the bronze sword on the ground. Do you really want it? If you really want it, I'll give it to you. Tell me, do you want it? The Matrix wanted to cry. It thought that Chun Zhao was a barbarian. He didn't care about the rules at all. Chun Zhao slashed at the Matrix's abdomen. With one slash, it was split into two halves. Does that feel good? Do you want another one? The two halves of the mother's body actually flew away from Chen Zhao's sight at lightning speed. Fuck, it's cut in half, but it can still run? Chen Zhao looked at the two halves in shock. Everyone was bewildered. The two halves of his body had actually turned into two smaller pineapples. Human, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you in the cruelest way. You're a strengthened version, but you can't beat me with two clearly weakened versions. Are you sure you can beat me? Suddenly, the two matriarchs sped up and charged at Chen Zhao. So fast, Helith and Pan exclaimed at the same time. Chen Zhao immediately held the bronze sword horizontally to block the two matriarchs' punches. The next moment, Chen Zhao slashed out, but the matriarchs reacted even faster. They immediately retreated. He's fast too. Pan looked at Chen Zhao. Helith nodded. Indeed, both the matriarchs and Chen Zhao were fast. They all displayed shocking speed and power. Everyone looked at the three, but could only watch. They couldn't help Chen Zhao. The three of them were entangled in a fierce battle. Hey, don't describe a man as fast, okay? Chen Zhao took the time to look back. However, the price of saying that was a punch to Chen Zhao. Everyone was speechless. He risked saying this in order to prove his manhood. Was his price really worth it? Gaia, can the guild leader win? Worry flashed in West's eyes. They had never seen Chen Zhao fight an enemy for so long without a winner being decided. Gaia's gaze was equally solemn. She was unable to determine the victor of this battle in a short period of time. Don't worry, Chen is invincible. Even so, Gaia's tone was a little heavy. There was no doubt that Chen Zhao was strong, but the mother wasn't weak either. Especially after splitting into two, the speed it displayed completely exceeded the scope of his understanding. The spectators could even hear the whistling sounds produced as the three of them fought. For now, Chen Zhao could still fight one against two. But if he couldn't end the battle in a short time, they weren't sure if Chen Zhao could last until the end. After all, Chen Zhao was a human, while the mother wasn't human. To them, their endurance would definitely be greater than that of humans. But they didn't care about that. The mother's endurance was indeed shocking. But Chen Zhao wasn't weak either. The three fought for an hour, but there was still no winner. Moreover, for an hour, they still maintained that kind of storm-like offensive. See, did you see that? Did you see my endurance? Chen Zhao yelled as he fought the two matriarchs. Guild leader, can you be more serious? West's heart was pounding. He felt that if Chen Zhao was more serious, his chances of winning would increase. Chen Zhao could feel that the mother's attacks were getting fiercer. Suddenly, he was hit by a punch. The punch didn't hurt him, but when he tried to move again, he was hit again. Human, we already know your moves. We've learned all your techniques and moves. Moves? I have moves? Chen Zhao scratched his head. Are you sure I have moves? It looks messy, but it actually includes your personal habits and attack routes, one of the mothers said. Now it's time for you to die. I'd be a fool to believe you. Chen Zhao didn't believe the mother at all. However, the following battles began to show a one-sided trend. Chen Zhao was continuously hit by the two mothers' attacks. Everyone's face was covered with a layer of shadow. Chen Zhao's victory would decide their life and death. If Chen Zhao lost, they wouldn't be able to escape death either. But from the looks of it, Chen Zhao had clearly gone from being evenly matched to being at a disadvantage. Regardless of whether Chen Zhao attacked or defended, he couldn't stop the other mother's attack. The two mothers' coordination was too tight. It was perfect, but they were one. Plus, they discovered Chen Zhao's weakness. So, when he attacked, he completely suppressed Chen Zhao. Bang! Chen Zhao was sent flying. It was the first time they'd seen Chen Zhao in such a miserable state. It was the first time they'd seen Chen Zhao get beaten up. Seeing Chen Zhao's terrible state, Gaia immediately wanted to help. Don't come. Chen Zhao waved his hand. Chen Zhao stood up again. It's not fair. There's two of you and only one of me. It's not fair. If you can, come at me one by one. Didn't you say that two weakened clones can't threaten you? Didn't you say that you can't lose to us? The mother looked at Chen Zhao mockingly. I'm not in a good state today. How about we fight another day? Everyone was ashamed of Chen Zhao's shamelessness. They never seen someone so shameless. He'd lost so shamelessly. Do you think that's possible? Don't force me to use my ultimate move, Chun Zhao threatened. The two mothers' expressions changed slightly. They were still fearful of the terrifying scene of Chun Zhao's super spell. Fortunately, Chun Zhao hadn't fully activated it, which gave them a chance to turn the situation around. Do you think I'll give you another chance to use it this time? The mothers had already made up their minds. If Chun Zhao dared to use that super spell, they'd kill him immediately. They definitely wouldn't give Chun Zhao a chance to use it again. Chun Zhao sighed. You've given up? The mother looked at Chun Zhao proudly. I think you're mistaken about something. I was just playing with you. Chun Zhao twisted his neck and stretched his limbs. It's useless to be stubborn. Soon you'll die. Everyone also thought that Chun Zhao was forcing himself. Chapter 923. The two brood mothers attacked Chun Zhao again. But the next moment, Chun Zhao suddenly turned into 12. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. 12 Chun Zhao. Shock was written all over Moore's face. He'd seen Chun Zhao use cloning in the past, but he discussed it with Chun Zhao and knew the difference between his and Chun Zhao's cloning spell. Chun Zhao had used cloning twice. The first time was when he'd fought the source of the fallen. The second time was when he'd fought Abaddon. But in the previous two times, Chun Zhao could only create 2 clones. Moore could only create 1 clone at a time, but once the clone was killed, he could immediately create a second clone. Chun Zhao's clones were different. If 1 clone was killed, he'd have 1 less clone. He couldn't summon a new clone in a short time. But now, Chun Zhao could summon 11 clones at once. Including his real body, there were 12. Are we competing in numbers? Chun Zhao clenched his fists and smiled at the two broodmothers. Hellies in pain had thought that Chun Zhao was just being stubborn. Now, they finally believed that Chun Zhao really hadn't been serious. Thinking back, it really did seem so. Even when Chun Zhao was fighting the two broodmothers, he'd act funny from time to time. He'd always make the tense atmosphere funny. Only now did they understand that Chun Zhao really hadn't been serious. Illusion. It's just an illusion. Do you think we're scared of you? The two brood mothers didn't know if it was really cloning or just an illusion. But now, they could only comfort themselves. Soon, the 12 Chun Zhao pounced forward. In front of numbers, techniques, and moves were all empty talk. Crack, crack. More accurately, only 11 clones attacked the two brood mothers. Chun Zhao walked toward the weapons warehouse. Chun Zhao saw that there were many weapons in the warehouse. They were all old-fashioned cannons and missiles. Chun Zhao shuddered. Luckily, the monster didn't plan to fight them. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to escape. Chun Zhao put away all the weapons. He didn't know how many there were. The cannons and missiles combined could probably level L.A. to the ground. Of course, this place was still quite a distance away from Los Angeles. After all, this was a weapons warehouse. It was impossible to place it near Los Angeles. After dealing with the corpses, Chun Zhao walked out of the warehouse. Then he gathered everyone. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao's clones beating up the mother, and then at Chun Zhao's real body. There was a complicated look in their eyes. Guild leader, can he not use doppelganger next time? Patya said, you could have killed these two monsters directly. Why did you have to use a doppelganger technique? Why do you care if I use a clone? Chun Zhao glared. Patya was so frightened that she almost cried. She did not dare to speak again. Jalanash was braver. She said, President, can you consider our feelings when you use the doppelganger spell? Me, Pataya, Giselle, and Alice. Every time you use a clone, you're always naked. Can't you learn from Moyer? At least every time he uses a clone, he's always wearing clothes. Looking at the 11 naked men standing there, the scene was actually quite spectacular. Of course, it was also dazzling. You have to learn to appreciate it. Look at my body. Those biceps, those mermaid lines. Do you see a body more perfect than mine? Do you see a man more perfect than me? Actually, many men here had good bodies. They also wanted to show off their muscles and mermaid lines. For example, Pan In pretended to show off his biceps casually. Pretty big biceps. Chun Zhao squinted at Pan Un. Go fight them. Pan In's face twitched. Those two things were definitely not something a normal person could touch. Only a lunatic would fight them. Roar. The mother struggled. By now, it was already covered in wounds. One of the mother charged out of the encirclement and charged at Chun Zhao. Everyone was shocked. They were about to warn Chun Zhao to be careful. Chun Zhao did not even turn his head. The dark serum enveloped the mother and then wrapped it up. Helith and Pan and were both in disbelief. How many more trump cards did Chun Zhao have? How strong was he? Now, they believed Patya's words. Chun Zhao had never been serious. Just as Chun Zhao was about to pull it into the shadows, a thought flashed through his mind. The dark serum started seeping into the mother's body. Then it was completely controlled by Chun Zhao, turning into a dark matrix. Chun Zhao pointed at the other matrix. The dark matrix charged at its former counterpart. The red and black matrices fought. Pan, inside. The difference was too great. Chun Zhao was the president of the supernatural organization, while he was the leader of the supergroup. He was supposed to be Chun Zhao's replacement. But now, he felt like he was a joke. Replacement? It was more like a defective product. The two could not be compared at all. In his eyes, the matrices were already strong enough. They were existences that could not be defeated. But before Chun Zhao, the mother was like a child. Even if Chun Zhao was not serious, the matrices could not do anything. Come, let's bet. Do you think the black or red matrices will win? President, this is boring. West rolled his eyes at Chun Zhao. The black matrices are controlled by you. If we bet that they will win, you'll definitely go easy on them and let the red matrices win. If we bet that they will win, you'll probably make them die a horrible death. West, do you still want a year-end bonus? You know that my second child is about to be born. I just want to earn some money for my future child. Is that too much? I'll bet $100. The red matrices win, West said immediately. I'll bet $100 too. The red matrices win. Me too. Even Helith and Pan and placed their bets. They would just treat it as bribing their boss in advance. Chin, is this fun? The gold you found last time earned you tens of millions. Do you have to cheat them of a few $100s? Everyone looked at Gaia. Gaia, you and the president went out last time to find gold? Yes, I also got 20 million. Gaia did not hide it. Chapter 924. Mr. Chun, I want to join your organization too. Klaus looked at Chun Zhao seriously. Me too. Me too. Klaus's team all looked at Chun Zhao with determined eyes. This place had left too deep of an impression on them. Chun Zhao and the supernatural organization, on the other hand, had opened a whole new world for them. Our salary isn't high, Chun Zhao said. We don't ask for much. We have a lot of work. We often have to work overtime. We don't care about overtime. In the past, it's normal for us to not sleep for 3 to 4 days after a mission. We often have to go to many dangerous places. Danger is the last thing we're afraid of, Klaus said. You really want to join the supernatural organization? Yes, as long as you take us out to the sea to relax sometimes. Drag him away and feed him to the dogs. Fine, President, Klaus said. I just want to show my sense of humor. Why do you want to show your sense of humor? Don't you need a sense of humor to join the supernatural organization? Klaus seemed to be serious. What made you think that? Everyone looked at Chun Zhao. It was obviously you. President, I think it's about time. Shouldn't we wrap things up? What time is it? Chun Zhao asked. It's 3 in the morning. West glanced at his watch. It's about time. The dark matrix pressed down on the matrix. Then the dark serum on its body started seeping into the matrix. Soon, the other matrix was also controlled by Chun Zhao. Everyone was speechless. To them, this was an extremely difficult enemy. In Chun Zhao's eyes, it was just that simple. Is anyone hungry? Chun Zhao asked. I'm starving, West said. Okay, you'll treat us to supper. Can anyone recommend a place that's still open at this time? I know a 24-hour pizza place. Then let's go. Chun Zhao suddenly looked up at the hole. Miss Secretary, you've been looking for so long. Aren't you tired? Everyone looked up, but there was nothing there. President, is there anyone up there? Chun Zhao looked up. Are you going to come out yourself? Or do I have to drag you out? Asalisa finally appeared. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Asalisa to be a witch. She had just used an invisibility spell. Even Payne and Helith did not expect this. Asalisa had been observing the battle, thinking that no one had noticed her. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhao still found out. She was also shocked by Chen Zhao's strength. She didn't think she was Chen Zhao's match. Mr. Chun, we meet again. Silence her. Klaus and the others pointed their guns at Asalisa. Asalisa's face turned pale. Mr. Chun, why? Nonsense. You're definitely going to snitch to that old thing, Leong. I might as well kill you right now. Mr. Chun, how about I join the supernatural organization? Sure. Chen Zhao was smart enough to agree right away. Guild leader, do you really believe her words so easily? She's Leang's woman. Do you think I'm handsome? West's cheeks twitched. Dare I say not handsome? Against his will, West nodded. Yes. That's why I think that my handsomeness has already charmed her, Chen Zhao said. I believe that she really wants to join the supernatural organization and use it to get close to me. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even Asalisa's face was filled with helplessness. Thinking about it, West understood what Chen Zhao meant. Chen Zhao planned to place Asalisa beside Leong and have her be his spy. Indeed, Chen Zhao wanted to use her as a spy. That old bastard Leong wasn't reliable, so it was indeed necessary to place a spy beside him. Since Asalisa was so straightforward and wanted to be his spy, there was no reason for him to reject her. Everyone dragged their tired bodies and left the base. Then, the base completely sank into the depths of the ground amidst the violent explosion. Everyone walked out of the exit, Pan, and carried Eric on his back. Walking in front, Helith suddenly stopped. Oh no, prepare for battle. Pan and also left Eric behind and turned into a giant bear. Everyone looked at Helith and Payne with puzzled eyes. What are you doing? Chen Zhao looked at them. President, can't you see? There are so many evil spirits. The exit was filled with evil spirits, blocking their way. Chen Zhao said. This is our evil spirit army. Pan In and Helith were dumbfounded. Was this the supernatural organization's true power? Previously, Leong had told them that the supernatural organization was a waste concentration camp. But why did such a waste concentration camp always shock them? On the other hand, they thought that they could replace the supernatural organization, but in the end, they gathered 6 unknown newbies. On the first day of the supergroup's establishment, they were attacked and destroyed. President, do I get supper? Asalisa looked at Chen Zhao with a faint smile. Yes, of course. As long as you're a member of the organization, everyone can go. This was Chen Zhao's promise to Asalisa. Some things didn't need to be said clearly. Everyone returned to the city and found the pizza shop that Klaus had mentioned. When they entered, only a girl was working the night shift. When she saw the large group of people, she was shocked. More importantly, there were bloodstains on them. Klaus didn't put away his gun either. There was also a person carrying a person covered in blood. The girl was so scared that she started crying. In the end, a few other women went up to explain and finally calmed the girl down. In the end, the police came while they were eating. The police didn't take them back to the station. After Klaus showed his identity, the police confirmed everyone's identity and then left. Everyone ate happily. After the girl confirmed that the supernatural organization wasn't bad people, she was also very happy. Only one person wasn't happy, West. President, can you eat less? You've already eaten 20 pieces of pizza. I work a lot, so of course I eat a lot. Chen Zhao was still stuffing pizza into his mouth. I think that with your appetite, you should go to a buffet. There's no buffet now. I was blacklisted by a buffet last time. Chen Zhao said helplessly. Chapter 925. President, aren't you going home? No, Chen Zhao said. I have to go pick up Fei Lai later. The lights outside the pizza shop had already lit up. The number of members decreased one by one. The girls couldn't take it anymore and went home to sleep first. President, I have to go back and report to Leon. Goodbye. Asalisa also left. Klaus and his team were the last to leave. Chen Zhao got to know each of them one by one. Klaus and his team didn't join the supernatural organization for anything else. It wasn't because they were interested in supernatural events. It was to earn compensation for his teammates who died in this incident. All of them had families. Some were single, but they all had families. They were elite teams in the anti-terrorism department, but their salaries weren't high. Plus, they spent a lot of money and didn't have any savings. As a result, they couldn't even take out compensation for their teammates. Actually, America's compensation for soldiers was quite high. With all kinds of insurance, it could reach around $1 million. However, it wasn't a one-time thing. Some of the conditions were rather strict. Klaus and his team weren't part of the regular army either. They didn't even have insurance. This meant that the compensation for the team members who died in this operation wouldn't be high. Chen Zhao had lent them $2 million. Of course, he had to pay it back. If they missed even one, Chen Zhao would fight them to the death. "Sir, do you want coffee?" the girl on duty asked when she saw that Chen Zhao was the only one left. "Thank you." Chen Zhao nodded. After pouring Chen Zhao a cup of coffee, she said, "I'm changing shifts. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Chen Zhao looked at the time. It was already past 9 in the morning. He prepared to go to the airport. An hour ago, Fei Lai had called. She'd already boarded Lewis's plane with Jerlin and her family. It would take around 6 hours, but Chen Zhao didn't plan to go home. He planned to go to the airport and sit for a few hours. "Mr. Leon, the supernatural organization's exorcism is complete. The military base has collapsed." "Asalisa, how did you survive?" Leon had actually received the news last night that Chen Zhao and his team had appeared in the city. However, he was more curious as to how Asalisa had survived. "I found a hidden hideout in the base and hid there for 2 days until the people from the supernatural organization rescued me." "So did you see the situation of their battle?" "Because the situation was very dangerous, I was isolated from the battlefield, so I didn't know what happened. After the battle, the supernatural organization escorted me back to the city." "What about the survivors of Lightning Squad and Supergroup? Why didn't they come back?" "They've all been taken in by the supernatural organization." "Wait a minute. What does that mean?" "They have become part of the supernatural organization." "What? Who allowed it?" "I don't agree. Inform the members of the Supergroup and the Lightning Squad immediately. I hired them with money. When did I agree to let them leave the anti-terrorist operations department?" Exasperated, Leon picked up his phone and called Chen Zhao. "Mr. Chen, I want you to give me an explanation. Why did Lightning Squad and Supergroup become part of the supernatural organization?" "They were originally members of the anti-terrorist operations department." "Oh, about the Lightning Squad, they plan to hand in their resignation letter to you. As for the Supers, I heard that they are a private team." Then they expressed their gratitude to the supernatural organization for saving them from danger, so they willingly merged with the Supers. "Mr. Chun, let's be straightforward. Both of their teams are the property of the Anti-Terrorist Operations Department. I don't agree to let them leave us for no reason. Mr. Leon, let me be frank with you. I'm very dissatisfied with the schedule you arranged for me to come back yesterday." "I don't understand why you're dissatisfied. Did you have a conflict with someone on the plane?" "No, but when I got off the plane, I parachuted down." "So what?" "Mr. Chun, you don't even know how to parachute?" "I'm not against parachuting, but I received a parachute that couldn't be opened. I can't help but suspect that someone purposely arranged this to kill me." "Bullshit. You know very well whether I'm bullshitting or not." Chen Zhao hung up. Leon's face was full of shock. He then picked up another phone and said, "Transfer me to the Montreal Alliance military base." After a while, Leon finally connected to the officer who had arranged for Chen Zhao to get on the plane yesterday. "You're Lieutenant Paul, right?" "That's me. Who are you?" "Yesterday, I arranged for someone to take your plane and parachute near Los Angeles. I want to know why his parachute couldn't be opened." "Sir, it's my fault. I gave the wrong person a malfunctioning parachute. I've already reported this to the higher-ups." Leon was infuriated. He had offended Chen Zhao again for no reason. It wasn't his arrangement, but even if he explained now, Chen Zhao probably wouldn't believe him. He made it seem like he was in the wrong. He had to suffer in silence. He was in the mud now. Even if he wasn't dead, he was dead. Fuck, this asterisk shoal jumped from 10,000 meters without a parachute. Why isn't he dead? Leon roared furiously. It'd be great if he died. Beside him, Asalice's heart jumped. Chen Zhao didn't die from falling from 10,000 meters. This made Asalice's impression of Chen Zhao's strength rise again. Leon was old. Now, He only wanted to consolidate his position. In a few years, Leon would be demoted. Asalisa also had to think about her future now. If she kept relying on Leon, after he demoted and a new official took office, she would most likely be punished. If it was more serious, she might disappear from the world. Thus, Asalisa also had a plan for her future. She basically couldn't go further in politics. After all, she was only a secretary, but she had access to many secrets. She had to find a powerful backer. The supernatural organization was a good choice. With a powerful president like Chun Zhao, even a stubborn old astroshol like Leon had to compromise with him. Of course, she had to pay in return. Chapter 926. Fei Lai and the family finally walked out of the boarding gate. "Darling, did you miss me?" Chun Zhao went up to hug Fei Lai, but Zhilin, who was in Fei Lai's arms, pushed him away immediately. "You go." Little Zhilin pointed to the side with her delicate little finger with an angry expression on her face. "But what's with this British accent?" Fei Lai couldn't help but laugh. "How does it feel to be despised by your own daughter? Baby, you don't want me anymore." Chun Zhao really wanted to die now. "Bah," Zhilin said childishly, looking at Chun Zhao. "Fei Lai, did you cast some spell on little Zhilin? Why doesn't she want me anymore?" "Because she didn't see you when she woke up last night." This was the first time Chun Zhao wasn't by Zhilin's side when she woke up at night. This girl was so young, but she was already so vengeful. On the way home, Fei Lai drove, while Chun Zhao coaxed Zhilin. After a long time, Zhilin finally accepted Chun Zhao again. This made Chun Zhao very happy. The feeling of having a daughter was really different. Just then, Chun Zhao's phone rang. Zhilin immediately tried to snatch the phone. Not caring who was calling, she yelled into the phone, "Ba% hashtag. Hashtag." With that, she tossed the phone to the side like an irreconcilable enemy. "Fei Lai, can you help me explain what Zhilin just said?" Chun Zhao was dumbfounded. Apart from don't, which he could barely understand, he didn't understand anything else. Every time she sees that you're going to leave after answering the phone, she tells the person on the phone not to disturb my dad anymore, or else I'll beat you to death. Fei Lai felt like she was going to slip the steering wheel, but she doesn't know how to say anything else. She only knows a few simple words: do, don't go, come back. Chun Zhao felt that he should avoid Zhilin if he called in the future. He didn't want her to smash his phone again, but a child's temper came and went quickly. Soon, Zhilin forgot about Chun Zhao's call and started playing with other animals again. Chun Zhao took the phone and sat on the roof of the car. He looked at the caller ID. It was Felwood Cisco. Chun Zhao called him back. "Mr. Felwood, I'm sorry. My daughter took the phone just now." "It's okay. I didn't know you already have a daughter." Felwood was still worried. "Mr. Chun, the foundation is done. Would you like to come and check it?" "Okay. Are you still at the construction site in the afternoon?" "Yes. I'll wait for you here." "Okay," Chun Zhao replied. Trusting Felwood Cisco was one thing. However, this kind of quality problem still needed to be checked. After all, it was a matter of quality. If there was a problem, people would die. He had to be responsible for his own people. Then he called West and told him to find an engineering quality inspection company. To be able to open a quality inspection company, one must be qualified to issue quality inspection certificates. If the quality inspection company passed the engineering test during the inspection, and then there was a problem with the engineering quality, a quality inspection company needed a person in charge, so the fees for this kind of company were more expensive. Generally, they would charge at least 1% of the construction fee. For a 10 million construction project, they would charge $100,000. In the afternoon, he went to the headquarters. At this time, the headquarters had completely become a construction site. West and the people from the quality inspection company had already arrived. "Mr. Chun." Seeing Chun Zhao, Felwood immediately went up to greet him. "Mr. Felwood, how's the main building now?" Chun Zhao asked. "The foundation is done." "I see." Chun Zhao furrowed his brows. "Mr. Chun, are you dissatisfied with the progress?" Felwood was very nervous about Chun Zhao, his investor. He was afraid that Chun Zhao would be dissatisfied with something. "No, I just want to increase the budget by a few million. But the foundation is already done. Can I change it?" Felwood almost choked. He thought that Chun Zhao was dissatisfied with the project. But Chun Zhao's next words almost made Felwood laugh. The original budget was 2 million, and now he wanted to increase it by a few million? This was like a pie falling from the sky. Not to mention the foundation. Even if the main building was built, he would tear it down and redesign it. Of course it can be changed. Mr. Chun, how much do you want to increase the budget, and what structure do you want to add? My team and I will do our best to cooperate with you. Felwood looked at Chun Zhao with sparkling eyes. You're right. Will it be troublesome? Chun Zhao asked. No, not at all. Then let's add 5 million USD to the original amount. Felwood Cisco's eyes lit up. That would be $7 million. He'd gotten it from Leong anyway. If he didn't spend it all, Chun Zhao would feel uncomfortable. Chun Zhao didn't know much about engineering, but Felwood didn't think so. Chun Zhao wasn't troublesome at all. He was here to give him an order. Moreover, it was a super big order, even if it was a big company. Even a big company might not be able to get a multi-million-dollar order in a year. There were so many construction companies in the United States. Although a small number of them were very famous, building a relatively famous building was already the only time in a company's life. Most of the time, these construction companies would take orders like Chun Zhao's. Chun Zhao's order was actually a big one. First, I want to build a spacious underground space. The bottom should be as big as a basketball court and at least 10 meters tall. Then, the main building will be above it. Then, I want to add accommodation in the main building. I want the conditions to be good. I don't like to mistreat my subordinates. Yes, I understand. As for the design, I'll change the previous design and redesign the structure. Felwood wasn't afraid of trouble. He was afraid that Chun Zhao wouldn't have any requests. If Chun Zhao didn't have any requests, it would mean that he couldn't use up his budget. Apart from that, I also need a circular track around the entire building. You want to build a stadium? I don't need a stadium as big as a stadium. I just need a track. Chun Zhao didn't want to build a stadium. If he did, it would cost more than 10 million. Mr. Chun, what about the main building? If it's just your requests, I'll add 1 million at most. Then add a leisure area, a gym, a recreation room, a restaurant, and so on. Add everything you can. Also, build a garden. Oh, and a huge swimming pool. Mr. Chun, even so, it's only 200,000 or 300,000. What if we dig a man-made lake? Chun Zhao asked. Then we can dig a 3-square-kilometer lake. I'll add 3 million and make it bigger.
Chapter 276. Yixing nodded with a certain expression. Unless there is a monstrous genius who can defeat an enemy 3 levels higher than him, or else you will not get anything from the 4th level. Of course, the people in the palace did not believe that Yixing had the ability to defeat an enemy 3 levels higher than him. They had never even heard of such a monstrous genius, let alone seeing one. Such a monstrous genius could only exist in the ancient legends of the entire mainland. However, the supreme spiritual martial art inheritance was too tempting. Some people were doubtful about the changes in the 4th level's result as mentioned by Yixing. If the results of the 4th level did not change, Yixing would be able to last for half an hour under the trial target's attack. Then, he would be able to get the first 3 levels of the supreme falling star incantation. What they did not know was that Yixing's words were mixed with lies. The rules of the 4th level's trial and the results had changed. Yixing was telling the truth. However, it was not that he did not get any benefits from the 4th level. He was a monstrous genius who could defeat an enemy 3 levels higher than him. He had successfully passed the 4th level and obtained the complete supreme spiritual martial art, the falling star incantation. This was something that no one had expected. In the main palace of some people sighed with a disappointed expression. Some people were thinking and pondering. Grand Elder Lin Xiuyuan looked around and glanced at everyone in the palace. He said, how could it be so easy to get the supreme falling star incantation? The rules of the 4th level have changed and the results will naturally change as well. Yixing, submit the first 4 levels of the supreme falling star incantation inheritance to the sect. The sect will reward you with the special right to practice any martial arts. Although Lin Xiuyuan had retired from the position of Grand Elder, his prestige in the Falling Star sect was still like the sun and moon in the sky. Since he had made his decision, even if there were still people who had doubts, they would not dare to say anything. Yixing wrote down the cultivation chant for the first 4 layers of the upper-grade falling star incantation and handed it over to the sect. The cultivation chant was already in his mind, so he didn't lose anything by taking it out. Instead, he obtained the special right to practice any martial arts. Naturally, it was a great profit. Yixing didn't care if some people in the sect doubted his words. What he gained in the Stellar Hall was an absolute secret. Before his strength reached the peak of the Qingyun region, he wouldn't tell anyone, not even his master. That was because there was no benefit to it at all. It was impossible for the people of the Meteor sect to rise instantly just because they had the Meteor Fall art. If outsiders knew that the Falling Star sect had a supreme spiritual martial art inheritance, before the Falling Star sect could rise, they would have worked together to destroy the Falling Star sect. Falling Star sect, Shilin Court. After Yixing came out of the Falling Star main hall, he asked his master, Lin Fenghua, if perfected Yan Yu was among the elders of the Spirit Moon sect. After receiving an affirmative answer, Yixing came to Shilin Court. Ever since Yixing found out from Zi Shanho that Wei Qingxian was taken away by perfected Yan Yu of the Spirit Moon sect as a disciple, he remembered the name of perfected Yan Yu of the Spirit Moon sect. He and Wei Qingxian had experienced life and death. His life was saved because of Wei Qingshuan's persistence. Both of them had left an indelible mark in each other's hearts. It was because of Wei Qingxian that although Yixing had a good impression of Chu Jingyue and Lin Tongyu, they did not truly enter Yixing's heart. Without Yixing, Wei Qingxian would have died long ago in the underground cave of the Green Cloud Mountain Range. Without Wei Qingxian, Yixing would have died at the hands of Dong Fu country's martial saint, Dong Xianing. The two of them had gone through life and death together to survive the calamity of life and death. They both had deep love for each other in their hearts. This time, Yixing did not see Wei Qingxian among the Spirit Moon sect disciples. However, since perfected Yan Yu was here, he naturally had to ask about Wei Qingshuan's situation. "It's you? What is senior brother Yixing doing here at Shilin Court?" The Spirit Moon sect disciples guarding outside Shilin Court naturally recognized Yixing and were very respectful towards him. A 5-star martial saint defeating a 7-star martial saint was indeed shocking. Especially to cultivators of the same generation, Yixing was already a tall mountain that they had to look up to. Yixing smiled faintly at the Spirit Moon sect disciple. "I'm here to visit your honorable sect elder, perfected Yan Yu." What was the relationship between Yixing and elder Yan Yu? The disciple asked in his heart and said, "Come with me." Soon, Yixing arrived at perfected Yan Yu's residence. After reporting, he was received by perfected Yan Yu. Perfected Yan Yu was an elder of the Spirit Moon sect. When he was staying in Theet was a little unreasonable for a disciple of the Falling Star sect to visit him in private. If it was an ordinary disciple of the perfected Yan Yu would definitely not receive him. If there was something, he could come and talk to him through an elder. However, the person who requested to see him was Yixing. It was because the Falling Star sect had Yixing that the Spirit Moon sect wanted to get closer to the Falling Star sect. Perfected Yan Yu naturally treated him specially. In the room, perfected Yan Yu asked the Spirit Moon sect disciple who had brought Yixing to leave and said, "Martial nephew Yixing, take a seat." "Why are you looking for me?" Yixing did not sit down. Instead, he cupped his fists and said, "I would like to inquire about a friend of yours. I heard that Wei Qingxian was accepted as a disciple by you. I wonder how she is now." Perfected Yan Yu's expression instantly froze. She was petrified. At first, when she heard the name Yixing, she thought of the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned. However, when she saw that Yixing was a 5-star martial saint, the difference in cultivation between him and the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned was too great. Perfected Yan Yu had dismissed that idea. However, now that Yixing had asked about Wei Qingxian, didn't that mean that the Yixing in front of her was the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned? Perfected Yan Yu quickly regained her senses. Her eyes flashed with astonishment as she said, "You are Hua Tianfeng's disciple, Yixing?" Yixing nodded his head, "Yes." Perfected Yen Yu secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, it was the Yixing that Wei Qingxian had mentioned. However, according to Wei Qingxian, Yixing's heavenly fate realm was very low. He was only a 2-star red life realm cultivator. Moreover, his cultivation was the same as hers, a rank 7 martial artist. A 2-star red life realm cultivator had actually become a 5-star martial saint in less than a year. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Perfected Yen Yu had seen ordinary heavenly fate realm cultivators who had worked hard to become martial saints. However, she had never seen or even heard of someone like Yixing. Perfected Yen Yu let out a long breath and calmed her emotions. She said, "I heard Qingxian mention you before. I thought that you were still in Zishan County. I didn't expect that you were the Yixing that Qingxian had mentioned." Yixing had heard that Wei Qingxian had also mentioned him before. A wave of warmth and longing rose in his heart as he said, "Senior, is Qingxian doing well now?" "Qingxian, she." Perfected Yen Yu said and sighed. When Yixing saw this, he was shocked and asked, "What happened to Qingxian?" Perfected Yen Yu said, "Don't worry, Qingxian is fine. It's just that, she met a great benefactor." Yixing said in surprise, "Great benefactor?" Perfected Yen Yu nodded. "It's a king called Lanqin King. When Qingxian broke through to martial saint, her astrology awakened and caused quite a big anomaly. It attracted Lanqin King's attention. Lanqin King saw Qingshuan's potential and came to the spiritual moon sect to take her away. I haven't seen Qingxian for half a year. I don't know how she is now." After a pause, Perfected Yen Yu continued, "She should be doing well with a king. Under the nurturing of a king, her cultivation progress might not be slower than yours." A king? This time, it was Yixing's turn to be stunned. He was petrified on the spot. Currently, the strongest warrior that Yixing had seen was a perfected person, and a beginner one at that. He had not even seen a middle perfected person or a high perfected person. The honorable realm was incomparably distant, like a legend. A king was above the honorable realm. It was said that they were the rulers of the entire star continent and stood at the peak of existence. Yixing had never expected that Wei Qingxian would be taken away by a king. A king realm cultivator was strong enough to run amok in the entire star continent. This meant that Wei Qingxian could be anywhere in the star continent. She could be 1,000,000 miles away from him, or even 1,000,000,000 miles away from him. Yixing realized a serious problem. Would he be able to see Wei Qingxian again in his life? Yes, he had to see her. Even if his woman was at the end of the world, he had to see her. The key was how to see Wei Qingxian. If she followed a king and left the Green Cloud region and the True Xian region, Yixing would not be able to see her just by being a king in the Green Cloud region. Second update. Chapter 277. Yixing shook his head. It wasn't just that he couldn't be revered in the Qingyun region. Even if they were revered in the True Xian region, they had yet to reach the honorable realm. In the entire star continent, they were not considered experts. The star continent was vast and boundless. If one did not become an expert, how could one have the ability to search for Wei Qingxian in the entire star continent? Yixing deeply realized that even though he had the heaven-defying battle prowess to challenge those of a higher level, he was merely a 5-star martial saint. In the perspective of the entire continent, he was merely an ant. If he wanted to stand out and make a difference in the entire continent, he was far from enough. Become stronger. I want to continue to become stronger. I must continue to work hard. Yixing roared in his heart. His vision was not limited to the Green Cloud region or the True Xian region, but the entire continent. He knew that a 17-year-old 5-star martial saint defeating a 17-year-old 7-star martial saint was probably the only one in the Qingyun district. However, in the perspective of the entire star mainland, perhaps this was nothing. Only by broadening one's horizons and looking into the future would one not be blinded by the small benefits in front of one's eyes. Only then would one not be complacent because of a small achievement. Only then would one have an endless source of motivation to continue charging forward. Yixing bowed to immortal Yenue and left Shilin court. Although he did not obtain any specific information about Wei Qingxian from Master Yenue, he obtained an urgent desire to become stronger, a broad vision of the entire continent, and a resolute heart to constantly strive for self-improvement. After leaving Shilin court, Yixing went to the Elixir Pavilion and found the Elixir Pavilion's outer sanctum elder, Yang Xian. Yixing had obtained quite a number of spiritual herbs in the Falling Star arcane realm, especially a few middle-grade spiritual herbs, which had been around for a long time and were considered rare treasures. Yixing had said that after he obtained the spirit herbs in the Falling Star secret realm, he had to thank Gong Yang Xian properly. Moreover, he also wanted to ask Gong Yang Xian to help him refine new spirit pills. His cultivation was already at the late stage of LV5. With the help of the middle-grade Saint Spirit pill, he could easily stabilize his cultivation to the peak of LV5. Then, he could break through to LV6. Although Yixing's cultivation speed was like a rocket in the eyes of others, Yixing felt that it was not enough. It was far from his goal of standing out in the entire star continent. He wanted to reach 6-star Martial Saint as soon as possible, then 7-star Martial Saint, 8-star Martial Saint, 9-star Martial Saint, and then Astral Realm Enlightened Master. He had enough cultivation methods and inheritances to reach the 9th level of the Astral Star Realm. The only thing he lacked was time, treasures, and elixirs that could save time. Oh. Perhaps this was not all that was missing. Yixing reacted. His current fate was a 9-star orange fate. This was the fate he had devoured from the number 1 inner disciple of the Dong Fu sect, Du Biancheng. It was difficult for a 9-star orange fate to break through to the Astral Realm Enlightened Master. It required a certain amount of luck. If he wanted to break through to the Astral Realm, perhaps Yixing would have to think of a way to increase his fate. A fate higher than the 9-star orange fate was enough to reach the Enlightened Master's fate. This meant that Yixing had to find a target with the Enlightened Master's fate. I heard that Master Du Bian of the Dong Fu sect is the number 1 genius in the history of the Dong Fu sect. He is a well-known genius in the entire Green Cloud region. He is ranked as one of the 6 great childs of the Green Cloud region. Among the younger disciples of the 6 sects of the Green Cloud region, he is the only one who is on par with the top geniuses of the 4 sects of the north. His fate is as high as a 3-star yellow fate. We will probably meet in the Green Cloud ancient land this time. This is a good target. Yixing thought to himself. His target of devouring the Enlightened Master's fate was the first disciple of the Dong Fu sect, Master Du Bian. Yixing could not bear to devour other people's fate for no reason. However, he did not have this mental barrier when it came to the people of the Dong Fu sect. Not to mention that he was a disciple of the people of the Dong Fu sect were already mortal enemies. Even the personal grudge between him and the Dong Fu sect was a great enmity. Whenever Yixing thought about the past, the faces of his 3 comrades, Wan Xingliang, Yang Yun, and Lu Chen, would always appear in Yixing's mind. He could not forget the scene of his 3 comrades dying in front of him. And all of this originated from the war between the Dong Fu sect and the Falling Star sect. The next day, Yixing received his first batch of spiritual pills from the outer elder, Gong Yang Xian. Yixing had given Gong Yang Xian too many spiritual pills. In just one day, he could not refine too many spiritual pills. Yixing received the saint's spiritual pills first for cultivation. He would wait for a few days before receiving the rest of the spiritual pills. This time, Yixing still didn't ask for a reward. However, Yixing had given him plenty of gifts as thanks. Gong Yang Xian was overjoyed, and he did his best to refine the pills Yixing had requested of him. He used all of his energy to refine pills. With the saint's spiritual pills in hand, Yixing practiced the falling star incantation and consolidated his cultivation base in addition to learning the array from Lin Fenghua every day. There was only a month before the opening of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Yixing wanted to break through to the 6-star vortex realm before the opening of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Yixing used the medium-grade saint's spiritual pills to consolidate his cultivation base. 3 days later, after refining one medium-grade saint spiritual pill, Yixing felt that his cultivation base was not far from the peak 5th-star vortex realm. It seemed that with 2 or 3 medium-grade saint spiritual pills, his cultivation base would be completely consolidated at the peak 5th-star vortex realm. He would then be able to break through to the 6th-star vortex realm. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. The people of the Spirit Moon sect stayed in the Falling Star sect for 5 days. In these 5 days, the disciples of the Spirit Moon sect toured all the places that could be visited in the Falling Star sect. The 2 sects also held 2 exchange banquets. Today, the Spirit Moon sect master said goodbye and led the people of the Spirit Moon sect back to the Spirit Moon sect. In these 5 days, Yixing was either studying array formations or cultivating the Falling Star incantation. He did not attend any of the exchange banquets between the 2 sections. Today, when the Spirit Moon sect left, the core disciples of the Falling Star sect came out to see them off. After some pleasantries and thanking the Falling Star sect for their hospitality, Leng Xingyue led the people of the Spirit Moon sect out of the main hall of the Falling Star sect. She summoned the one demonic beast and prepared to leave. At this moment, a golden light was flying towards them from the distant horizon. Soon, it turned into a giant golden eagle and appeared in everyone's field of vision. There was a flame rune on the eagle's head. It was a level 3 demonic beast, the golden flame eagle. Seeing the golden flame eagle from afar, the perfected persons were stunned. The 3 perfected persons of the Spirit Moon sect stopped in their tracks and did not rush to leave. The golden flame eagle was a kind of grassland eagle. There were not many of them in the true Xian domain. The Qingyun region did not have this kind of demonic beast and no sect had it. Obviously, the person who came was not a martial artist from the Qingyun region, but from somewhere else in the true Xian domain. Soon, the golden flame eagle arrived in the sky above the Falling Star sect. It swooped down and landed in the square in front of the main hall. A middle-aged man in black stood on the back of the golden flame eagle. His expression was cold and he exuded an extremely powerful aura that was intimidating. Yixing scanned it with his superbrain and was shocked. The golden flame eagle was equivalent to a level 3 perfected being, a level 3 perfected being. The black-clothed middle-aged man was even more terrifying. He was a level 4 perfected being, 1 level higher than Lin Shuyuan. This was the first mid-level perfected persons that Yixing had seen. This made Yixing very curious. Where did this 4th-star venerable come from and why did he come to the Falling Star sect? The golden flame eagle landed and the middle-aged man in black jumped down. He raised his hand and a black scroll appeared in his hand. The middle-aged man in black shouted, "Falling Star Sect Master Lu Tianyuan, receive the 9 Sect Alliance's decree." Lu Tianyuan's expression turned solemn when he heard this. The other perfected persons also looked respectful. The 9 Sect Alliance was the alliance of the 9 exalted sects. It was the supreme organization of the true Xian domain and dominated the entire true Xian domain. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue took a step forward and cupped their fists. Falling Star Sect Master Lu Tianyuan, Spirit Moon Sect Master Leng Xingyue, greets the envoy. The middle-aged man in black looked at Leng Xingyue and said, "Spirit Moon Sect Master is here too? Great, I don't have to go to the Spirit Moon Sect again. You can receive the decree together." Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyue said respectfully, "We respectfully receive the decree." The middle-aged man in black opened the black scroll and said, "The 9 Sect Alliance's decree, on the 1st of January next year, the 9 Sect Alliance will hold a young hero assembly. All the young talents of the major sects in the true Xian domain and all the young talents of rogue cultivators below the age of 25 and above are to attend the assembly in the Nine Heavens City. Those who do not attend will be killed. Fight. Let's go to the fourth update. I must persevere. The fourth update will be very late. It might be around 1:30 p.m. Brothers, you can watch it tomorrow. Chapter 278. Those who don't go will be exterminated. The black-clothed middle-aged man's tone was heavy. It was like a heavy hammer pounding on everyone's heart, causing them to be shocked. On one hand, the black-clothed middle-aged man was very powerful. He was a 4-star sage. His heavy tone was already intimidating. On the other hand, the black-clothed middle-aged man was reading the imperial edict of the 9 sect alliances. How powerful were the 9 sect alliances? They were the rulers of the entire true Xian region. Only the 9 sect alliances dared to utter the word exterminate to any sect in the true Xian region. With the 9 sect alliances' strength, it was easy for them to exterminate a sect. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu looked at each other in horror. What was the 9 sect alliances trying to do? What young hero assembly? Did they want to challenge the genius disciples in the entire true Xian region? That shouldn't be the case. Which sect had the genius disciples of the 9 high sects? Moreover, even if they wanted to select the genius disciples, they should have selected some young children to test their heaven's fate. This way, they could be brought to the sect for nurturing. What was the point of holding a young hero assembly and asking the other sects to send their genius disciples? If they recruited the genius disciples of the other sects, it would cause the other sects to be disgusted. Although the 9 high sects weren't afraid of the other sects being disgusted, these genius disciples had their own sects and masters. Even if they were forced to join the 9 high sects, they might not be able to gain their loyalty. If they were given higher-level inheritances and martial arts, they might end up losing their wives and soldiers. Without loyalty, what if they betrayed the sect when they were fully fledged? The 9 high sects were filled with experts and wise people. They shouldn't be that stupid. However, if it wasn't to select the geniuses of the other sects, why would they spend so much money and effort to hold the young hero assembly? Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu couldn't figure it out. The two of them said respectfully, "We will obey the imperial edict." The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. With a wave of his hand, 2 black scrolls flew towards Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu. After the two of them received the scrolls, the black-clothed middle-aged man said, "Take a good look. There are specific rules for the rewards. The 9 sect alliances attach great importance to this young hero assembly. The rewards are very generous." After he finished speaking, the black-clothed middle-aged man turned around and left. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu were not in a hurry to read the scroll. Instead, they bowed and sent him off. They cupped their fists and said, "Farewell, esteemed envoy." The black-clothed middle-aged man leaped onto the golden flame eagle's back. The golden flame eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Only when the golden flame eagle completely disappeared from sight did the crowd begin to discuss the young hero assembly. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu looked at each other and opened the black scrolls. Immediately, the two of them sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time and exclaimed, "Resurrection pill?" The perfected ones of the older generation were all shocked when they heard this. The younger disciples blinked their eyes and were filled with curiosity. They did not know what this revival pill was and why the 2 sect masters were so surprised. Lu Tianyuan continued, "The 9 great sects are so generous. The first place of the young hero assembly is actually rewarded with a supreme-grade spirit pill. TSK. This is a priceless treasure." Leng Xingyu knew that the younger disciples rarely knew about the revival pill. She said, "The revival pill is a supreme-grade spirit pill. As its name suggests, this pill has the heaven-defying effect of bringing the dead back to life. I heard that even if a person is dead, as long as they can consume the revival pill within an hour, they can be brought back to life. Even if their limbs are cut off, they can be regrown. Regrown, Leng Xingyue's word sounded like thunder in Yixing's ears. In an instant, Yixing thought of his master, Zi Shanhou. Zi Shanhou's legs were cut off by Hua Tianshu more than 10 years ago, and he was still disabled. Hearing that the revival pill had such a heaven-defying effect, Yixing's blood surged. He wanted to participate in the Young Hero Assembly. He wanted to rush to first place. He wanted to be rewarded with the revival pill. Then, he would cure his master, Zi Shanhou's disabled legs. Yixing asked, "The revival pill can only bring a dead person back to life within an hour. Is there a time limit for regrown?" Lu Tianyuan looked at Yixing thoughtfully. Hua Tianshu also looked at Yixing at the same time, but she quickly looked away. Obviously, they all guessed that Yixing's question had something to do with Zi Shanhou, Hua Tianfeng. Leng Xingyue said, "There is no time limit for regrown. Even if the limbs were cut off 10 or 20 years ago, they can be regrown after consuming the revival pill." Yixing was overjoyed, and his face was full of excitement. At this time, a disciple asked, "If the head is cut off, can it regrow after consuming the revival pill?" All the elders showed funny expressions. Leng Xingyue said unhappily, "If the head is cut off, even the gods can't save it. How can it regrow? Let alone the supreme-grade revival pill, even a profound pill won't work. What a pity." Lu Tianyuan looked at the black scroll for a while and sighed, "The 9 great sects really put in a lot of effort in this Young Hero Assembly. As long as you can get into the top 10, you will be rewarded handsomely. However, the 9 great sects have countless young geniuses. The geniuses of other sects can't be compared to them. This reward is given by the 9 great sects. Only the disciples of the 9 great sects can enjoy it." Many people showed their emotions. Obviously, they had seen the strength of the 9 great sects' young disciples. However, there were many young disciples who didn't understand. They only knew about the young geniuses of the Qingyun region. Some of them didn't even know about the young geniuses of the Qingyun region. For example, Yixing knew that the most outstanding young geniuses of the Qingyun region were the 6 great young masters. However, he only knew about Master Watanabe of the Dongfu sect. As for the 5 great young masters of the 4 great sects in the north, Yixing only knew about the 5 great young masters. As for who they were and which sect they belonged to, Yixing didn't know. There were many people who were as ignorant as Yixing. A core disciple of the Spirit Moon sect asked, "Sect leader, how powerful can the young disciples of the 9 great sects be?" Leng Xingyue glanced at that disciple and said, "It's a bit too far-fetched to talk about the young disciples of the 9 great sects. Let me put it this way. In our Qingyun region, the most talented young disciples of the 10 great sects are the 6 great young masters. They have the strength of an 8-star martial saint. The number 1 Yin Yang young master has the battle record of defeating a 9-star martial saint. However, the Yin Yang young master is only ranked 63rd on the Earth Profound list. The other 5 great young masters can't even enter the Earth Profound list. More than 90% of the top 50 disciples of the 9 great sects are disciples of the 9 great sects. The top 20 disciples are all disciples of the 9 great sects." Some of the young disciples who heard this for the first time all sucked in a breath of cold air. Including Yixing. The number 1 Yin Yang young master of the Qingyun region, who has the battle record of defeating a 9-star martial saint, is only ranked 63rd on the Earth Profound list. This means that there are 62 young geniuses in the true Xian region who are stronger than the Yin Yang young master. Earth Profound list? The Spirit Moon sect disciple who asked just now somewhat understood what the Earth Profound list represented. Leng Xingyue explained, "In the true Xian region, there are 2 rankings of strength. The ranking of the older generation is called the Heavenly Profound list and the Earth Profound list is the ranking of the younger generation. It only includes the younger generation martial artists who are under the age of 25. Although the rankings are not determined through competition and may not be completely accurate, it is still based on each person's battle record. In order to let the young disciples know clearly about the Earth Profound list, Lu Tianyuan explained in detail, the Earth Profound list has a total of 72 young geniuses. Those who can be ranked in the top 10 are at least astral martial saints. There are even a few astral martial saints who can't even enter the top 10. Those who are ranked in the top 30 are at least half-step astral martial saints. Those who are ranked in the top 30 are at least first-rate astral martial saints. Even those who are ranked at the bottom are at least mid-ninth level 9-star martial saints. In other words, among the younger generation of the true Xian region, there are many early 9th level 9-star martial saints who can't even be ranked at the bottom of the Earth Profound list. When everyone heard this, they were secretly shocked. Yixing was also stunned. With his current strength, he can't even be ranked on the Earth Profound list. He is 108,000 miles away from first place. The following is free, 4th update. I'm done. This is the 6th day in a row. I haven't stayed up to write for a long time, but today, I stayed up until almost 2:00 in the morning. Not for anything else, but for the persistence in my heart. 4th update, I want to keep it up. I want to see how many days I can keep it up. Of course, there is a more important reason, and that is, I want the monthly votes. This month, I've worked hard. I want to get the 1,000 yuan monthly vote award for the Xuanhuan category. Casting a monthly vote doesn't benefit me at all. However, if my brothers accumulate monthly votes one by one, I will be able to get a place in the monthly votes ranking. As long as I can get into the top 6 of the Xuanhuan category, excluding the overall ranking and the new book, the Archer God will be able to get $1,000 as a monthly vote reward. I'll update more, brothers, let me get the award by voting more. This is the reward given to me by my brothers. I know that if I don't update more, there will be no monthly votes and no award. So, I've persevered. Today, I'll continue to update 4th update. 6th day in a row. As for whether the monthly votes can get the award, it will depend on the brothers. The Arrow God has to move up one rank on the Xuanhuan monthly votes list to be able to get the 1,000 yuan reward. Brothers, there are only a few days left this month. Don't waste the monthly votes. Please vote for the Arrow God, thank you. Chapter 279. Yixing had always set his sights on the entire continent. In fact, he didn't really understand the structure of the entire continent, nor did he understand the younger generation of the continent. He didn't even understand the younger generation of the true Xian domain. It was only today that he heard the news. In the past, he only knew that the younger generation of the true Xian domain must be full of geniuses, but he didn't know how many geniuses there were. Now, the Earth Profound ranking gave him a direct understanding of the younger generation of the true Xian domain. In just the true Xian domain, there were more than 10 astral realm enlightened masters among the younger generation. It was really shocking. Compared to the younger generation of the true Xian domain, only the Yinyang young master of the Qingyun domain was ranked on the Earth Profound ranking. Moreover, he was ranked 63rd, which was really a bit behind. This made Yixing feel a lot of pressure. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to get first place in the Young Hero Assembly. This way, he wouldn't be able to get the Resurrection Elixir. The Young Hero Assembly would be held on the 1st of January next year. There were only 5 months left, but Yixing was only a 5-star martial saint. Could it be that he could compete with the younger generation of the enlightened masters in 5 months? Yixing clenched his fists tightly. It seemed impossible, but his blood was boiling, and a fighting spirit surged in his heart. This was related to the recovery of Zishan Ho's legs. Even if the pressure was great and the hope was slim, Yixing had to work hard for this goal. Not only did Yixing feel the pressure, but all the younger generation of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect also felt the pressure. Moreover, unlike Yixing, the other younger generation of the Spirit Moon sect couldn't resist the pressure. They couldn't see any hope of catching up. Putting away the black scroll, Leng Xingyu thanked Lu Tianyuan again and left. Lu Tianyuan cupped his hands and said, "I wish you all a safe journey." The Spirit Moon sect's group left on the Luan bird and soon disappeared from sight. After Lu Tianyuan watched the Spirit Moon sect disciples leave, he approached Yixing and patted Yixing's shoulder. There are still 5 months before the Young Hero competition. Next month, the Qingyun Ancient Land will open. The Qingyun Ancient Land is full of opportunities. You are very lucky, so work hard. If you can get a few opportunities in the Qingyun Ancient Land, you may shine in the Young Hero competition 5 months later. You may rush up the Earth Profound list and show the glory of the Falling Stars sect. After thinking for a while, Lu Tianyuan continued, among the younger generation disciples of the Qingyun region, only the Sun Moon sect's Yin Yang Young Master has entered the Earth Profound ranking. You have a high chance of becoming the second one. At that time, you can also become one of the Young Masters, and be on par with the Yin Yang Young Master. He was only ranked on the Earth Profound ranking and was on par with Yin Yang Young Master, who was ranked 63rd on the Earth Profound ranking. Yixing smiled. His goal was not just this. To him, entering the Earth Profound ranking was not a problem. The problem was to become number 1 on the Earth Profound ranking. Of course, he could also hide this idea in his heart. If he said it out loud, others would think that he had lost his mind. Yixing smiled and said, "Sect Master, I will work hard." At the same time, Hua Tianshu looked at Lu Tianyuan and Yixing with a meaningful smile. After leaving the Falling Stars Palace, on the way to the Formation Elder's mansion, Yixing asked Lin Fenghua for advice. "Master, I don't know much about the younger generation geniuses of the Qingyun region. Can you introduce me to the 6 young masters?" Before Lin Fenghua could speak, Lin Tongyu beat her to it. "I know this. The 6 young masters are the Yin Yang Young Master, the Great Sun Young Master, the Thunder Young Master, the Tianluo Young Master, the Dark Nether Young Master, and the Watanabe Young Master. They are at least peak 8-star martial saints." Yixing had risen too quickly. Although his strength was higher than Lin Tongyu's, his understanding of the Qingyun region was not as good as Lin Tongyu's. It was Yixing's first time hearing the names of the 6 young masters. Yixing asked, "Which sects do they belong to? Is there no ranking for their strength?" Lin Tongyu said excitedly. It was rare for her to be Yixing's teacher. "The strongest one is the Yin Yang Young Master, he's the publicly acknowledged number 1. As for the other 5, there isn't any ranking. Their strength should be about the same. Among the 6 young masters, the Sun Moon sect has 2 of them. The Yin Yang Young Master and the Great Sun Young Master are both from the Sun Moon sect. The Thunder Young Master is from the Blue Thunder sect. The Tian Luo Young Master is from the Tian Luo sect." Yixing's eyebrows twitched slightly as he said, "The Sun Moon sect actually has 2 young master level freaks. Furthermore, the number 1 young master, the Yin Yang Young Master, is also a disciple of the Sun Moon sect. In terms of junior disciples, the Sun Moon sect is very strong." Lin Tongyu nodded and said, "They are indeed very strong. The most famous sect in the Qingyun region is the Sun Moon sect." Lin Fenghua said, "It's not just the younger generation. In terms of overall strength, the Sun Moon sect is also the strongest. However, because of Sir Watanabe, the Sun Moon sect has been close to the East Fu sect in recent years. To our Falling Stars sect, they are not friends but enemies." Yixing's eyes flashed. He saw young Master Watanabe as his prey. He hoped that the Sun Moon sect's Yin Yang Young Master and Great Sun Young Master would not interfere with his feud with the Dongfu sect. Lin Fenghua said, "Among the 6 great young masters, the most outstanding ones are the Yin Yang Master and Master Watanabe. The other 4 great young masters are able to defeat their peers. However, the Yin-Yang Master and Master Watanabe are able to challenge those of a higher level. Their cultivation is one level lower than that of the other four great young masters. They are peak 7-star martial saints. However, in terms of strength, Master Watanabe is not inferior to the other four. Yixing was stunned. He thought that the 6 young masters were all 8-star martial saints. He did not expect the Yin-Yang young master and young master Watanabe to be geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level. Especially the Yin-Yang young master, who could defeat opponents of 2 levels higher. Lin Fenghua glanced at Yixing and said, "Yixing, you are very powerful when it comes to challenging those of a higher level. However, don't underestimate them. Especially the Yin-Yang young master. He is the #1 genius in the Qingyun region in the past 1,000 years. He has a 6-star yellow fate star and his astrology is of the same origin. He can also defeat opponents of 2 levels higher. Even in the entire True Xian domain, the Yin-Yang young master is a top genius. In a few years, when he becomes a star realm enlightened being, he will definitely shine on the Earth profound ranking. He might even be in the top 10. Yixing nodded. The star continent was vast and there were many geniuses. He was not Yunfeng. He would not think that there were only a few people in the world who could be compared with him. He would never underestimate other geniuses. However, he was very confident in himself after comparing himself with the Yin-Yang young master. When he was a 5-star martial saint, he could defeat a peak 7-star martial saint. However, when the Yin-Yang young master was a peak 7-star martial saint, he could only defeat a middle 9-star martial saint. There was still a gap between him and Yixing. However, the Yin-Yang young master's record of defeating a middle 9-star martial saint did not mean that this was the limit of his strength. He might be able to defeat a late 9-star martial saint, but he did not show it. However, no matter what, Yixing's strength had already surpassed the Yin-Yang young master. If he used all his trump cards and unleashed his full strength, the Yin-Yang young master would naturally not be a match for him. Therefore, although the Yin-Yang young master was outstanding, Yixing believed that he was far superior to him in terms of fighting against those of a higher level. Not to mention the same level, even if Yixing was 1 level lower than the Yin-Yang young master, he would not be afraid of him. As Lin Fenghua walked, she said, "The 4 sects in the north are all 1-star sects, while the 6 sects in the south are 1-star sects. Regardless of whether it is the strength of the sects or the foundation of the sects, there is a big gap between them. Among the younger generation disciples of the 4 sects, other than the young masters, there are still outstanding disciples. Not to mention 7-star martial saints, each sect has a few of them. As for 8-star martial saints, the 4 sects have 1 each. They are all very strong and can defeat the disciples of the 6 sects in the south. Yixing, if you meet them in the Qingyun ancient land, you have to be careful and avoid them." Yixing nodded and said, "The sects are of different levels and have different foundations. There is indeed a big gap. However, as long as I break through to 6-star martial saint, I will not be afraid of them. Thank you brothers for your support. Today's monthly votes have exceeded 100 for the first time this month. Thank you. Today, I will continue to update." Chapter 280. After a few more days, Yixing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th level even before he finished absorbing the 3rd saint spiritual pill. Yixing could feel the barrier of the 6th level of the celestial vortex realm. Once he broke through the barrier, he would be able to advance to a 6-star martial saint. With Yixing's martial attainment and talent, his strength would increase tremendously every time he broke through. As long as he became a 6-star martial saint and entered the Qingyun ancient land, Yixing would not be afraid of anyone. Even if he encountered the Yin-Yang young master, he would be able to fight or even kill him. Yixing's falling star art had reached the 6th level. His true origin energy was extremely dense and could be compared to a 7-star martial saint. He had a great advantage in breaking through the barrier of the 6th level of the celestial vortex realm. However, after a few days, the barrier of the 6th level of the celestial vortex realm did not budge under the impact of Yixing's star essence. Yixing's efforts were in vain. This puzzled Yixing. He was now a 9-star orange fate. It was not a big breakthrough from the celestial vortex realm to the astral realm. There should not be a bottleneck. With the belief that he would be able to break through the barrier and become a 6-star martial saint, Yixing spent the rest of his time on trying to break through the barrier of the 6th level of the celestial vortex realm. Day after day, after 10 days, Yixing's attainment in the copper wall formation had reached the minor completion realm. However, his cultivation was still unable to break through. More than 20 days had passed and the Qingyun ancient land was about to open in a few days. Yixing saw that his cultivation was still unable to break through and started to panic. On this day, after Yixing finished learning about array formations at Lin Fenghua's place, he asked Lin Fenghua for guidance. "Master, my cultivation has been at the peak of the 5th level for more than half a month, but I can't break through to the 6th level no matter what." Not only was Lin Fenghua a grade 3 array master, but he was also a Daoist in the astral realm. He also had extremely high attainments in martial arts. Lin Fenghua glanced at Yixing and said, "Your cultivation is increasing very quickly, but your heavens will isn't high. It's normal for you to encounter a bottleneck without the help of treasures." Yixing knew very well that it had nothing to do with the heavens if he couldn't make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Yixing said, "What if it's not fate? Could there be other factors involved?" Lin Fenghua pondered for a moment before nodding. Cultivation isn't just about cultivating one's martial arts, it's also about cultivating one's mind. Your cultivation is rising too quickly, and if your state of mind isn't able to keep up, it's normal for you to encounter bottlenecks. If your state of mind isn't able to keep up, you might even end up developing inner demons. In the worst-case scenario, your cultivation might even go berserk, crippling your cultivation, and leaving your life hanging by a thread. Yixing pondered for a moment. His state of mind shouldn't be unable to keep up. He felt that his heart was firm and unwavering. He could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Yixing muttered to himself, "I feel that my state of mind is very good." Lin Fenghua smiled faintly and said, "That's your own opinion. If your state of mind isn't able to keep up, it's not just because your state of mind isn't strong enough. A person with a strong state of mind might also encounter obstacles in their state of mind. Furthermore, the chances of them going berserk are even higher than those with a weak state of mind." Yixing's heart skipped a beat. With a solemn expression, he said, "Master, please give me some pointers." Lin Fenghua said, "People with a strong state of mind may be too determined and too persistent. You have to know that hardness cannot last long and softness cannot be defended. If you keep straining the string in your heart, you may be able to break through without any hindrance at the beginning. But because you are too persistent, once the persistence in your heart reaches a critical point and you can't relax, you may reach a bottleneck and not be able to make any progress. At this time, the more anxious you are, the harder you work, the more stagnant you will be. More haste, less speed. This is the principle. I see that you are very persistent. Sometimes you need to relax. Combining hardness and softness is the way to a long time. Stubbornness? Inner demons? When Yixing heard Lin Fenghua's words, he suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment and was suddenly enlightened. He understood. Since his cultivation bottleneck wasn't due to the heavenly mandate, then it must have appeared in his state of mind. Because his cultivation had been smooth sailing and he had broken through again and again, his heart had been tense and had never relaxed for a moment. Therefore, a problem had occurred when he was breaking through to the 6-star martial saint realm. At this time, he should relax and rest. However, he had blindly pursued breakthroughs and kept sprinting, causing him to be unable to break through the bottleneck. His cultivation had been stuck at this point. If he continued sprinting with all his strength, not to mention this month, he might not be able to break through the bottleneck next month, or even the month after that. Lin Fenghua continued, look at your martial uncle Gu Tianshang. He is too stubborn. Moreover, because of decades of stubbornness, he has already formed an inner demon. Now that the inner demon has been born, even if he stops and relaxes his mind, it will be useless. As long as he continues to persevere, there might be a chance to break through the inner demon, achieve enlightenment, and become a third-grade array master. However, this chance is very small. Yixing nodded repeatedly. He could see that Gu Tianshang was too stubborn. It turned out that he had unknowingly embarked on the same path as Gu Tianshang. If it were not for Lin Fenghua's guidance, Yixing would not have realized his own problem. This was the so-called, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player involved. Realizing his own problem, of course, he had to find a way to solve it. Yixing said, Master, I have realized that I have been too stubborn. Since I started cultivating and entered the I have been thinking of ways to improve my cultivation and strength. I have not slacked off for even a moment. These days, I want to relax. Whether it is martial arts or arrays, I will not think about them for the time being. There are still a few days before the Qingyun ancient land opens. I plan to take this opportunity to go back to Zishan Prefecture. First, I want to see Master Zishan Ho. Second, I have not been back for more than a year since I left the family. I want to go back and have a look. Lin Fenghua nodded and said, sometimes, some concerns in the heart will affect the purity of the state of mind and have an impact on the breakthrough of cultivation. Especially when the state of mind is stubborn, the impact is particularly obvious. It is good to go back to the family and have a look. On the same day, Yixing rode Old Black back to Zishan Prefecture and saw Zishan Ho. Zishan Ho's posture was still tall and straight, and his aura was still majestic. However, the white hair on his temples gave him a sense of vicissitudes. Yixing had seen this sense of vicissitudes on Zishan Ho before, but later, because of him, this sense of vicissitudes disappeared and was replaced by a high-spirited spirit. Today, the sense of vicissitudes reappeared. Obviously, it was related to the news of Yixing's death in the Falling Star Secret Land. Although Yixing came out of the Falling Star Secret Land and proved that the news of his death was false, Zishan Ho's hope had been shattered for several months. The blow he received was not easy to recover from. After not seeing Zishan Ho for more than half a year, Yixing's heart tightened when he saw the vicissitudes of life on Zishan Ho. There was an indescribable feeling. He felt that he had been too obsessed with cultivation. After coming out of the Falling Star Secret Land, he should have gone back to Zishan Prefecture and personally reported his safety to Master Zishan Ho. In the back hall of Zishan Ho's residence, Yixing and Zishan Ho sat opposite each other, reporting his experience in the Falling Star Secret Land to Zishan Ho. Other than the gains in the Starry Hall, Yixing kept the same as what he had said in the Falling Star sect. He told Zishan Ho everything he had experienced in the Falling Star Secret Land, including the killing of Hua Tianshu's disciple, He Hongjiao. Hearing Yixing's story, the smile on Zishan Ho's face gradually became brighter. Yixing felt that the vicissitudes of life on Master's body gradually receded, and that high-spirited spirit returned. Good. Good, good. After listening to Yixing's story, Zishan Ho repeatedly said good, and his voice was filled with emotion. Yixing, your experience and growth have indeed greatly exceeded my expectations. How long has it been? In the blink of an eye, you have already surpassed me. 15 years ago, when I entered the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, I was 24 years old, and my cultivation was at the late stage of the 7th Star Vortex realm. Although your cultivation is not as good as mine, your strength has already surpassed mine. Moreover, you are only 17 years old now. I really don't know what kind of achievements you will have in the future. For a monstrous genius like you, fate can't restrict you at all. Second update. Only 10 more votes, and today's monthly votes will exceed 150. Please give me 10 more votes. Chapter 281. Yixing Sagittarius constellation and Black Hole constellation, other than himself, only Zi Shanhou knew about it. Zi Shanhou was very clear that Yixing's two supreme constellations greatly increased Yixing's strength. Since Yixing had defeated a top 7-star martial saint, it meant that Yixing had used all his trump cards. Even an 8-star martial saint would not be able to compete with him. Therefore, Zi Shanhou knew that Yixing's current strength was much stronger than when he entered the clear cloud ancient land. Moreover, this was only Yixing's strength when he was a 5-star martial saint. Now that Yixing's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th-star martial saint realm, who knew when he would break through to the 6-star martial saint realm? At that time, his strength would be even more terrifying. In the clear cloud ancient land, the disciples of the clear cloud region's top 10 sects would gather. If they met some murderous people from the opposing camp, they might lose their lives. With Yixing's strength, Zi Shanhou was not worried about Yixing's safety. In the clear cloud region, the dangerous ones should be Yixing's enemies. Zi Shanhou asked, "How's your archery cultivation? How's your attainment in the 4 symbols arrow art?" Yixing said truthfully, "Disciples' archery has reached the 2nd realm. I can barely follow my heart and reach the great accomplishment of the 4 symbols arrow art." After Yixing finished speaking, the hall suddenly became silent. Zi Shanhou looked at Yixing and even forgot to breathe for a moment. After a full 2 breaths of time, Zi Shanhou said in surprise, "The 2nd realm of archery, and the 2nd transformation of heart? The great accomplishment of the 4 symbols arrow art?" No wonder Zi Shanhou was shocked. Yixing's archery attainment was indeed shocking. When Zi Shanhou entered the clear cloud ancient land, his archery was still far from the 2nd realm. The 4 symbols arrow art had only reached the small accomplishment, which was not at the same level as Yixing. Yixing nodded affirmatively. Zi Shanhou's voice was still filled with shock as he said, "With this level of attainments in archery, if you were given a good middle-grade spirit bow, you would be able to kill an 8-star martial saint in your normal state. If you were to combine it with the Sagittarius constellation, I'm afraid that even a 9-star martial saint could be killed." Bows and arrows were fundamentally different from other weapons. Firstly, they had a long attack range. Secondly, they contained great power. For example, a middle-grade spirit bow. As long as one could draw the bow, the arrows shot out would be enough to kill a 6-star martial saint. A good middle-grade spirit bow could kill a 7-star martial saint or even an 8-star martial saint. If Yixing had a good mid-grade spiritual bow, with Yixing's attainments in the 4 symbols archery art, it would be more than enough to kill an 8-star martial sage. As for the Sagittarius constellation, it could greatly increase the power of the bow and arrow. In this state, it would not be surprising to kill a 9-star martial saint. It was not surprising, but in reality, it was a 5-star martial saint who killed a 9-star martial saint. There was a gap of 4 realms in between. This kind of leapfrogging was simply too terrifying. It completely broke the limit of leapfrogging based on martial arts strength. Even in the legends, leapfrogging could not exceed 3 realms. After all, with every higher realm in cultivation, one's strength would increase greatly. It was impossible for one's strength to leapfrog infinitely. Only an extraordinary weapon like the bow and arrow could break the limit of leapfrogging. This was because it was not the martial artist's personal strength that leapfrogged. It was the strength of the bow and arrow itself. Although the limit of a leapfrog challenge should not exceed 3 realms, since ancient times, there had been countless cultivators who had died at the hands of cultivators who were 4 realms, 5 realms, or even more. It was not as if there had never been anyone who had died at the hands of cultivators who were 4 realms, 5 realms, or even more. However, this was not a victory in terms of strength. It could be due to various reasons. It could be due to the environment, it could be due to a sneak attack, it could be due to the help of external objects. Such leapfrogging obviously could not be counted as a conventional leapfrogging based on strength. Using a high-grade bow and arrow to kill the enemy was using external objects. It could not be counted as a normal leapfrogging. The bow and arrow could break the conventional record of leapfrogging. From this, it could be seen that this was indeed a terrifying weapon. It could be counted as a non-conventional weapon. After Zi Shanho finished speaking, he took out a bow. This bow was nearly 2 meters tall. When it stood upright, it was as tall as Yixing. The body of the bow was made of purple metal and exuded a noble light. Yixing's pupils shrank. He recognized this bow. It was Zi Shanho's purple cloud bow. Zi Shanho handed the purple cloud bow to Yixing and said, "A treasure sword should be given to the best swordsman, and a treasure bow should also be given to the best archer. This purple cloud bow is a top-notch mid-grade spiritual bow. If you use this bow to shoot with all your strength, it is enough to kill a 9-star martial saint. Take it with you and it will ensure that you will be unimpeded in the Qingyun ancient land." Yixing took the purple cloud bow. He was excited and his blood was boiling. With this bow, he could kill a 9-star martial saint. Such a weapon could be said to be terrifying. Yixing said, "Master, you gave me the purple cloud bow. What will you use?" Zi Shanho said, "I have a spare bow. The purple cloud bow is very useful to you. It is most suitable for you to use. However, with your current cultivation, it is extremely difficult to draw the purple cloud bow. Even if you can draw it, I am afraid that it will consume more than half of your physical strength and celestial essence. Generally, try not to use it. Bows and arrows, as an extraordinary weapon that could break through the limits of those of a higher realm, had advantages but also disadvantages. Because the arrow shot was closely related to the strength of the bow, when a martial artist's strength was too weak, it was impossible to draw a bow that was too strong. Moreover, as the martial artist's cultivation increased, the increase in the power of the bow would not be very large. This was because the strength of the bow accounted for a large part of the arrow's power. When the martial artist's strength increased, the grade of the bow would not increase. In this regard, it could not be compared to conventional weapons such as sabers, spears, swords, and staffs. As the martial artists' cultivation increased, their strength increased, and their martial arts attainments increased, the power of the martial arts they displayed with sabers, spears, swords, and staffs would become stronger and stronger. Even if it was a 9-star martial saint, having a low-grade spiritual weapon and not having one were two completely different concepts. However, if two archers had comprehended the second realm of archery, there was basically no difference whether they had a low-grade spiritual bow or not. For an archer, only a stronger bow could exert power far beyond their own strength. Once the bow's grade could not keep up with their own strength, there was no substantive difference whether they had a bow or not. It was because of this that Zi Shanho said that the purple firmament bow in Yixing's hands was more useful than in his own. Yixing could use the purple firmament bow to kill enemies 4 realms higher than him, but Zi Shanho could not. Moreover, when Yixing became a 9-star martial saint, it would be impossible for him to use the purple firmament bow to kill enemies 4 realms higher than him. At that time, he would not even be able to kill enemies 3 or 2 realms higher than him. At that time, the purple firmament bow would be much less useful than it was now. "I understand, Master." Yixing stroked the purple firmament bow, like a peerless swordsman stroking the treasured sword that accompanied him throughout his life. Zi Shanho waved his hand, and another quiver of purple arrows appeared in front of Yixing. Zi Shanho said, "The purple firmament bow is too strong. Ordinary arrows simply cannot withstand its power. Before it can kill the enemy, it will directly explode. The arrows shot from the purple firmament bow must be forged from spirit metal. This quiver of purple gold arrows was forged from the peak of low-grade spirit metal. It can completely withstand the power of the purple firmament bow and increase its power. Good arrows." Yixing put away the purple firmament bow and took the quiver. He took out a purple gold arrow and looked at it, praising it. In the quiver, there were a total of 30 purple gold arrows. Each purple gold arrow was forged from the peak of low-grade spirit metal, and the material of 10 purple gold arrows was enough to forge a low-grade spirit weapon sword. In other words, Just these 30 purple gold arrows were equivalent to 3 low-grade spirit weapon swords, and were extremely precious. And the arrows, under the shooting of a strong bow, had a terrifying collision force when they hit an object. Even if it was an arrow equivalent to a spirit weapon, it could only be used a few times. It could be seen that the consumption of a good bow and some good arrows was extremely shocking. If it was used frequently, an ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. Yi Xing also put away the purple gold arrows. He stood up and respectfully bowed to Zi Shanhou, saying, "Thank you, Master, for giving me the bow and arrows." Zi Shanhou stood up and pulled Yi Xing up, saying, 15 years ago, in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, because my strength was not enough, I could only obtain the first volume of the Azure Cloud Eye. Now that you have the purple firmament bow in your hands, there is hope for you to obtain the second volume of the Azure Cloud Eye. The complete Azure Cloud Eye is a peak-grade spirit weapon, a priceless treasure. If you can obtain it, it would be a great fortune. Chapter 282. That night, Yi Xing stayed in Zi Shanhou's residence. Zi Shanhou had been to Qingyun Ancient Land once and told Yi Xing everything he knew about it. This included the place where he had obtained the Eye of Green Cloud. Through the conversation, Yi Xing had a better understanding of Qingyun Ancient Land. Qingyun Ancient Land was similar to the 100 Illusion Formation that Yi Xing had entered when he entered Meteor Sect. It was an area that was enclosed by a formation. However, the 100 Illusions Formation couldn't compare to the size of the area and the quality of the formation. It was said that the formation in Qingyun Ancient Land was at least a level 3 formation. Furthermore, the formation contained the power of space. This meant that some of the formations had reached level 4. This was because only level 4 formations contained the power of space. In Qingyun Ancient Land, there were many disordered spaces. When you climb a mountain, you will find that you are not at the top of the mountain. You might be in a valley, or on an island in a lake, or in an ancient palace. When you jump off the cliff, you will realize that although you are walking on flat ground, in fact, you are stepping on solid ground. Of course, this was rare. Every time you entered a disordered space, it meant that you had entered a treasure land. There were treasures in the disordered space. There were all kinds of treasures. They could be secret martial arts manuals, elixirs, metal materials, natural treasures, spirit weapons, and so on. However, whether you could obtain these treasures depended on your luck and strength. If you were lucky, you would enter a disordered space where there were no demonic beasts or puppet martial artists guarding you. You could obtain the treasures directly. If you were unlucky, the treasures would be guarded by demonic beasts or puppet martial artists. You would have to defeat the guardians to obtain the treasures. There were very few treasures that were not guarded by demonic beasts or puppet martial artists. Therefore, most of the time, you would have to rely on your strength. Yi Xing was looking forward to his trip to Qingyun Ancient Land. He had the strength, and with Zi Shanhou's guidance, he knew where the Eye of Azure Cloud was located. This meant that he must have gained something in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Furthermore, if he could obtain the complete Eye of the Blue Cloud, it would be an extreme spiritual martial art. Furthermore, it was an eye technique. It would be a priceless treasure. It would be a huge gain. Yi Xing could not wait to get his hands on the complete Eye of Green Cloud. Therefore, he was looking forward to the opening of the Green Cloud Ancient Land. The next day, Yi Xing bade farewell to Zi Shanhou and rode Old Black towards Tianzang City. Ever since Yi Xing had entered the Purple Mountain Academy last year, he hadn't returned for about a year. Although Yi Xing didn't have much feelings for this family, it was still where he started in the Star Continent. Yi Xing was a nostalgic person. As his cultivation increased, the distance between him and the Ye family grew further and further. Gradually, they were no longer in the same world. Therefore, while he was still in the Luoxing Kingdom, and before he was completely estranged from the Ye family, he came back to visit. Returning to the Ye family wasn't to improve their relationship, but to take a look. As long as the Ye family developed well, he would be able to completely cut off his worldly ties and fulfill his wish. From now on, he would wholeheartedly reach the peak of the martial Tao and would no longer be affected by the Ye family. In the past year, the Ye family in Tianzong City had developed rapidly and had become the #1 family in Tianzong City. Whether it was the Xiong family or the Wei family, they were all suppressed by the Ye family. The main reason for the rapid development of the Ye family was because Yixing had become a disciple of the Luoxing sect, and the Ye family had received a large amount of rewards. The rewards that the Ye family had received were all given out by Zishan Ho on behalf of the Luoxing sect. For a small family like the Ye family, even a little trash from the Luoxing sect was a priceless treasure to the Ye family. Elixirs that could raise cultivation, superior-grade martial arts manuals, superior-grade weapons, this caused the Ye family's foundation to instantly become rich, and at the same time, it also caused the cultivation of the Ye family's martial artists to break through continuously. Now, there were already a few level 8 martial artists and dozens of level 7 martial artists. Although this kind of strength was nothing in Zishan County City, it was an absolute overlord in Tianzong City. This was especially so for the Ye family in Qingye Town. As Yixing's true hometown, they had received the greatest benefits. Yixing's parents and third uncle had all broken through to level 7 martial artists because of the elixirs and were promoted to the main family of Tianzong City, becoming powerful elders. In Tianzong City, Yixing met his parents, third uncle, Yifeng, and the rest of the Ye family. Seeing that the Ye family's development was going well, Yixing was very satisfied and happy. Compared to the past, the Ye family had undergone a complete change. Everyone was full of joy and happiness. This caused Yixing to completely let go of the last bit of worry he had for the Ye family. His heart was completely calm and he no longer had any other thoughts. A soft sound rang out. Following that, a strong aura exploded from Yixing's body. That aura instantly swept out in all directions. Everyone in the Ye family trembled under this aura. This was the aura of a martial saint leaking out. To ordinary martial artists, as long as a martial saint willed it, this aura would be enough to kill them. Yixing's heart was filled with joy. It seemed that Master Lin Fenghua was right. Strength could not last long and softness could not be defended. Combining strength and softness was the way of the king. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th star martial saint realm. He had continuously tried to break through to the 6th star martial saint realm for more than half a month, but in the end, there was no effect at all. Now, he listened to Lin Fenghua's advice and relaxed his mind. First, he went to Zishan County to see Zishan Ho. Then, he went to Tianzong City to see the Ye family. Yixing's heart was calm and he no longer had any worries. His state of mind was completely pure. The cultivation barrier of the 6th star vortex realm naturally disappeared. Yixing's cultivation naturally broke through and he became a 6th star martial saint. His wish to break through to the 6th star martial saint realm before the Qingyun ancient land opened had finally been fulfilled. Yixing thought, when I was a 5th star martial saint, Master said that it would be difficult for me to draw the purple cloud bow. Now that my cultivation has broken through and my physical body is much stronger than other martial saints, the purple cloud bow should not be difficult for me to draw. After saying that, Yixing walked out of the room and went to the Ye family square. He stretched out his hand and the purple cloud bow and purple gold arrow appeared in his hands. Yixing released his senses and looked into the distance. He wanted to test how far this top middle grade spiritual bow could shoot and how powerful it was. Yixing released his senses and immediately felt a sense of danger. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger one's senses. In Tianzong City, he actually felt a sense of danger, which made him surprised. Whoosh! At this moment, a few miles away, on a small hill outside the Yi family's residence, a sharp arrow suddenly shot out. The arrow broke through the air and turned into a ray of light, shooting directly toward Yixing. An archer had launched a sneak attack, an assassination. The quality of the archer's spirit bow was not low, and his cultivation was not bad either. The power of the arrows shot out pierced through the air. From afar, Yixing could feel a sharp chi, which was very terrifying. This arrow could easily kill a 7-star martial saint. In fact, it could even kill an 8-star martial saint. Yixing turned his head and looked into the distance. He looked into the distance and scanned with his super brain. The moment Yixing turned his head, the arrow had already pierced through the air and shot to his side. Yixing moved his feet and his body suddenly moved. Heavenly bat steps. The wind force of the minute realm was integrated. Yixingtian seemed to take a casual step, but in fact, he was extremely clever. His figure flashed and he dodged the arrow's attack. Boom, the arrow shot past Yixing and instantly hit the wall of the square 100 meters away. It directly blasted a 10-meter-long hole in the wall. This showed the power of this arrow. If it had hit Yixing, the terrifying power would have been enough to instantly shatter all the meridians in his body and kill him instantly. Yixing turned his head and looked into the distance. His super brain scanned and locked onto a figure a few miles away. The archer hiding in the forest of the mountain city was an 8-star martial saint. The other party's hiding was nothing to Yixing whoosh. At this moment, another arrow shot out from the forest. Yixing's lips curled up. He drew his bow and shot the arrow in one go. The purple gold arrow left the bowstring. A dragon's roar sounded and turned into a green dragon. Bang! The two arrows clashed in the air and collided with each other, producing an explosive sound. The other party's arrow exploded, but the purple gold arrow did not lose its momentum. It still streaked across the void like a ray of light. A few miles away, in the forest of the mountain city, the 8-star martial saint archer's expression instantly turned into horror. The 7th day of the 4th night watch. There are only 3 days left. Brothers, don't waste your monthly votes. Please vote for the archer god. Chapter 283. According to the information obtained by the assassin, Yixing was a 5-star martial saint, and his battle prowess was at the peak of the 7-star martial saint realm. As an 8-star martial saint, he could defeat Yixing in a head-on battle, not to mention shooting arrows from afar. Even if his target was also an 8-star martial saint, he could easily kill him. However, the arrow he shot failed to hurt Yixing at all. Yixing dodged it in an instant. Moreover, Yixing's archery skills were even more terrifying than his. When the arrow shot over, it shattered his arrow in an instant, and then continued to shoot towards him without slowing down. Feeling the terrifying attack from the arrow, the 8-star martial saint assassin knew that he could not resist this arrow. At this critical moment, the 8-star martial saint assassin's celestial essence erupted to the limit, and his movement technique was pushed to the limit. With a loud shout, his whole body shot to the side like a meteor. Whoosh! The arrow almost brushed past the edge of his body, and the sharp aura of the arrow scraped his body, causing him to feel a faint pain. However, the 8-star martial saint assassin's heart was full of joy. He had dodged this terrible arrow. However, had he really dodged it? Yixing's mind moved, and the arrow that was shooting forward changed direction in an instant, continuing to shoot towards the 8-star martial saint assassin. Just as the 8-star martial saint assassin's heart was filled with joy, the arrow tore through his protective celestial essence, shot through his back, and came out from his chest. The powerful force of the arrow carried the 8-star martial saint's body forward, and in the blink of an eye, he hit a big tree. The arrow was nailed deeply into the trunk. The 8-star martial saint assassin was directly nailed to the trunk, and his feet could not touch the ground. His body twitched, and blood overflowed from his mouth. He slowly spat out 4 words, "This is impossible." Then his head tilted, and his breath stopped, and he died. He could not believe that Yixing, who was only an intermediate martial saint, had already stepped into the 2nd realm of archery, reaching the point where he could do as he pleased. Yixing jumped up and spread out his celestial essence. Just like a bat spreading its wings, he glided through the air for a few miles before arriving at the hillside woods outside the Yi mansion. Everyone from the Yi mansion watched as Yi Xing soared into the sky, each and every one of them looking stunned. For ordinary martial artists like them, Yi Xing had a pair of celestial essence wings on his back. Moreover, he could glide through the air for several miles. This was no different from flying. If it were other martial sages, they definitely wouldn't be able to glide across a distance of several kilometers with the help of celestial essence wings like Yi Xing. This was not only because Yi Xing's heavenly bat steps had reached the grand completion stage, but also because his wind force had reached the minute's subtlety realm. Unless it was a martial saint who had also comprehended the wind force, even if it was a 9-star martial saint who had mastered the middle spirit martial light body technique, it would be impossible for him to glide a few miles like Yi Xing. It was already not bad to be able to glide for more than a mile. Yi Xing came to the corpse of the 8-star martial saint assassin and pulled out the purple gold arrow. He searched the corpse but couldn't find any useful information. Yi Xing waved his hand and the star fire seed ignited a ball of flame, which fell on the corpse and quickly burned it to ashes. Although he couldn't find any useful information, Yi Xing could guess who the murderer behind the scenes was. There were not many people who wanted to kill him. You sent an 8-star martial saint to kill me. You underestimate me, Yi Xing. When I have enough strength, I will settle the score with you. Yi Xing muttered to himself, a sharp light shooting out from his eyes. Yi Xing picked up the bow dropped by the assassin, as well as a few arrows made of spirit metal. These were the only things that Yi Xing got from killing this person. The bow was a good one. Although it couldn't be compared to the purple cloud bow, it was still a middle spirit bow. As long as he could draw this bow, he would have the power to kill a 6-star martial saint. Mid-grade spiritual bows were rare. Yi Xing didn't know if there were any more mid-grade spiritual bows after Zi Shanho gave him the purple firmament bow. On the same day, he returned to Zi Shanho's residence from Celestial Azure City to deliver the mid-grade spiritual bow he had obtained to his master, Zi Shanho. He also reported the ambush. Zi Shanho took the middle spirit bow and said, Yi Xing, there are people who don't want you to grow. It is very dangerous for you to be outside the sect. You killed an 8-star martial saint assassin, so they might send a 9-star martial saint assassin. You killed a 9-star martial saint assassin, so next time, a true human rank expert might come to deal with you. Only in the Falling Star sect will the assassin not have the chance to deal with you. Only then will you be safe. Yi Xing nodded and said, then I will return to the sect now. Zi Shanho said, I will send you back. This time, in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, if you can obtain some good fortune and increase your strength, when you come out of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, as long as you have the strength to protect yourself in front of a true human rank expert, she won't be able to do anything to you anymore. She can only watch you grow. With Zi Shanho's escort, Yi Xing returned to the Falling Star sect safely. There were 3 more days until the Azure Cloud Ancient Land opened. After Yi Xing returned to the sect, he paid a visit to his master, Lin Fenghua, and then went into seclusion to cultivate the middle spirit falling star art. Now, he was confident that he could cultivate the middle spirit falling star art to the 7th layer. Once he cultivated the middle spirit falling star art to the peak, Yi Xing's celestial essence would greatly increase, and his strength would also increase. The higher the attainment of the cultivation technique inheritance, the stronger the celestial essence, and the faster the cultivation speed. Yi Xing's super brain couldn't change the specific cultivation speed of Yi Xing, and it couldn't use the virtual model to cultivate the cultivation technique inheritance. However, the super brain could analyze the cultivation technique inheritance thoroughly and form a model in his mind, showing the best cultivation method accurately without any mistakes. Yi Xing cultivated according to the model in his mind without any mistakes. In this aspect, his cultivation of the cultivation technique inheritance was better than anyone else. For other cultivators, no matter how powerful their master was, even if they were kings, they couldn't do it without any mistakes. After all, the master was the master, and the disciple was two different people. It was impossible for the disciple to learn everything the master taught. However, Yixing cultivated according to the model in his mind, and he could learn it 100%. This was because if there was any mistake, the super brain would adjust, and in the end, the cultivation of the body and the model in the mind would be exactly the same. Once the model was exactly the same, it meant that Yixing's cultivation was 100% correct. With 100% correct cultivation, Yixing's attainment in the cultivation technique inheritance was naturally as easy as flipping his hand. When the Qingyun ancient land opened, Yixing had already cultivated the middle-grade falling star incantation to the 7th level. The 7th level of the middle-grade falling star incantation could be transformed into the upper-grade falling star incantation. However, the upper-grade falling star incantation cultivated astral essence, and Yixing was only a 6-star martial sage. Naturally, he couldn't transform it. This would have to wait until Yixing's cultivation reached the 9th level of the star vortex realm. Then, the transformation would begin. Once the transformation happened, the celestial essence in Yixing's body would transform into astral essence, and he would surpass the peak of the 9th level and become a half-step perfected one. Early in the morning, the 10 core disciples of the Falling Star sect gathered in the main hall of the Falling Star sect. Every time the Qingyun ancient land opened, there was a limit to the number of disciples that could enter the Qingyun ancient land. The 6 sects in the south each had 10 disciples, and the 4 sects in the north each had 20 disciples. There were a total of 140 disciples. The 10 core disciples of the Falling Star sect had not changed, except for the addition of He Hongjiao and the addition of Yixing. The sect master Lu Tianyuan, the enforcement elder Yu Pinghai, the war pavilion elder Qi Dosheng, and the sect affairs elder Lin Fengjue led the 4 perfected one to the depths of the Qingyun mountain range on the purple flame monarch eagle. The purple flame monarch eagle was a level 3 demonic beast, and its strength was comparable to a 3-star perfected one. It was an eagle that Lin Xiuyuan obtained when he was young and raised. More than 100 years ago, Lin Xiuyuan rode on the purple flame monarch eagle and escaped from the falling star country. The purple flame monarch eagle was extremely fast and could travel 100,000 miles in a day. The falling star sect was tens of thousands of miles away from the Qingyun ancient land, but it would only take half a day to reach the Qingyun ancient land. In the depths of the Qingyun mountain range, not only were there level 2 demonic beasts everywhere, but there were also many level 3 demonic beasts. But with the terrifying aura of the purple flame monarch eagle and the 4 perfected one, the level 3 demonic beasts in the depths of the Qingyun mountain range all retreated. The deeper they went into the Qingyun mountain range, Yixing gradually saw deep ravines. The shorter ones were a few hundred meters long, and the longer ones were a few thousand meters long. There were even huge palm prints on the ground that were dozens of meters deep, forming a huge palm-shaped basin. It was obvious that they had reached the legendary place where the 2 kings fought. The scene was shocking. The monthly votes list was going to explode. Poor thing, they were rolling on the ground begging for monthly votes. Today's 4th update. Chapter 284. This was the first time the core disciples had been here. When they saw the scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What is going on? That valley, and that valley, why do they all look like palms? Not all the core disciples had heard of the legend of a battle between kings. Gong Yunxiu, who was ranked 7th, pointed at the palm-shaped valleys and exclaimed in shock. Those palm-shaped valleys looked like they were created by someone's palm. However, these palm-shaped valleys were at least 1,000 meters long and wide. Who could create such a huge valley? This was simply unimaginable. Junior sister Gong, legend has it that there were 2 kings who fought here. These marks on the ground are said to be the marks of a battle between the 2 kings. Ma Ren explained to Gong Xiuyun. A battle between kings? Gong Xiuyun sucked in a breath of cold air, but the doubt in her eyes had disappeared. Such a miracle could only be explained by a battle between kings. No wonder there was such a legend. Not long after, the purple flame monarch eagle carried the group to a huge flat ground. There were already people from a few sects here. The people from the Spirit Moon sect had already arrived. Lu Tianyuan let the purple flame monarch eagle land beside the Luan and greeted Sage Xingyu of the Spirit Moon sect. Sage Xingyu. Sage Tianyuan. Lu Tianyuan and Leng Xingyu nodded at each other. In the Qingyun region, Sage Xingyu was the strongest among the martial artists. Adding the name of Sage Xingyu was a form of respect for Sage Xingyu. If one did not respect the other party, there was no need to call him Sage Xingyu. Just like Lu Tianyuan and Yun Zhankong, both of them called each other by their names. Lu Tianyuan looked at the light screen at the end of the flat ground and said emotionally, "It's time for the Qingyun ancient land to open again. I wonder what kind of treasure will appear this time." Leng Xingyu smiled and said, "Your sect's genius disciple, Yi Xing, has made a breakthrough in his cultivation. With his combat strength, he should not be afraid of an 8-star martial sage now. He is another demonic child. It seems like your sect has gained a lot in the Qingyun ancient land this time." Although Yi Xing did not purposely reveal his cultivation level, Jinren's eyesight was extremely sharp. Naturally, he could see through his cultivation level. However, if Yi Xing also stepped into the astral realm and converted all his celestial essence into astral qi, then the astral qi would be locked in place. Unless he took the initiative to reveal his cultivation, it would be very difficult for anyone to see through his cultivation, unless it was a powerhouse above the venerable realm. Lu Tianyuan naturally knew that Yi Xing had already become a 6-star martial saint. However, he did not know exactly how strong Yi Xing was, as Yi Xing had never revealed it before. When Yi Xing was a 5-star martial sage, he was able to cross 2 realms to fight. His current strength should not be inferior to an 8-star martial sage. Lu Tianyuan chuckled. There were many treasures in the Azure Cloud ancient land, but every year, the disciples of the 4 sects in the north would obtain most of the treasures. The 6 great childs were the most powerful among the younger disciples of the 10 sections. If Yi Xing also reached this level, it meant that Yi Xing could also participate in the most important treasure fight. Naturally, the benefits he would obtain would be better than in the past. Lu Tianyuan said with a radiant face, "Hee. I hope so, I hope so." Leng Xingyu said, "The Azure Cloud ancient land is full of dangers. Young hero Yi, please take care of my sect's disciples." As she spoke, Leng Xingyu raised her voice and glanced at Yi Xing. Although the Spiritual Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect were in an alliance and belonged to the same camp, in the Azure Cloud ancient land, it was not uncommon for disciples of the same sect to fall out over treasures, let alone disciples of different sections. 15 years ago, Hua Tianshu killed Zilan of the Spiritual Moon sect and chopped off Hua Tianfeng's legs in order to snatch the opportunity of an ascendant sage. Moreover, Hua Tianfeng was not only a disciple of the same sect but also a sworn brother and sister. Lu Tianyuan patted Yi Xing's shoulder and said to Leng Xingyu, "He will." At noon, the seal of the Azure Cloud ancient land would be opened, and there was not much time left. Not long after the Falling Star sect arrived, other sects arrived one after another. When the martial artists of the Dongfu sect arrived, regardless of whether they were martial sages or martial sages, they all looked at the Falling Star sect with hatred in their eyes. Yi Xing, in particular, felt that many eyes were fixed on him. One of them was so strong that it was like a sharp knife moving around Yi Xing's body. Yi Xing followed the gaze and saw that it belonged to a young man in his early 20s. He was wearing a black robe and his cultivation was at LV 7-star vortex realm. Yi Xing immediately activated his super brain and scanned him. There was a yellow flame of destiny in the young man's mind, and there were 3 flames in total. A 7-star martial sage with a 3-star yellow fate. Yi Xing immediately knew the young man's identity. He was the number 1 disciple of the Dongfu sect, Watanabe Xian. Watanabe Xian was the number 1 genius in the history of the Dongfu sect. Not only was he talented in cultivation, but he was also very talented in martial arts. He had the combat strength to challenge those of a higher level. He was the only one among the disciples of the 6 southern sects who could be compared with the most outstanding disciples of the 4 northern sections. He was one of the 6 most powerful young masters among the disciples of the 10 sects. His title was Young Master Watanabe. Seeing Yi Xing looking at him, young Master Watanabe's lips moved. Although he did not say anything, Yi Xing could tell what he was trying to say. Trash. I'll tear you to pieces in the azure cloud ancient land. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Xing's mouth. He didn't say anything, but mouthed, I'll wait for you. Whoosh. Sir Watanabe's aura suddenly rose and became incomparably sharp. He wanted to see fear in Yi Xing's eyes, but he was disappointed. Yi Xing didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and his words showed that he didn't put Sir Watanabe in his eyes. Young Master Watanabe continued to move his lips, trash. You'll die miserably. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes and didn't respond. His lips curled up slightly. He had said what he wanted to say, and he wouldn't say it a second time as long as Mr. Watanabe came. Not long after the Dongfu sect martial artists arrived, the Flying Cloud sect martial artists also arrived. They stood on the other side of the Spirit Moon sect, separated from the Falling Star sect. After Yun Zhankong arrived, he only greeted the Spirit Moon sect master and ignored the Falling Star sect. The Falling Star sect was the winner of the 3-sect competition and Yi Xing was the leader of the 3 sects in the Azure Cloud ancient land. Out of courtesy, the Flying Cloud sect should take the initiative to greet the Falling Star sect. Lu Tianyuan snorted. Yun Zhankong did not put the Falling Star sect in his eyes and he would not take the initiative to greet them. Anyway, Lu Tianyuan had already decided that after the Azure Cloud ancient land, the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect would go their separate ways. On the vast flat ground, the 6 major sects of the south were clearly divided into 2 camps. The martial artists of the Spirit Moon sect and the Flying Cloud sect stood on one side. The martial artists of the Dongfu sect, the Divine Wind sect and the Blood Ghost sect stood on the other side. The martial artists of the 2 camps looked at each other with unfriendly eyes. As for the martial artists of the 4 major sects of the north, they had not arrived yet. When noon was about to arrive, the martial artists of the 4 major sects of the north arrived at the same time. The martial artists of the 4 major sects came from different directions. Obviously, it was not a deliberate agreement. It was because the later they came, the more important they were. No one was willing to be the first to arrive and stand together with the martial artists of the 6 major sects of the south while waiting for the other sections. Of course, there was a limit to it. If they did not show up when the Azure Cloud ancient land was about to open, they would be laughed at by others for not having a sense of time. Therefore, when the Azure Cloud ancient land was about to open, they showed up at the same time. When the martial artists of the 4 major sects showed up, there were 4 monstrous auras that pressed down on them. Like the 6 major sects of the south, each sect had 4 perfected persons who were escorting their disciples. However, in terms of cultivation, the perfected persons of the 4 major sects of the north were much higher. Among the perfected persons of the 4 major sects, the one with the highest cultivation was a 5-star perfected persons. The other 3 were all 3-star perfected persons, 1 was a 4-star perfected persons and 2 were 3-star perfected persons. All the perfected persons of the 6 major sects of the south were beginner perfected persons and there were only a few 3-star perfected persons. The perfected persons of the 6 major sects of the north were 3-star perfected persons and almost half of them were intermediate perfected persons. The difference in strength between the north and south of the Azure Cloud Mountain was obvious. Second update. The archer god was shot in the butt twice. He was crying for votes. Do you want to know more about the archer god supreme? Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign on the top right corner. Add a public account to your friends and search for Kittian's Hungwenwang. Follow the public account and you will never miss a new update. Chapter 285. The ranking of a sect was based on the cultivation level of the martial artist. A sect without a sage or above could only be considered a small sect and could not be rated as a star sect. A sect with a sage was called a 1-star sect. A sect with a supremacy was called a 2-star sect. A sect with a king was called a 3-star sect. The main difference between a star-ranked sect and a starless sect was that a star-ranked sect could establish a country, but a starless sect could not. A country established by a 1-star sect was an ordinary country. A country established by a 2-star sect was called an empire. A country established by a 3-star sect was called a dynasty. Among them, whether it was an ordinary country, an empire, or a dynasty, it was divided into low grade, middle grade, and upper grade based on the strength of the sect that controlled it. For example, a 1-star sect with a beginner sage was a low-grade 1-star sect. A mid-grade sage was a middle-grade 1-star sect, and a high-level sage was a upper-grade 1-star sect. Although they were all 1-star sects, their strength was divided into 3 grades. The corresponding countries were naturally divided into low-grade, middle-grade, and upper-grade. 2-star sects, 3-star sects, and so on were the same. In the true mystic region, there were only 1-star sections. Among them, the strongest were the 9 great nations, which were all upper-grade nations controlled by 9 upper-grade 1-star sections. In the Azure Cloud region, there were only low-grade and middle-grade nations, which were controlled by low-grade and middle-grade 1-star sects respectively. The 6 southern sects were low-grade 1-star sections. The 4 northern sects were middle-grade 1-star sections. From the 6 southern sects and the 4 northern sects, it could be seen that there was a huge difference in strength between sects of the same star rank and different grades. One could imagine the difference in strength between sects of different star ranks. One was in the sky while the other was in the ground. In the martial artist world, the hierarchy was strict. The strong were superior. The martial artists of the 4 northern sects looked at the martial artists of the 6 southern sects as if they were city dwellers looking at country bumpkins. Their eyes were filled with arrogance. Although they were all in the Azure Cloud region and were separated by the Azure Cloud mountain range, the 4 northern sects and the 4 southern sects still had many interactions. This was because the 4 northern sects were not united. As such, the 6 southern sects were faced with a problem. Which side should they form a good relationship with? The 4 sects in the north were the Blue Thunder sect, the Sun Moon sect, the Tian Luo sect, and the Xian Ming sect. Among them, the Blue Thunder sect and the Sun Moon sect were rising stars and had only been established for about 1,000 years. The Tian Luo sect and the Xian Ming sect had a long history and had witnessed the glory of the Blue Cloud sect. After the destruction of the Blue Cloud sect, the Tian Luo sect and the Xian Ming sect had a long period of glory. However, there was no sect that could last forever. In the past 1,000 years, the Blue Thunder sect and the Sun Moon sect had gradually risen to be on par with the Tian Luo sect and the Xian Ming sect. Now, the Blue Thunder sect and the Sun Moon sect had surpassed the Tian Luo sect and the Xian Ming sect in one fell swoop. Each sect had a 6-star sage in charge. They were the 2 overlords of the Green Cloud region. The Tian Luo sect and the Xianming sect no longer had a 6-star sage, so they were 1 level weaker. 2 tigers cannot live on one mountain. With 2 overlords in the same region, it was inevitable that conflicts would arise. 1,000 years ago, the powerful Tian Luo sect and the Xianming sect were locked in a fierce battle. Now, the Green Thunder sect and the Sun Moon sect were also in a fierce battle. They looked for allies to suppress each other. The Blue Thunder sect looked for the Tian Luo sect and the Sun Moon sect looked for the Xian Ming sect. Thus, 2 camps were formed. The 6 southern sects and the 4 northern sects interacted. It was impossible to please both sides, so they could only choose one side. After many years of development, the Spirit Moon sect, the Flying Cloud sect, and the Blue Thunder sect and the Tian Luo sect of the north stood on the same side. The East Fu sect, the Wind sect, and the Blood Ghost sect stood on the same side as the Sun Moon sect and the Xian Ming sect. Although they stood on the same side, the 6 southern sects and the 4 northern sects were not on the same level. There was limited communication and friendship between them. However, because the East Fu sect had a young master Watanabe, who was the #1 genius in the history of the East Fu sect, the Sun Moon sect and the East Fu sect had become closer in recent years. Young Master Watanabe, the Yin-Yang Master, and the Great Sun Master had also become close friends. Lei sect leader. Luo sect leader. The 3 sect leaders of the Spirit Moon sect, and the Flying Cloud sect walked forward and greeted Lei Zhen and Luo Zhan, respectively. Yang sect leader. Xian Ming sect leader. The East Fu sect leader, Watanabe Xiong, did not come. It was the Supreme Elder, Watanabe Tan, who led the group. At the same time, he and the 2 sect leaders of the Wind sect and the Blood Ghost sect also walked forward and greeted Yin Wudao and Mingli, respectively. There was a clear line between the 2 sides. The sect leaders of the 4 northern sects nodded indifferently. Only the Sun Moon sect leader, Yin Wudao, smiled slightly at the Supreme Elder of the East Fu sect, indicating the importance he attached to the East Fu sect. After greeting each other, there was no superfluous conversation. The disciples of the 4 northern sects only glanced at the disciples of the 6 southern sects and then looked away, their faces full of arrogance. Brother Yang gone, Brother Yang Ming. Among the disciples of the 6 southern sects, the only one who greeted the disciples of the 4 northern sects was young Master Watanabe of the East Fu sect. The Yin-Yang young master, Yang Ming, was 1 year younger than young Master Watanabe. However, young Master Watanabe was naturally a little brother in front of him. The Yin-Yang young master and the Great Sun young master smiled at young Master Watanabe with a friendly expression. It was completely different from how they treated the other disciples of the 6 southern sects. At this moment, there was a strong fluctuation of qi at the end of the plane. The 4 northern sects had arrived very late and there was not much time for them to exchange greetings. It was noon and the seal of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land was opened. Everyone who was talking stopped talking and looked towards the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Gaps started to appear on the light screen of the array. It no longer sealed the Azure Cloud Ancient Land tightly. Instead, many entrances to the Azure Cloud Ancient Land appeared. The juniors had only heard of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land but had never entered it. They had heard that there were countless treasures inside and their eyes were filled with excitement. Lu Tianyuan said to the disciples of the passageway won't be open for long. Yi Xing, quickly enter. There are 30 days until the next time the passageway opens. After 30 days, you must reach the entrance and exit. Yi Xing nodded and then waved his hand, saying, "Those who are with me, follow me." The disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect followed closely behind. The disciples of the Flying Cloud sect looked at Yun Zhankong. Yun Zhankong waved his hand and the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect followed behind. The 3 sects each had 10 people and there was a total of 30 people. Yi Xing took the lead and walked towards one of the entrances. In addition, the disciples of the 4 northern sects were led to the 4 entrances by the head disciples of each sect. The disciples of the Dongfu sect, Eola sect and Shuyo sect were led by young Master Watanabe and walked towards one of the entrances of the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. The Azure Cloud Ancient Land was vast and there were many entrances after the seal was opened. Different entrances led to different places in the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. As there were many conflicts between the sects and there were even deep hatred between them, in order to prevent the disciples from entering the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, there was an agreement that different teams had to enter through different entrances. The entrance that young Master Watanabe had chosen was not the one that Yi Xing had chosen. However, it was close to the entrance that Yi Xing had chosen. The entrance that they had chosen was close to the Azure Cloud Ancient Land and it would not be too far away. The 2 camps of the 6 southern sects were further away from each other. Yixing had entered the Azure Cloud Ancient Land near the Azure Cloud Ancient Land while young Master Watanabe had brought his team to the Azure Cloud Ancient Land on purpose. When Lu Tianyuan saw this, he frowned slightly. However, he soon relaxed as he had confidence in Yixing. The supreme elder of the Dongfu sect, Du Biantan, curled his lips and revealed a sinister chill in his eyes. In the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, Yixing and the rest had entered the Azure Cloud Ancient Land at the foot of a mountain. Yixing immediately climbed to the peak of the mountain beside him and looked into the distance. He did not see any other teams. Yixing looked at the crowd and said, "Remember this place. We will be back here in a month's time. During this month, you can group up and move freely to look for opportunities. We will meet here in a month's time." A disciple of the Flying Cloud sect said, "Senior Yixing. Now that we've just entered the Qingyun Ancient Land, we're not too far away from the other teams. If we split up, we might bump into them. If we're in danger, we'd better stick with Senior Brother Yixing. Only Senior Brother Yixing can protect us. Open WeChat now and click on the plus sign on the top right corner. Add a public account in the Add Friends section and search for Kittian's Hongwenwang. Follow the public account and you will never miss any new updates." Chapter 286. Yixing looked at the person who spoke and was surprised to see that it was a disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. Whether it was a disciple of the Falling Star sect or the Spirit Moon sect, Yixing felt that it was normal. However, Yixing found it strange that a disciple of the Flying Cloud sect said it. The attitude of the Flying Cloud sect towards the Falling Star sect and towards him, Yixing, was deeply engraved in Yixing's mind. This Flying Cloud sect disciple was acting a little too familiar with him. However, what this person said was not unreasonable. If they separated here, it was indeed possible to meet other teams. If they met a normal team, it would be fine. However, if they met a ruthless person in the Qingyun Ancient Land, killing and robbing was not a rare thing. Yixing looked at the disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect and asked, "What do you think? Do you want to find your own opportunities or stay with me and go deeper into the Qingyun Ancient Land before separating?" With 30 people together, it was obviously the least efficient to search for opportunities. Moreover, even if they found an opportunity, it was not enough for 30 people to share. Therefore, some of the disciples who were confident in their own strength or luck were unwilling to squeeze with the others. However, there were only a few who were confident. Most of the disciples hoped that being with Yixing would provide them with some form of security. Seeing that most of them were willing to be with him, Yixing nodded and said, "Okay, let's go first. We will stay together for the first 3 days. After 3 days, we will go deeper into the Qingyun Ancient Land and the chances of meeting other teams will be low. At that time, we will find our own opportunities." In the Qingyun Ancient Land, there was space power in the formation. The space inside was very vast and they could not reach the end even if they walked for 10 days. In such a vast space, there were only 140 martial artists. If they were scattered, it would be difficult for them to meet each other. Chaotic spaces were rare and most of them were in the depths of the Qingyun Ancient Land. On the first day, Yixing and the others did not encounter any chaotic spaces. Most of the treasures in the Qingyun Ancient Land were in the chaotic spaces. Since they did not encounter any, they naturally did not gain anything. Of course, it was the others who did not gain anything. Yixing still gained something. He often looked into the distance, and whenever he found a suitable place for spirit herbs to grow, he would scan it with his super brain. After a day, he found a few spirit herbs, and one of them was even a mid-grade spirit herb. Every 5 years, a disciple would enter the Qingyun Ancient Land. Other than the treasures in the chaotic space, the ordinary area had been plundered time and time again. It was extremely difficult for others to obtain any benefits in the ordinary area. But even in such an environment, Yixing still managed to harvest a few stalks of spirit medicine. Everyone looked at him with strange and surprised gazes. Regarding his ability to find spiritual herbs, many people muttered in their hearts, "What a monster." 30 people gathered together, and they were all the most outstanding disciples of the 3 great sections. Their strength was outstanding, and any demonic beasts they encountered along the way would flee far away. As for those demonic beasts that dared to attack, they would all die under the attacks of the 30 people. In the Qingyun ancient land, the sun rose and set, and the sky turned dark. It was synchronized with the outside world. This was not another space, but an area enclosed by a formation. It was still a part of the star land, so it was naturally synchronized with the outside world. When night came, the group killed a beast and then spent the night on the mountain peak where the beast lived. This was the beast's habitat, and it was considered the core territory. Other beasts would not invade. Although the 30 of them were together, they did not want to be attacked by any beasts at night. Hence, they chose this location. The night was quiet. The next day, the sky turned bright. Everyone woke up and roasted the beast. After filling their stomachs, they were ready to continue their journey. Yixing stood at the peak of the mountain and looked into the distance. He waved to the group and said, "Don't go yet." The disciples were surprised. Mo Shilan, the eldest disciple of the Spirit Moon sect, asked, "What happened?" Yixing flew down from the peak and said, "Watanabe Xian is leading the disciples of the Dongfu sect here. They will be here soon." Everyone's expression changed suddenly. Watanabe Xian? Young Master Watanabe, one of the 6 young masters. Although Leng Xingyue said that Yixing was also a young master, in everyone's hearts, the 6 young masters were obviously more terrifying. Leng Xingyue said that Yixing might be comparable to the 6 young masters. After all, the weakest of the 6 young masters was an 8-star martial saint. The strongest among them could defeat anyone. As for Yixing, his cultivation was his weakness. He was only a 6-star martial saint. Although he defeated Yunfeng, who was a 7-star martial saint, when he was a 5-star martial saint, his cultivation had broken through from the 5th to the 6th level. His strength did not necessarily increase from a 7-star martial saint to an 8-star martial saint. Perhaps Yixing's current strength was that of an 8-star martial saint, which was still terrifying and powerful. However, he was not as strong as Watanabe. Moreover, Watanabe's potential was second only to the Yinyang young master among the 6 young masters. This was because other than him and the Yinyang young master, the other 4 young masters were invincible among their peers. However, Watanabe could challenge those of a higher level. He had defeated an 8-star martial saint at the 7th level of the Star Vortex realm without a single defeat. Hearing Watanabe's name, everyone's heart could not help but tremble. However, there were a few exceptions. A few disciples of the Flying Cloud sect had a half-smile on their faces. They did not seem to be surprised by Watanabe's arrival with the disciples of the Dongfu sect. Yixing's gaze swept across the faces of these Flying Cloud sect disciples. Among them, there was the Flying Cloud sect disciple who had proposed that everyone should be together at the beginning. Moreover, Yunbin and Yunfeng were among them. Yixing squinted his eyes. The disciples of the Flying Cloud sect were not his allies, but his enemies. However, Yixing did not say anything. He was too lazy to expose them. When the disciples of the Dongfu sect arrived, they would naturally show their stance. Soon, the disciples of the Dongfu sect led by Watanabe climbed over a mountain and appeared in everyone's sight. Soon, they arrived at the mountain where Yixing and the others were. Watanabe's face was filled with a sinister smile as he fixed his gaze on Yixing from afar. The other disciples of the Dongfu sect, regardless of their gender, also had sinister smiles on their faces. Their eyes were filled with excitement as if a killing feast was about to begin. Run! Run again! He 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 he! Watanabe stretched out his hand as if he had grabbed something. He squeezed it hard and looked at Yixing with a sinister smile. No matter how you run, you will not be able to escape from my grasp. Yixing looked coldly at Watanabe. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. I said that I will wait for you. When have I ever run? As he spoke, Yixing waved his hand to the right. Disciples of the Falling Stars sect, this way. Disciples of the Spiritual Moon sect, this way. Ma Ren and Mo Shilan ordered and led the disciples of the two sects to the right of Yixing, disciples of the Flying Cloud sect, this way. Yun Feng also ordered and led the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect to the right of Yixing. They wanted to be together with the disciples of the Falling Stars sect and the Spiritual Moon sect. However, Yixing waved his hand to the right and said, Flying Cloud sect, this way. The disciples of the Flying Cloud sect stopped. Yun Feng frowned and thought, if we don't stick together, how effective can a sneak attack be? Yun Feng said, Yixing, why did you put the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect on the other side? Do you want to abandon us? Of course, we have to stay together. As he spoke, Yun Feng waved his hand and led the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect to the right of Yixing. They wanted to stand together with the disciples of the Falling Stars sect and the Spiritual Moon sect. Whoosh, Yixing's figure suddenly moved. The heavenly bat steps of the Great Success stage was integrated with the wind force of the microscopic realm. He performed it to the limit. This speed was not comparable to that of a 9-star martial saint. In the blink of an eye, Yixing flashed in front of Yun Feng. His speed was beyond Yun Feng's expectations. Slap, Yixing slapped out. As soon as Yun Feng saw Yixing's figure, he felt pain on his face. With a loud explosion, his body flew to the side. The head disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, Yun Feng, was sent flying by Yixing's slap. When Yixing was a 5-star martial saint, Yun Feng could still fight with Yixing. Now that Yixing had broken through to the 6-star martial saint, he could not withstand a single blow from Yixing. Chapter 287. At the end of the previous chapter, it should be Yun Feng, not Yun Bin. It has been changed. Yun Feng screamed. Broken teeth and blood flew everywhere. He was slapped by Yixing and flew more than 10 meters away. Yixing's palm strength was so strong that the slap was so strong that it almost knocked Yun Feng out. She fell to the ground and felt dizzy. She couldn't tell which direction was which. The disciples of the Flying Cloud sect were stunned. The disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect were also stunned. In front of them, the disciples of the Dongfu sect were also stunned. They squinted their eyes and looked horrified. Yixing took back his palm and shouted coldly, I am the commander of the disciples of the 3 sections. You will be wherever I tell you to be. How dare you disobey my order? Yun Feng, how dare you? Hearing Yixing's fierce yell, the hearts of the Flying Cloud school disciples trembled as they hurriedly retreated. After Yixing finished speaking, Yun Feng finally woke up from the state where she couldn't tell north from south. Feeling the burning swelling pain, Yun Feng roared angrily right away. Yixing! You! How dare you hit me? How dare you? Yun Feng got up from the ground and pointed at Yixing. She gritted her teeth and there was a terrifying look in her eyes. Whoosh! As soon as Yun Feng finished roaring, he saw a figure flash in front of him and Yixing appeared in front of him again. Yixing's first attack was beyond his expectation. The second attack was also beyond his expectation. So, the second slap hit him hard again. Slap! A bloody palm print appeared on the other side of Yun Feng's face and his body was slapped away again. Yun Feng screamed for the second time. He spat out blood and broken teeth and fell more than 10 meters away. Yixing shouted, You know you are wrong and don't change. How dare you be so presumptuous? This time, he was completely dizzy. After he landed, he felt the world was spinning. He wanted to get up, but he fell to the ground again when he was halfway up. The disciples of the Flying Cloud sect all showed a look of horror. Yixing actually had such an attitude. Could it be that Yixing already knew something? Yun Bin's figure flashed and appeared beside Yun Feng. He helped Yun Feng up, then waved to the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect and ran directly to the disciples of the Dongfu sect. They originally wanted to sneak attack Yixing and Sir Watanabe when they were fighting, then cooperate with the disciples of the Dongfu sect to completely destroy the disciples of the Falling Star sect and Spirit Moon sect. However, Yun Feng had been slapped twice in a row, which made them lose all their courage. They didn't dare to stay with Yixing and keep pretending. Seeing the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect running to the disciples of the East supporting sect, the disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect were furious. They understood why the disciples of the East supporting sect could find them. Why did Yixing suddenly become so strict with the Flying Cloud sect disciples? It turned out that there was a traitor among them. The disciples of the East supporting sect could find them because of the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect. Yixing saw the reason, so he suddenly became strict with the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect. Moreover, why didn't Yun Feng listen to Yixing's order and insisted on gathering with them? After figuring out the identity of the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect, it was clear that they gathered together to sneak attack them and take their lives. Thinking clearly, how could the disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect not be angry? Despicable! You traitors, you have already colluded with the East supporting sect. The Flying Cloud sect is treacherous, betraying the three-sect alliance and becoming friends with the enemy. Are you still human? Ma Ren and Mo Shilan shouted angrily at the same time. On the opposite side, Sir Watanabe was in a bad mood because the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect exposed their identity so quickly. His face was a little gloomy. However, there was no way to make up for it. It was impossible to let the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect launch a sneak attack. Anyway, Sir Watanabe was confident in killing the disciples of the Falling Star sect even without the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect. He soon grinned hideously again. Sir Watanabe chuckled and said, "A wise man knows the facts. It's a wise move for the Flying Cloud sect to abandon the darkness and join the light." At this time, Yun Feng had recovered from the dizziness. The swelling pain on both sides of his face made him hate Yixing to the bone. His eyes flashed with the light of devouring. He stared at Yixing fiercely and said angrily, "The East supporting sect has a genius like Sir Watanabe. Sooner or later, it will dominate the southern region of Green Cloud sect, and your Falling Star sect will be destroyed. Our Flying Cloud sect has long disliked your Falling Star sect. We just want to abandon your Falling Star sect and ally with the East supporting sect. What can you do to us?" Next to him, Yunbin also clenched his fist and said, "Yixing, today is the day you die. So what if you're a super genius? A dead genius is no longer a genius. In front of Sir Watanabe, you're just a lowly ant. Today, you'll die without a doubt. All the disciples of the Falling Star sect will be wiped out, no one will be left alive." The faces of the disciples of the Falling Star sect couldn't help but change. The East supporting sect had Sir Watanabe and was already powerful. Now that the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect had betrayed them, they didn't even have the advantage in numbers. Whether it was the disciples of the Falling Star sect or the Spirit Moon sect, they all showed a look of fear. Yixing's expression was as usual. He glanced sharply at the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect and said, "The people I, Yixing, hate the most are traitors. Flying Cloud sect, hee. I'm afraid someone can't save your lives. Who do you think you are? How dare you boast shamelessly in front of Senior Brother Watanabe? What a disgrace." Among the disciples of the East supporting sect, a woman in tight black clothes walked out and said arrogantly, "Senior Brother Watanabe is one of the 6 great young masters. With Senior Brother Watanabe here, do you think you can hurt the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect? TSK. Her tone was full of disdain. She was another 7-star martial saint of the East supporting sect, Dongxianyu, a member of the Dongxian clan. Sir Watanabe laughed and said, "Some people, just because they have the strength to challenge those of a higher level, they think they're peerless geniuses. Hee hee. But in my eyes, they're just ants. Today, with me here, a mere ant dares to talk nonsense. He's simply courting death. I'll let him know how I trample ants to death. As he spoke, Sir Watanabe stared at Yi Xing and walked forward step by step. With every step, his aura became more violent. The air around him moved without wind and revolved around him, forming a strong aura. The air around him whistled and his clothes and black hair fluttered. Sir Watanabe was like a fierce beast that had awakened, intimidating everyone. Just the violent aura alone made the disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect tremble and instinctively retreat. Only Yi Xing remained calm in the face of Sir Watanabe's aura. Instead of retreating, he moved forward. Boom! As Yi Xing stepped forward, the air around him also surged. The wind whistled and sand and stones flew. Above him, the sharp aura turned into an illusory long spear and pierced the sky. The rolling essence chi extended straight to the horizon. The aura that Yi Xing displayed was not inferior to that of Sir Watanabe. With every step Yi Xing took, his aura also rose steadily. The illusory long spear in the sky became more and more condensed, as if it was going to pierce the sky. Some people just have a little bit of strength to challenge those of a higher level and think they are peerless geniuses. They are arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. Hee hee. But in my eyes, they are just ants. Yi Xing said as he stepped forward, repeating Sir Watanabe's words word for word. Sir Watanabe's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp light and his murderous intent soared. He said that Yi Xing only had a little bit of strength to challenge those of a higher level and regarded Yi Xing as an ant. He felt that it was natural, as if it was the way things should be. However, it was clear that Yi Xing had the record of defeating those of a higher level, while he, Sir Watanabe, only had the record of defeating those of a higher level. When Yi Xing returned his words word for word, Sir Watanabe was exposed, as if he had been greatly insulted. It seemed that in his eyes, he, Sir Watanabe, was awesome and powerful to be able to challenge those of a higher level, while Yi Xing was just an ant. This logic was simply laughable. Sir Watanabe raised his hand and a slender sword appeared. It revealed an extremely sharp aura. It was a middle-grade spiritual weapon, and a top one at that. With the spiritual weapon in hand, Sir Watanabe's aura was vigorous and his murderous intent was threatening. Pointing the sword at Yi Xing, Sir Watanabe's expression became even more arrogant. Ignorant fool, I only need 3 moves to kill you. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Sir Watanabe's body turned into a flowing light. A sword light cut through layers of air and instantly arrived in front of Yi Xing. There will be a 4th night watch tonight, so there are only 4 hours left. Brothers, don't waste your monthly votes. Chapter 288. Fast. Sir Watanabe's sword was extremely fast. The sword light flashed like a meteor, like an arrow piercing through the sky. It was almost unavoidable. Even an 8-star martial saint would not be able to dodge his sword. Fast momentum. Yi Xing's pupils shrank slightly. His opponent's sword contained the fast momentum. Its speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than the sword technique that contained the wind momentum. Although the specialty of grand momentum of wind was its acceleration, merely in terms of acceleration, it was inferior to grand momentum of speed. That was because grand momentum of wind could increase its might and transform it into wind blades to kill enemies, whereas grand momentum of speed purely increased one's speed. Unless one had reached the minor success stage of wind momentum, no matter how fast one was, they would not be able to dodge Sir Watanabe's sword. Coincidentally, Yi Xing's wind momentum was already at the minor success stage of wind momentum. Once one entered the minor success stage, there would be a world of difference compared to the ordinary momentum of heaven and earth. No matter how fast the fast momentum was, it would not be faster than the wind momentum of the minor success stage. Unless, the fast momentum had also reached the minor success stage. Whoosh! Yixing used the heavenly bat steps and used the wind momentum. His figure flashed as he stepped out. In the next moment, the sword light pierced through Yixing's body. The disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect were shocked. The disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect were overjoyed. Everyone thought that Yixing was pierced through by Sir Watanabe's sword. Even Sir Watanabe's face suddenly revealed a look of joy. However, at this moment, there was no scream and no blood splattering. The joy on Sir Watanabe's face instantly froze. He had pierced through Yixing, but there was no real feeling. It was as if he had pierced through air. In the blink of an eye, Yixing, who had been pierced by Sir Watanabe, disappeared without a trace. The first sword. An indifferent voice sounded from afar. Everyone then realized that Yixing was already a few hundred meters away from Sir Watanabe. In that moment, Yixing had actually moved a few hundred meters. Moreover, he was so fast that the martial artists could not even see his shadow. No matter which camp, all the martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. Sir Watanabe's sword was fast enough that everyone present thought that they could not dodge it. However, Yixing's speed was even faster. This was simply shocking. Before this, he had never heard of a junior martial artist who could directly avoid young Master Bian's sword move. Even the strongest of the 6 young masters, the Yin-Yang young master, could not do so. Sir Watanabe, not because he was faster, but because he was stronger than Sir Watanabe. Hearing Yixing's voice, Watanabe was infuriated. He said that he would kill Yixing in 3 moves, but Yixing was helping him count the moves. The meaning behind his words was obvious. Yixing wanted to count to the 3rd move and see if Watanabe Shin could kill him in 3 moves. If he couldn't kill Watanabe in 3 moves, then he would have to prove that he, Watanabe, was just bluffing. Sir Watanabe's eyes were fixed on Yixing. His eyes were about to spit fire as he shouted. "No one has ever dodged my sword. You are the first, but that's all. Let's see how you dodge the 2nd move. Heaven-shattering sword." The last 4 words turned into a shout. As Sir Watanabe's voice rose, the spiritual weapon in his hand emitted a bright light. His figure was like a flowing light. He jumped up and shot towards Yixing. In mid-air, young Master Watanabe stabbed out with his sword. The void in front of him was broken like a mirror. Countless rays of sword light instantly cut through the void and enveloped Yixing heaven-shattering sword. A sword cut through countless air currents. The void was broken. It looked like the sky was broken. It was appalling. Looking at the dense sword rays, Yixing snorted. Indeed, in front of such a sword technique, Yixing could not dodge even if he used minute subtlety. This was not a simple sword technique. It was a group attack sword technique. This kind of attack was the best at restraining movement. The purple feather spear appeared in Yixing's hand. In an instant, countless dark spear rays formed a spear curtain that defended him from all directions. Dark Spirit Spear Technique, Dark Spear Curtain. Although Yixing could not dodge it, it did not mean that he could not dodge it. In an instant, the dense sword rays and spear rays collided. Ding, 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 countless crisp sounds and explosions sounded at the same time. The disciples of the 4 sects craned their necks to watch the battle between Yixing and Sir Watanabe. Seeing that Yixing was enveloped by the sword rays, the disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect were delighted. Dong Xianhua giggled and said, "You're just an ant. All you did was dodge senior brother Watanabe's sword and you thought you could defy the heavens. Huh. Now you're dead and only a pile of flesh is left." Hearing Dong Xuanyue's laughter, the disciples of the Falling Stars sect and the Spiritual Moon sect frowned and their hearts thumped. Now, all their hopes were placed on Yixing. If Yixing was defeated, they would not have a good ending. The sword rays and spear rays clashed for a few breaths of time and the crisp sounds were endless. It wasn't until the sky full of sword rays disappeared and Sir Watanabe withdrew his sword and retreated that the crowd realized that Yi Xing was still safe and sound. The second sword. Yi Xing said coldly as he stood with his spear in hand. His aura was shocking. Although there were countless sword rays, it was only one move. Therefore, it could only be counted as one sword. Seeing that Yi Xing was still safe and sound, the disciples of the Falling Stars sect and the Spiritual Moon sect were overjoyed. They finally heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect were shocked. Yi Xing had actually blocked Sir Watanabe's move. This was a terrifying attack that could kill an 8-star martial sage. In particular, Dong Xuanyue's expression was very interesting. She had just said that Yi Xing would be chopped into pieces by Sir Watanabe's move, but reality had slapped her in the face. Dong Xuanyue was furious and shouted, "There's still the third sword. The third sword, he will definitely die. He must die." Sir Watanabe's expression was as ugly as Dong Xuanyue's. Yi Xing's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Even the sky-shattering sword could not hurt Yi Xing at all. It would be very difficult to kill Yi Xing with the third sword. However, if the third sword could not kill Yi Xing, then reality would give Sir Watanabe a big slap in the face. Whoosh! A terrifying aura rose from Sir Watanabe's body and a ray of starlight rushed out from between his eyebrows. In order to kill Yi Xing with the third sword, Sir Watanabe used his astrology to launch a powerful attack. The starlight rushed to the sky above Sir Watanabe and turned into a huge star. It looked like a barren planet. However, it was definitely not ordinary. The entire planet was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Dong Xuanyue looked at Sir Watanabe's astrology and her eyes flashed with excitement. Good. Senior brother Watanabe has used the Tua Luo astrology, which is an ominous star in the superior astrology. It has a surging killing power. He. Senior brother Watanabe's attack with the Tua Luo astrology is invincible among 8-star martial sages. Let's see how that ant can survive. He's dead. Superior astrology, Tua Luo star. Stars had various attributes. However, some special stars had no attributes but had a powerful killing intent. They were ominous stars. Ominous stars not only contained powerful and brutal power, but also could affect the mind of warriors. They belonged to the category of demonic stars in troubled times. However, as a superior astrology, Tua Luo star was not qualified to be called a demonic star in troubled times. Only the ominous stars in the superior astrology were qualified to be called demonic stars in troubled times. Most of the kings had superior astrology. In other words, those who had superior astrology would most likely become kings. Ominous stars were undoubtedly among the strongest stars of the same level. A king with an extremely ominous star was enough to cause chaos in the world. Thus, they were crowned with the title of Chaotic Era Demon Star. Sir Watanabe could probably cause chaos in the Qingyun region. Perhaps he could even cause chaos in the True Xian region. However, he was far from being able to cause chaos. The real demonic star in troubled times was not Sir Watanabe, but Yi Xing. Tua Luo star was a superior ominous star after all. Sir Watanabe was also very powerful. Yi Xing did not dare to underestimate him. His expression turned serious. However, Yi Xing still did not use his astrology. Instead, he activated his super brain scanning mode. After becoming a 6-star martial sage, Yi Xing's overall strength had increased. Furthermore, he felt that his dark spirit spear art and sky bat movement art, which had been stuck at a bottleneck, had room for improvement. He wanted to push himself to the limit and try not to rely on his astrology. Second update. There are still 3 hours left. It will be a waste if I don't vote. Please look at the ticket warehouse. Please clear the warehouse. Chapter 289. Last hour, monthly ticket sprint, 4th update in the evening. Please book the guaranteed monthly ticket for April from the brothers. Because, according to the strictest division, astrology did not belong to the martial artist's own strength, but belonged to external forces. If one wanted to become a real powerhouse, one should not rely on external forces. Astrology should only be used to save one's life or when there was no other choice, not to rely on it. Only the stronger one was, the more powerful one would be when using astrology. Therefore, one's own strength was the key. Yi Xing looked at young Master Watanabe. The super brain scanned his every move, including the circulation of the celestial essence in his body. Yi Xing could see everything clearly. Suddenly, the circulation of the celestial essence in young Master Watanabe's body accelerated, and the spiritual weapon treasure sword in his hand instantly burst out a bright brilliance. A surging star force fell from the Tua Luo star, and a murderous aura spread in all directions, making the disciples of the 4 sects who were watching from afar feel annoyed. At this time, a terrifying aura instantly shrouded Yi Xing, locking on to Yi Xing, heaven-chopping sword. Young Master Watanabe shouted, holding the sword with both hands, his figure flashed, and rushed towards Yi Xing. Whoosh! The spiritual weapon treasure sword chopped down, the bright sword light turned into a giant sword of light, and the airflow in front of it was instantly split in half, looking like the sky was split in half. Middle-grade spiritual weapon, the ultimate move of the heaven-chopping sword art, heaven-chopping sword. Shrouded by the terrifying aura, Yi Xing had a feeling that no matter how he dodged, he could not dodge it. This was not a matter of speed, but because this heaven-chopping sword had locked on to his aura, no matter where he dodged, the heaven-chopping sword would follow. Unless Yi Xing's speed could reach 1,000 meters in an instant, and move out of the attack range of the heaven-chopping sword in the blink of an eye, he could avoid this sword. Obviously, Yi Xing's speed was fast enough, but it was still far from reaching 1,000 meters in an instant. Therefore, in the face of this sword, he could only resist. Yi Xing's body, the celestial essence surged, and the purple feather spear suddenly shone brightly, bursting out a huge dark spear shadow, facing the opponent's ultimate sword, and thrusting the spear. Dark spear art, dark spirit spear. This spear was also an ultimate killing move. They were both middle-stage spiritual martial force, both had great completion stage, and both had ultimate killing moves. Now, who was stronger and who was weaker? The answer was obvious. Sir Watanabe's sword was much more powerful than the previous one. In terms of star essence intensity, Yi Xing wasn't inferior to young Master Watanabe. However, young Master Watanabe's spear contained the power of the celestial image. The gyroscope celestial image not only poured down a strong star force, but also an endless murderous aura, which made the power of this sword extremely powerful. Even though Yi Xing's dark spirit spear was a dark martial art, and even though Yi Xing's spear contained the power of darkness and wind, it still couldn't make up for the difference in strength. Yi Xing could only use the power of the fire star aspect and the power of the star fire seed to be evenly matched with Sir Watanabe. As Yi Xing thrust out his spear, Sir Watanabe began to laugh. He could feel that the power of Yi Xing's spear was extremely powerful, enough to kill a first-class 8-star martial saint. However, it was still far from his sky-cutting sword. This collision would definitely be able to severely injure Yi Xing. Although the 3 swords couldn't kill Yi Xing, it was enough to severely injure Yi Xing. Yi Xing was severely injured and was not far from death. As long as he killed Yi Xing, who would dare to laugh at his arrogant words of 3 swords? Since Sir Watanabe could sense the power of Yi Xing's move, Yi Xing could also sense the power of the former's sword. Yi Xing was very clear that the power of his move was much weaker. However, Yi Xing still didn't use the power of the celestial image. Firstly, although many thoughts flashed through their minds the moment they executed their moves, in reality, all of it happened in the blink of an eye. Using the power of the astral energy was too rushed. Second, Yi Xing was still confident. Sir Watanabe wanted to severely injure or even kill him with this move, but it was just a daydream. His super brain scan was not useless. The moment Sir Watanabe made his move, Yixing had already found the weakest part of his move. The Dark Spirit Spear was used and collided with the weakest part of the Sky-Cutting Sword. Boom! Both moves were killing moves with shocking power. Even the weakest part of the Sky-Cutting Sword was not inferior to Yixing's spear. The strong collision caused an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying collision caused the sword and spear to explode, turning into violent star essence that rushed in all directions, causing smoke and dust to billow. In the collision, a figure was shot backward. Yixing's body was flying backward. He. Sir Watanabe sneered and shouted, "Aunt, you're seriously injured. Your death is here, ha ha ha." Hearing Sir Watanabe's cheers, the disciples of the four sects instantly understood that the person retreating in the billowing smoke and dust was Yixing. The disciples of the East Supporting Sect and the Flying Cloud Sect were overjoyed and laughed. Dong Xianhua clapped her hands and praised, "Good. Senior brother Watanabe is mighty. That ant is dead." The disciples of the Falling Star Sect and the Spiritual Moon Sect turned pale and were shocked. If Yixing was dead, how could they escape from Sir Watanabe's evil hands? In the blink of an eye, the billowing smoke and dust dissipated. Sir Watanabe's smile froze on his face. The disciples of the East Supporting Sect and the Flying Cloud Sect were also stunned. Yixing was not injured at all. Instead, he turned into a stream of light and ran away quickly. The third move, huh? You didn't even hurt me. How dare you say that you'll kill me in 3 moves? Ridiculous. Yixing's voice came from afar. Sir Watanabe was furious. 3 moves. He had attacked Yixing 3 times in a row, but he hadn't been able to injure Yixing at all. Instead, he had merely gained the upper hand, and Yixing had even escaped. "Aunt, do you think you can escape? I'm going to cut you into pieces, cut you into pieces." Sir Watanabe's face was livid. He roared angrily and shot forward like an arrow, chasing after Yixing in the distance. Sir Watanabe's speed was very fast. He was like a stream of light flashing. In a few breaths, he was 1,000 meters away. At this time, Sir Watanabe's voice came from afar, "Kill them all. Leave Mo Shilan for me to enjoy." The disciples of the Falling Star Sect and the Spiritual Moon Sect looked at each other. Yixing escaped? Qi Jingyang jumped up when he heard Sir Watanabe's voice. Yixing is a bastard. Shameless. He escaped by himself. He escaped by himself. As soon as Qi Jingyang said this, several disciples of the Falling Star Sect and the Spirit Moon Sect looked furious. One of them said, "He's our commander. How can he escape? Damn it, damn it." Mo Shilan heard Sir Watanabe's words and her face was covered with a layer of frost. She was furious. She looked around and stared at the disciples who were criticizing Yixing. She said coldly, "A bunch of idiots." Yixing lured Sir Watanabe away. If he didn't do that, we wouldn't have a chance to live. Now that Sir Watanabe is gone, they can't threaten us. Mo Shilan's words made them realize that they were safe because Yixing lured Sir Watanabe away. They were overjoyed. As for the words they had cursed at Yixing earlier, they had long since forgotten about it. Mo Shilan shook her head and sighed. They were all human beings, but they were different. At this time, the disciples of the Dongfu Sect and the Flying Cloud Sect looked at the disciples of the Falling Star Sect and the Flying Cloud Sect with killing intent. Dong Xianhua waved his hand and said, "Surround them. Don't let any of them escape. When senior brother Watanabe comes back after killing that ant, all of them will die." With that, Dong Xuanyue's gaze landed on Mo Shilan. A lewd smile appeared on his face as he continued, "Don't harm a single hair on this woman. Let me deal with her and leave her for senior brother Watanabe to enjoy." Dong Xianhua waved his hand and the disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect rushed forward. The disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect fought back. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. In the distance, Sir Watanabe was chasing Yi Xing like a gust of wind. He seemed to be faster, but not by much. He couldn't catch up in a short time. The two ran for dozens of miles one after the other. The distance between them gradually narrowed. Yi Xing crosses a mountain and stops, panting heavily. Watanabe, who is behind him, is overjoyed. Escape? Finally, he couldn't escape. Watanabe, who was at the back, couldn't see the smile on Yi Xing's face. Chapter 290. Author's Note, 33. 4 chapters completed. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes in April. Run. Keep running. Ha ha ha. Ant. You can't run anymore. In terms of strength, this young master can crush you in a matter of minutes. In terms of speed, this young master can still crush you in a matter of minutes. You are just an ant and you dare to show off in front of this young master. You're courting death. Mr. Watanabe stopped behind Yi Xing. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he laughed with a mocking smile. Happy. Mr. Watanabe was very happy. Although he had belittled Yi Xing and called him an ant, he still valued Yi Xing in his heart. He knew that Yi Xing could defeat opponents 2 realms higher than him. In terms of challenging opponents with higher realms, Yi Xing was comparable to the Yin-Yang young master and was even stronger than him. But, so what? Even though Yi Xing was stronger than him in terms of fighting those stronger than him, Yi Xing's cultivation was still a realm lower than his. In terms of strength, Watanabe could crush Yi Xing. Strength in the past was not important. Strength in the future was also not important. Only strength in the present was the most important and the most powerful. Even if he had great potential, even if he had incredible combat strength, even if he would become a powerful expert in the future, he would have nothing if he died now. Therefore, strength was the most important and the most powerful. No matter how incredible your combat strength was, no matter if you would become a powerful expert in the future, now that I'm stronger than you, I'll crush you and kill you. Mr. Watanabe didn't know about Yi Xing's destiny. He only knew that Yi Xing was a 6-star martial saint at a young age and his strength was not inferior to an 8-star martial saint. He was a monstrous genius with incredible potential. But now, he was going to kill this monstrous genius with heaven-defying potential. He was going to kill Yi Xing like he was stepping on an ant. Watanabe was extremely excited. Yi Xing turned around. His face was calm and his breathing was even. He didn't look like he was out of breath at all. On the contrary, Yi Xing's condition was very good. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, carrying a trace of a smile. This smile was filled with disdain, mockery, and contempt. For some reason, Watanabe had a bad feeling when he saw Yi Xing's expression and Yi Xing's gaze. It was as if their identities had suddenly switched. He had become the prey, and Yi Xing had become the hunter. No. No, no, no. Young Master Watanabe shook his head and rejected this idea. I am young Master Watanabe, the top genius of the younger generation in the Qingyun region. This kid is only 17 years old and his hair is not even fully grown yet. His cultivation is only at the 6th level of the Star Vortex realm. He is definitely not my opponent. If he is stronger than me, why does he have to run so far away? That's right, he's running. He's running here and can't run anymore. This young master can't be deceived by his pretentious act. Thinking of this, young Master Watanabe completely eliminated the bad feeling in his heart. He stared at Yi Xing with disdain in his eyes and chuckled. Ant. Kneel down and beg me, kneel every 3 steps, kowtow every 9 steps, and crawl over. If you make me happy, this young master might just cripple your cultivation and spare your dog life. Hurry up, kneel down before this young master. Yixing looked at young Master Watanabe indifferently. The smile on his face deepened, and he softly spat out 2 words, "Idiot." Young Master Watanabe's eyes were filled with coldness, and his voice became gloomy. "It seems like you want to die. I'll fulfill your wish and let you slowly enjoy the process of death." Yixing chuckled and said, "Idiot, I deliberately led you here to take your life. You don't even know that you're about to die. What kind of child-level genius are you? I think you're more like an idiot." Young Master Watanabe's heart tightened for no reason. That bad feeling came again, and it was even stronger. This made young Master Watanabe very irritated. Although he looked calm on the surface, he almost believed this feeling in his heart. If he followed the feeling in his heart, he would leave this place immediately because Yixing gave him a very dangerous feeling. He couldn't afford to provoke him. However, on the other hand, young Master Watanabe kept eliminating these thoughts. He was the dignified young Master Watanabe, one of the 6 child-level geniuses. How could he be scared off by a kid who was a few years younger than him? Moreover, killing Yixing was his mission. If he ran away just because of this feeling in his heart, how could he explain it to his sect? Not to mention explaining it to his sect, he couldn't even get over this in his heart. If he was scared off by Yixing, wouldn't he, young Master Watanabe, be a child-level genius? Wouldn't he become a coward? Young Master Watanabe killed all the thoughts in his heart. His confidence grew stronger and stronger. He stared coldly at Yixing, and a smile appeared on his face again. "Yixing, your acting skills are really good, much better than your strength. I have to say, you're so calm that I was almost fooled by you. However, do you think you can scare me, Master Watanabe, away with just your appearance? Hee hee. You'd better reincarnate and try again in your next life." The smile on young Master Watanabe's face turned into a ferocious grin. The middle-grade spiritual sword in his hand gradually shone brightly. His belief was no longer shaken. He was determined to kill Yixing. Yixing's expression was still calm. He said with a smile, "Whether you believe it or not, fight or run, you're doomed to die since you're here." As he spoke, a starlight shot up from between Yixing's eyebrows and turned into a huge black hole vortex in the sky. Young Master Watanabe felt the world turn dark in an instant. He couldn't even see his own fingers. Everything around him had turned into a world of darkness. Looking up at the huge black hole vortex that almost covered the entire dark world, Watanabe's heart skipped a beat as if it was pinched by a hand. Sir Watanabe was shocked. This is your astrology. How is it possible? How is it possible to have such an astrology?" His Tua Luo celestial aspect was first-rate among the high-grade aspects. Not to mention a perfected one, even a supremacy would not be considered inferior. However, the moment Watanabe saw this black hole vortex, he intuitively felt that his Tua Luo star form was not on the same level as this black hole vortex. He had never heard of such an astrology before, so he was unable to determine the level of Yixing's astrology. All he could feel was the trembling of his soul and the shock of his heart. At this moment, Sir Watanabe was really shocked. His heart was filled with fear. He understood that the feeling in his heart before was not from Yixing's pretense, but a real premonition of danger. "Retreat." Sir Watanabe pushed his speed to the limit and retreated backward rapidly. At this moment, he only wanted to follow the feeling in his heart and run away from Yixing, as far as he could. Yixing's chuckle came, "You've entered my dark world. Can you still leave, you ant?" Ant. This form of address was particularly harsh in Watanabe's ears. However, he had no time to care about Yixing's address, because as soon as Yixing finished speaking, he had already attacked Sir Watanabe with his spear. Dark Spear Technique, Dark Spirit Spear. The dark spear light blended into the dark world and disappeared without a trace. However, Sir Watanabe still sensed Yixing's attack from the terrifying killing intent. Unfortunately, it was too late when he sensed it. He had no time to defend himself. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Young Master Watanabe shouted angrily. He threw out something, and in an instant, a light shield appeared and enveloped him. Boom! The dark spirit spear hit the formation light shield and made an earth-shattering explosion. Layers of ripples appeared on the formation light shield, but it did not break. Yi Xing's pupils shrank. It was a level 2 defense formation disc. The light shield of the formation separated the darkness of the black hole world, and everything within a radius of 100 feet around Mr. Watanabe became normal again. He. Sir Watanabe sneered, Yi Xing, as a child-level genius, how can I not have a life-saving method? My defense formation disc can withstand the attack of a 9-star martial saint. Don't even think about hurting me. Let's see how long your astrology can last. Let's see how long you can keep it. Let's see how you can trap me after you withdraw your astrology. Really? Are you sure I can't kill you? Yi Xing's cold voice sounded. The purple feather spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by the purple cloud bow and purple gold arrow. Chapter 291. Begging for a guaranteed monthly vote. Whoosh! Another ray of starlight flew out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows and turned into a huge starlight bow above Yi Xing. Using the Sagittarius constellation, Yi Xing's aura suddenly became many times sharper, as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens. Pull the bowstring and draw the bow. Whoosh! Endless star power fell from the Sagittarius constellation, causing the purple cloud bow and purple gold arrow in Yi Xing's hands to become incomparably bright, revealing a terrifying aura. Once this arrow was shot out, its power would definitely be extremely powerful and terrifying. Lord Watanabe, who was in the light shield of the formation, couldn't see Yi Xing's figure, but he felt a chill. Lord Watanabe's heart tightened. He looked up at the sky and saw the starlight bow. His heart jumped as if it was being ruthlessly squeezed by a big hand. Sagittarius. Sagittarius constellation? Lord Watanabe's face changed and he was shocked. He shouted in disbelief, "This is the legendary supreme constellation. How could it appear on your body? Also, how could you have 2 constellations? Impossible, this is impossible. This is all an illusion. Die." Yi Xing spat out 3 words coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the bowstring was pulled and the purple gold arrow shot forward. A dragon roar was heard. The purple gold arrow turned into a huge green dragon and pounced on Lord Watanabe as fast as lightning. Lord Watanabe couldn't see the space outside the light shield, but he could feel a terrifying power coming to kill him. Especially the dragon roar that sounded, it made his soul tremble and he felt like crawling on the ground. The fear in his heart only flashed for a moment before it was extinguished by Lord Watanabe. His formation plate was specially made. It could even withstand the attack of a 9-star martial saint. Yi Xing was only a 6-star martial saint. Lord Watanabe didn't believe that Yi Xing's attack power could reach the level of a 9-star martial saint. In the blink of an eye, just as Watanabe changed his mind, the azure dragon arrow style fiercely bombarded the light shield of the formation. Boom! The azure dragon collided with the light barrier of the array formation, creating a deafening explosion. Young Master Watanabe's expression had just calmed down when he was shocked by the explosion. His eyes were filled with fear. The light shield that could defend against a 9-star martial saint's attack was shattered with a loud explosion. Then, the surroundings instantly turned dark. The light shield of the formation was broken. At the last moment, Watanabe seemed to see an arrow flying towards him. He could not believe that the power of this arrow was so terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the attack of a 9-star martial sage. This meant that Yi Xing's arrow could even kill a 9-star martial sage. The moment young Master Watanabe's array formation light shield broke apart, the moment he saw the arrow, he immediately felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Pushing his celestial essence to the limit, he activated his Tualuo celestial avatar and used the treasure sword in his hand to slash out in the direction of the arrow. Unfortunately, by the time he saw the arrow, it was already too late. Just as he was thinking and swinging the sword in his hand, a sharp pain came from his chest. The arrow had pierced through his chest. Whoosh! The purple gold arrow shot through young Master Watanabe's chest and came out from his back. It continued to shoot into the distance like a stream of light. A finger-sized bloody hole appeared in young Master Watanabe's chest. His body was sent flying by the force of the arrow and fell a few meters away. The arrow was aimed at young Master Watanabe's heart. If the heart was pierced, even a perfected person would die. Young Master Watanabe was just a 7-star martial saint. Needless to say, he would die without a doubt. The spiritual weapon treasure sword in his hand fell to the ground. Young Master Watanabe's vision became blurred and his consciousness became heavier. It was as if he was going to fall asleep and never wake up again. There's such a monster in this world. Young Master Watanabe used all his strength to say this sentence intermittently. As soon as he finished speaking, his chi dissipated. He was dead. Yixing withdrew the Sagittarius constellation and came to the side of young Master Watanabe's body. Black Hole Constellation, devour the mandate of heaven. Yixing activated the super brain scan and looked at young Master Watanabe's head. At this moment, the black hole constellation was crazily spinning and releasing a terrifying devouring power. The flame of destiny in young Master Watanabe's mind was gradually fading away. As for the flame of destiny in Yixing's mind, it gradually became more vigorous. Soon, the 9 orange flames merged together and became a single yellow flame. Yixing's destiny had a huge leap. It evolved from a martial saint destiny to a perfected person's destiny. Moreover, Yixing's destiny didn't stop evolving after reaching the 1-star yellow fate. The yellow flame became more and more vigorous. Soon, it split into a second flame. It rose to the 2-star yellow fate. Young Master Watanabe's destiny was a 3-star yellow fate. When the 3 yellow flames in his mind were completely devoured by the black hole constellation, the yellow flame in Yixing's mind split into a 3rd flame and rose to the 3-star yellow fate. Yixing withdrew the black hole constellation and the world of darkness disappeared. The surroundings returned to normal. Yixing's face revealed a satisfied smile. A 3-star yellow fate meant that as long as one had a cultivation method, they would definitely become a 3-star perfected person in this lifetime. In the 700 years since the founding of there hadn't been a second genius with such a high destiny other than the founding ancestor, perfected person Starfall. Now, Yixing was the second. Moreover, as long as he had the black hole constellation, a 3-star fate was far from Yixing's limit. He could still continue to improve. As the demon star of troubled times, and a supreme one at that, Yixing's future was limitless. Yixing put away young Master Watanabe's storage ring and the dropped spiritual weapons. Then, he activated the star fire seed and burned young Master Watanabe's corpse. Whoosh! Yixing released his celestial essence and formed a pair of bat-shaped wings. Using the heavenly bat steps and the wind force, he was like a flying bat, streaking across the sky. With a glide, he covered several miles and followed the original path back to the mountain where he rested last night. At this moment, the battle between the 4 sects was still fierce. The East supporting sect and Flying Cloud sect's disciples only surrounded them but didn't kill them. The Falling Star sect and Spirit Moon sect's disciples tried to break through several times but failed. The 2 sides had the same number of people and strength. Although the East supporting sect and Flying Cloud sect had the upper hand, it was impossible for them to kill the Falling Star sect and Spirit Moon sect's disciples. However, the East supporting sect and Flying Cloud sect's disciples had a plan from the beginning. They only surrounded the Falling Star sect and Spirit Moon sect's disciples to prevent them from escaping. When Watanabe returned after killing Yixing, they would naturally die. It's over, it's over. It's not easy for me to cultivate to this level. It's not easy for me to come to the Azure Cloud Ancient Land. Could it be that the Azure Cloud Ancient Land is going to be my burial ground? Most of the Falling Star sect and Spirit Moon sect's disciples were anxious and pessimistic. Ha ha ha. Yixing, that ant, must have been killed by Watanabe. When Watanabe returns, all of you will be finished. The men will be killed on the spot and the women will be raped before being killed. Ha ha ha. The East Supporting Sect and Flying Cloud sect's disciples were all excited, especially the male disciples. They stared at the beautiful female disciples of the Falling Star sect and Spirit Moon sect with lustful eyes. At this moment, a figure glided in the sky in the distance. The East Supporting Sect and Flying Cloud sect's disciples who were waiting for Watanabe's return were overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Watanabe is back. Your death is here. The East Supporting Sect and Flying Cloud sect's disciples laughed. The East Supporting Sect and Spirit Moon sect's disciples were pale and panicked. Mo Shilan's eyes showed a trace of fear. Watanabe had said that he wanted to toy with her. If she fell into his hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mo Shilan shouted, "Let's fight with them. Even if it means risking our lives, we must rush out." As soon as she said that, Mo Shilan completely gave up on defense and launched a fierce attack at Dong Xianyue who was blocking her. She used all of her trump cards. Dong Xuanyue's strength was slightly inferior to Mo Shilan's, so she was forced to retreat. However, there were not many who dared to risk their lives like Mo Shilan, so the enemy's encirclement was not completely broken. Whoosh, Yunfeng's figure flashed and came to Dong Xuanyue's side. He blocked Mo Shilan's attack and said, "Let me deal with her. She can't escape. You go deal with that trash Ma Run." The disciples of the four sects couldn't see the figure clearly and thought it was Watanabe. However, Yixing could see the situation clearly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 292. Yixing glided in the sky, rising and falling at a very fast speed. As he got closer, the disciples of Dongfu sect and Flying Cloud sect were shocked. It was not Master Watanabe, but Yixing. This was totally out of their expectation. Yixing came back, but Master Watanabe was nowhere to be seen. Didn't that mean that Master Watanabe was killed by Yixing? How could this be? Realizing this, the disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect sucked in a breath of cold air, revealing looks of disbelief. The disciples of Falling Star sect and Spirit Moon sect were also shocked. However, they were not shocked, but pleasantly surprised. Since Yixing came back, there was only one result. Although this result was very surprising, the disciples of Falling Star sect and Spirit Moon sect accepted this fact more easily than the disciples of Dongfu sect and Flying Cloud sect. Let's go! Flying Cloud sect's first disciple, Yunfeng, shouted. At this moment, there were two handprints on his face. He was terrified of Yixing from the bottom of his heart. Don't let them escape. Mo Shilan also shouted. Previously, they were all besieged and wanted to catch them all. Now that the situation was reversed, how could they let them escape? Seeing Yixing's figure, the disciples of Falling Star sect and Flying Cloud sect who were pessimistic and were about to surrender cheered up. Their morale was high, and they attacked the opponent like a storm. On the other hand, the disciples of the East Supporting sect and the Flying Cloud sect were shocked and terrified. Yixing's return had scared them out of their wits and made them extremely flustered. Their aura instantly plummeted and they were on the verge of collapse. At this time, they wanted to escape, but in the face of the fierce attacks of the disciples of Falling Star sect and Flying Cloud sect, how could they escape in a hurry? Yixing's speed was very fast. When the crowd saw him clearly, the distance between them was less than 10 miles. After 2 glides, Yixing arrived in about 10 breaths. A flash of light. Yixing descended from the sky, and the dark spear light drew a straight line, penetrating hundreds of meters in an instant. The martial artists only saw a blur in front of their eyes. In the next moment, Yixing stopped in his tracks. The purple feather spear had already killed 3 enemies. 2 disciples from the Dongfu sect and 1 from the Flying Cloud sect had been killed by Yixing in a single move. Their corpses were skewered on the violet feather spear. Of these 3 people, 1 was a 6-star martial sage while the other 2 were 5-star martial sages. In any sect, they would be the core strength. However, in front of Yixing, they were completely vulnerable. As soon as Yixing arrived, he killed 3 people with a single spear strike, which made all the disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect tremble in fear. Their hearts beat so fast that they almost jumped out of their throats. The disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect were all martial saints. Although they were afraid, they were not so cowardly that they did not even dare to resist. The more they feared death, the more their desire for life was aroused. Each of them unleashed their strength to the limit, wanting to escape. Some of them succeeded, but some were still pinned down by the disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect, unable to escape. Yixing used the wind force and the heavenly bat steps to the limit. His speed was as fast as lightning. He ignored the disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect who could not escape, and launched a lightning-fast attack on those who succeeded in escaping. None of the martial artists present could compete with Yixing in terms of speed. They had just escaped when they were faced with Yixing's attack, and they were already on the road to death. Yixing's figure was like lightning, and the dark spear light cut through the void. With every spear strike, an enemy fell. Puff Yixing blocked in front of Yunbin, and the violet feather spear stabbed out, directly tearing the opponent's defense, and piercing through Yunbin's heart. Even a 7-star martial sage could not block Yixing's spear strike. Yixing's gaze turned, and he locked onto his next target, Yunfeng. Although Yunfeng's strength was slightly better than Imo Xilan's, he had been trapped by Imo Xilan's desperate attacks several times. At this moment, seeing Yixing's gaze sweep over, his heart immediately turned cold. He regretted it very much. If he had known that Yixing actually had the strength to kill Lord Watanabe, he would never have dared to fight against Yixing, even if he had 1,000 times more courage. Sun Change Sword Technique, Sun in the Sky. Feeling the danger of death, Yunfeng's strength exploded to the limit. He let out a loud roar, and attacked Imo Xilan with Sun in the Sky. With the support of the power of the stars, the spiritual weapon in Yunfeng's hand shone brightly like the sun. It was unstoppable, and Imo Xilan was defeated. Yunfeng's figure flashed, and at the same time, he retreated quickly, wanting to escape. However, his speed paused, and Yixing was already in front of him. Yixing held the purple feather spear and pointed it at the sky. He stared coldly at Yunfeng, and walked over step by step. Seeing this, Imo Xilan ignored Yunfeng, and attacked the 7-star martial Saint Dong Xianyue. Now, several disciples of the East Supporting Sect and the Flying Cloud Sect had already died, especially Yunbin, who was killed by Yixing, and Yunfeng was blocked by Yixing. Only Dong Xianyue was left as a 7-star martial saint, and she was powerless to reverse the situation. Whether in terms of strength or numbers, there was already a huge gap between the two sides. The disciples of the East Supporting Sect and the Flying Cloud Sect had no way out. "Let me live, and I'll give you whatever you want." Yunfeng looked at Yixing, who was walking over step by step. His heart trembled, and he did not dare to make a move. He forced himself to be calm and said, "I only want your life." Yixing's expression was calm, and his tone was cold, containing killing intent. Yunfeng's face was pale, and his breathing was rapid. He said, "No. Yixing, I offended you in the past, and I can apologize to you. Let me live, and I'll do whatever you want me to do." When he said the last 4 words, Yunfeng's body started to tremble. "I beg you." In the Flying Cloud Sect, Yunfeng was a genius of the generation, and he was so high and mighty. In his entire life, he had never uttered the word beg. However, when his life was in the hands of others, he instinctively uttered it out of instinct. Although he felt that it was extremely humiliating to say it, and although he felt that it was difficult to say it, he was still afraid of death, and said it. Yixing looked at Yunfeng, shook his head coldly, and said, Yunfeng, in fact, you are a piece of trash that people look down on. If you fight to the death, in my eyes, you still have some dignity. But now, you are a piece of trash that is even worse than a dog. Yunfeng's face instantly twisted, and his eyes were full of hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, Yixing, I've already lowered my status. This is the first time in my life that I beg someone, and you dare to humiliate me like this. Aren't you afraid that I'll die with you? Yixing shook his head, and continued to say, piece of trash. Ah! Yunfeng's eyes turned blood red, and he was completely furious. Then let's die together. Whoosh! In an instant, endless flames gushed out of Yunfeng's body, and his aura soared several times, rising to the level of an 8-star martial saint. Yunfeng burned her celestial essence, her energy, and her life, to perform a suicidal secret technique. Burning everything and bursting out the most brilliant attack, this secret technique could only be practiced by warriors of the fire attribute. Sword of Dusk. Yunfeng roared loudly, and it was the last roar of his life. After burning everything, his life was about to come to an end. Yunfeng performed the Sword of Dusk at this moment, which was suitable for the essence of the Sword of Dusk, so the power of this sword technique was multiplied. Yixing instantly activated his super brain to scan. Yunfeng's attack was close to Master Watanabe's strongest attack when he didn't use his astrology. His attack power was close to first class among the 8-star martial saints. Master Watanabe was no match for Yixing if he didn't use his astrology, and Yunfeng was no match for him at this moment. Dark Spirit Spear. Yixing scanned the weakest point of his opponent's attack, and he struck out with his spear. Pushing his celestial essence to the limit, the force of darkness, the force of wind, and the force of fire all integrated into this move. Yixing also unleashed his strongest attack. Boom! The sword light and the spear light collided, and heaven and earth shook. The violent airflow exploded, and the sand and stones within a radius of hundreds of feet were sent flying. In the explosion, Yunfeng's body suddenly shook, as if he was hit by a fierce horse, and his body shot backward. In the air, he couldn't control the burning star essence in his body anymore, and it directly exploded. Sparks flew, and his whole body exploded into pieces. Yunfeng's attack was a suicide attack. If he won, he would die, but if he lost, he would die faster. Yunfeng died, and the battle on the other side also came to an end. Under the suppression of absolute strength, the disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect were all annihilated. Today was the first, an important day to fight for the monthly votes. According to the original plan, I started writing in the morning, and I had to finish the 4th update during the day. Sigh. But after I finished writing the first chapter, I saw the monthly votes, and my heart instantly turned cold, as if someone poured a bucket of cold water on my head. On the first day of the month, after the 4th update, the monthly votes of the Archer God plummeted, and he was almost out of the top 50. My eyes were wet, and my mind was blank. The passion of writing disappeared instantly. Was the Archer God born to be behind others, and could only pursue his life? Why was that? I don't know. I've been writing with all my might, I've been working hard, but the monthly votes just keep dropping. I really don't know. Sigh, even if the monthly votes were bad, there was nothing I could do. I still had to write. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to write. Although the speed was slow and the time was late, the 4th update would still be available today. I really hoped that after I worked hard, I could have the support of the readers and get a monthly vote. Chapter 293. The battle stopped. Everywhere was a scene of devastation. Traces of attacks could be seen everywhere, whether it was on the ground or on the rocks. The corpses of the disciples of the Dongfu sect and the Flying Cloud sect were scattered everywhere. The ground was stained with blood. It was a ghastly sight. If it was on Earth, such a scene would definitely be shocking. Most people would be scared out of their wits and even vomit. However, in the Star Continent, the world of martial artists was full of killing and blood. Such scenes were common. The disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spiritual Moon sect were used to it. Only a few disciples who had never ventured out felt the blood and terror. If Yi Xing had seen such a scene when he first arrived in the Star Continent, he would definitely be shocked. However, he had already experienced many life and death situations. Looking at the scene in front of him, his heart was as calm as water. There was no ripple. It even aroused his indifference to life. In the Star Continent, in the world of martial artists, one could only be indifferent to life. If one was sad because of the death of someone unrelated to them, then one would have to live in sadness every day and night. One could only be indifferent to the death of someone unrelated to them. It was even more indifferent to the death of one's enemies. No matter how much love one had, it was not the right to be emotional about the death of one's enemies. Yi Xing took the storage rings of the enemies he killed one by one. These were all spoils of war. The other disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Flying Cloud sect did the same. There were even 2 disciples of the Falling Star sect who were arguing about the ownership of the storage ring of a disciple of the Dongfu sect. Senior Brother Qi, I killed this person. Zhao Dong, who was ranked 8th among the core disciples of the stood beside the corpse of a disciple of the Dongfu sect and looked at Qi Jingyang. Qi Jingyang coldly glanced at Zhao Dong and said, Zhao Dong, if I hadn't stabbed this kid before, you wouldn't have been able to kill him with your mediocre skills. Move aside, his storage ring is mine. Zhao Dong was obviously a little weak in front of Qi Jingyang's strength. However, he was unwilling to give up a storage ring that contained the things of the Dongfu sect disciple. Zhao Dong pursed his lips and didn't back down. He said, Senior Brother Qi, you've already taken 2 storage rings. I haven't even taken one. When we were surrounded just now, I even blocked a sword for you. Look. As he spoke, Zhao Dong pointed at his left shoulder. There was a sword wound there, and the flesh was torn open. The wound was very deep. Qi Jingyang glared at Zhao Dong. Or I will beat you every time I see you. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Qi Jingyang's voice. The disciples of the Spirit Moon sect furrowed their brows. They couldn't stand it anymore. However, the quarrel was between the disciples of the Fallen Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect had no right to interfere. Just as Zhao Dong was about to grit his teeth and swallow his anger, Yi Xing's figure flashed like a stream of light and appeared in front of Qi Jingyang. Yi Xing's palm arrived and slapped Qi Jingyang's face. Qi Jingyang was only a 6-star martial saint. Although his cultivation was already at the peak of the 6th stage, a 7-star martial saint had been sent flying by Yi Xing's slap. Qi Jingyang screamed as he was sent flying even further. You're worse than a pig and a dog. You only know how to show off in front of your fellow disciples. Yi Xing said coldly. He looked away from Qi Jingyang and waved his hand at Zhao Dong. Take it yourself. The hearts of the Falling Star sect disciples jumped. They thought that among all the disciples, only Yi Xing dared to attack Qi Jingyang. The others did not have the courage. As for the Spirit Moon sect disciples, they were inexplicably happy and smiled when they saw Qi Jingyang being sent flying. Zhao Dong swallowed his saliva and widened his eyes. When he heard Yi Xing's words, he quickly reacted and bowed to Yi Xing. Thank you, Senior Brother Yi Xing. Then, he took the storage ring of the Dong Fu sect disciple beside him. Yi Xing did not look at Qi Jingyang again. He waved his hand at the crowd and said, let's continue. In the distance, Qi Jingyang clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with hatred and anger. However, no matter how strong his anger was, he did not dare to show it in front of Yi Xing. He did not even dare to look at Yi Xing. To deal with arrogant people, the only way was to suppress them with absolute strength and then be more arrogant than them. This way, they would not even dare to fart. The disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect continued to go deeper into the Azure Cloud ancient land under the lead of Yixing. The Flying Cloud sect had secretly colluded with the Dong Fu sect to catch all the disciples of the Falling Star sect and the Spirit Moon sect in one fell swoop. They would never have thought that it would be their own disciples who would be caught in one fell swoop. On the third day, Yixing and the others had already gone deep into the Azure Cloud ancient land. Along the way, they did not meet anyone other than the disciples of the Dong Fu sect. The disciples were scattered here, looking for opportunities on their own. Some formed small teams and some went alone. Although many disciples wanted to team up with Yixing, Yixing rejected them all. He wanted to go to the Cumulus Valley alone. The Cumulus Valley was the place where Zishanho had obtained the Eye of Blue Cloud. Yixing was going there to obtain the complete Eye of Blue Cloud. This was a supreme grade spiritual martial art. Yixing did not want anyone to know about it. A supreme grade spiritual martial art was too precious. If the news was leaked, it would cause endless trouble. This was a treasure that could attract the attention of the 9 upper sects. Yixing knew the location of the Cumulus Valley. The entrance he chose was the entrance that Zishanho had used to enter the Azure Cloud ancient land 15 years ago. He only knew the way to the Cumulus Valley from this entrance. The Azure Cloud ancient land was very vast. Zishanho did not know the specific geographical environment of the Azure Cloud ancient land. If Yixing had entered from another entrance, he might not have found the Cumulus Valley. After parting with the group, Yixing spent another 2 days to reach the Cumulus Valley. When he arrived, Yixing knew why Zishanho had named the valley as the Cumulus Valley. It was because the sky above the valley was completely covered by clouds. The surrounding sky was spotless. It was as if all the clouds in the nearby sky were squeezed into the sky above the valley. Moreover, because there were too many clouds, some of them had already landed on the ground. Most of the valley was covered by clouds and could not be seen clearly. It was very appropriate to call it the Cumulus Valley. Yixing walked along the path and entered the valley. He activated his super brain to scan. It was not that there was nothing in the clouds, but it was also not that there was anything. It was just that there were different overlapping spaces. In the Cumulus Valley, there was a chaotic space. Yixing walked into the area covered by clouds and entered the place where the spaces overlapped. The scene around him suddenly changed and he appeared in front of a big hall. The big hall was about 100 meters tall and had 3 floors. It was called the Treasure Hall. In front of him was a door that was about 70 feet tall. Inside and outside the door, there was nothing. Yixing walked forward and entered the Treasure Hall. Zishanho had obtained the first part of the Azure Cloud Eye, on the first floor. The dangers on the first floor were all cleared by Zishanho. The second part of the Azure Cloud Eye, was on the second floor of the Treasure Hall. Zishanho's strength was limited back then and he could not fight his way up. Yixing came to the right rear of the hall. There was a staircase that led to the second floor. The staircase was very wide, about 30 feet tall. According to Zishanho, in the middle of the staircase, there were 2 puppet guards that were equivalent to early 8-star martial saints. He had already killed them. However, at the end of the staircase, there were 2 puppet guards that were equivalent to peak 8-star martial saints. He had tried a few times but could not defeat them. Instead, he had almost lost his life. Yixing walked up the staircase. After going around a corner, he saw the 2 puppet guards at the end of the staircase. The puppet guards were about 2 meters tall. One of them used a saber and the other a sword. One of them was on the left and the other on the right. They guarded the 2 sides of the staircase. The way of puppets belonged to the study of mechanisms and was a branch of the study of mechanisms. It was very rare in martial arts. There were not many martial artists in the Azure Cloud region who knew about mechanisms. Those who knew about the way of puppets were even more unheard of. The 2 puppet guards were equivalent to 8-star martial saints. Yixing did not feel any pressure at all. Taking out the purple feather spear, Yixing strode forward. When Yixing was about 10 feet away from the two puppet guards, the eyes of the two puppet guards lit up, as if they were alive. Chapter 294. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword and saber lights flashed as the two guardian puppets attacked Yixing at the same time as they woke up. The combined attack of two peak 8-star martial saints was as powerful as young Master Watanabe using his astrology. Yixingchao's brain had already activated its scanning mode, and he was able to clearly see the movements of the two guardian puppets. His purple feather spear unleashed a burst of black spear aura toward the two guardian puppets with boundless power. The power of darkness, the power of wind, and the power of fire. Each spear attack contained 3 different powers of the heavens and earth. It was extremely fast and powerful. The attacks of the two guardian puppets were very direct. They either hacked or chopped. The more direct the attack, the faster it was. If Yixing's wind power had not reached the intricate realm, he would not have been able to keep up with the attacks of the two guardian puppets. Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding, the purple feather spear and the saber and sword of the guardian puppets were constantly clashing. Sometimes, they would even clash 2 or 3 times at the same time. It could be seen how fast their attacks were. With such a fast attack, even though there were many flaws in the moves, the two puppet guards worked together and cooperated with each other to cover up the flaws in each other's attacks. Although it wasn't to the extent of being flawless, it was still extremely difficult to attack their flaws. Facing the lightning-fast attacks of the two guardian puppets, Yixing could only keep up with their rhythm and keep waving his spear to block. If Yixing used his astrology power or archery skills, it would not be difficult for him to destroy the two guardian puppets. However, Yixing was happy to fight with the two guardian puppets head-on. After becoming a 6-star martial saint, Yixing's middle-level spiritual martial force had a lot of room for improvement. Now, fighting head-on with the two guardian puppets had a significant effect on improving his dark spirit spear art. Reaching the 2nd level wasn't a problem for Yixing. The improvement of his dark spirit spear art was what Yixing truly valued. After confirming that he wanted to practice with the two guardian puppets, Yixing stopped scanning with his superbrain. Instead, he used his black hole astrology. In the dark space, Yixing's senses were sharper, and his reaction was faster. The most important thing was that Yixing's dark spirit spear art was much faster in the world of darkness. Time flew by, and Yixing continued to fight. His celestial essence and spiritual energy were constantly consumed. It wasn't until Yixing felt exhausted that he started to retreat. When Yixing retreated to the 1st floor of the main hall, the two puppet guards stopped attacking and returned to their original positions. The guardian puppet's range of movement was limited. Because of this, Yixing dared to fight it until he was on the verge of collapse. On the 1st floor of the main hall, Yixing sat cross-legged and took out low-rank celestial crystals to cultivate and restore his celestial essence. At this time, his body was like a dry sponge, and the celestial essence was like water. When Yixing cultivated, his body crazily absorbed the celestial essence. While restoring his celestial essence, Yixing also felt that the strength of his celestial essence was still increasing. His middle-level falling star art had been cultivated to the highest level, and his celestial essence was still strengthening during cultivation. From this, it could be seen that inheritances, like martial arts, didn't have a limit. After martial arts reached perfection, there was still the transformation realm. When one cultivated inheritances to the highest level, there was still room for improvement. Moreover, during the process of draining and slowly recovering his celestial essence, Yixing felt that his physical strength was also improving. His physical strength had already surpassed that of other martial saints, but now, the gap was widening. After recovering, Yixing continued to move forward, fighting with the two guardian puppets and continuing to cultivate the dark spirit spear art. Time passed slowly. Yixing and the two guardian puppets went through one battle after another, and his attainments in the dark spirit spear art improved by leaps and bounds. When he was tired, he would use low-rank celestial crystals to restore his celestial essence. When he was hungry, he would eat the dry food he carried with him. Occasionally, he would roast the tender meat of the crystal fire beast or the frost python. However, such top-quality ingredients should not be eaten frequently. If eaten continuously, even the best ingredients would become ordinary, which was simply a waste of God's gifts. Therefore, after feasting for a period of time in the stellar hall, Yixing decided that he would eat less of both the crystal fire beast's tender meat and the frost python's meat, so that every time he ate them, he would have a rich aftertaste. Yixing had a lot of tender meat of the crystal fire beast and the frost python. Even though he had eaten a lot in the Star Hall and later shared some with his two masters, Lin Fenghua and Zi Shanhou, he still had a lot. 9 days later, Yixing's dark spirit spear art had reached the perfection realm, which took less time than Yixing's. One reason was because Yixing's cultivation was higher, and the other was because Yixing's wind force had reached the refinement realm, which allowed him to have better control over his moves. With the perfection realm of the dark spirit spear art, the power of the dark spirit spear art had increased by another level. Yixing easily destroyed the 2 guardian puppets in a head-on battle and ascended to the 2nd floor. Yixing's pupils shrank. There were a total of 5 guardian puppets on the 2nd floor. The 2 at the front were equivalent to early 9-star martial saints, the 2 in the middle were equivalent to late 9-star martial saints, and the last one was equivalent to a peak 9-star martial saint. Behind the peak 9-star martial sage puppet guard, there was a stone platform, which was covered by a light shield. On the stone platform, there was a scroll that was emitting light. Yixing scanned it and found that it was not a physical scroll, but a body of energy. Yixing's heart skipped a beat. This scroll was very likely the 2nd volume of the Eye of Clear Cloud, the Eye of Cloud Pupil. In order to obtain this scroll, he had to first break the light shield of the formation. In order to break the light shield, he had to first kill the 5 guardian puppets. Yixing felt that it was a pity. If this scroll was real, he could directly scan the contents of the scroll. As for the energy body, Yixing could not scan the contents at all. He could only scan that this energy body was a power that he did not understand. Yixing took out the purple cloud bow and the purple gold arrow. In order to deal with the 5 guardian puppets, who were equivalent to 9-star martial saints, Yixing had to use all his trump cards. Black hole astrology, Sagittarius astrology, flame astrology. Yixing used the 3 astrology at the same time and exploded with a monstrous aura. The purple cloud bow was drawn and the purple gold arrow was knocked. Yixing used the 4 symbols arrow technique and the arrow immediately broke through the air. Vermilion bird arrow technique. The arrow turned into a burning vermilion bird and instantly shot at the head of a guardian puppet, who was equivalent to an early 9-star martial saint. There was a loud boom. The puppet guard's head was struck by the arrow, and the terrifying force exploded its head into smithereens. A guardian puppet was destroyed. This loud sound alarmed the other guardian puppets. Their eyes lit up and they all woke up. However, the aura of Yixing's attack enveloped these guardian puppets. They all fell into a world of darkness and did not know where Yixing was. Yixing drew the bow again. This arrow destroyed the 2nd guardian puppet, who was equivalent to an early 9-star martial saint. Soon, the 3rd arrow was shot. The 4th arrow. The 5th arrow. The purple cloud bow was a top mid-grade spiritual bow. In addition to the power of the Sagittarius astrology and the 4 symbols arrow technique, the arrows shot by Yixing were extremely powerful. When Yixing was a 5-star martial saint, Zi Shanhou had said that with Yixing's attainments in archery, he could use the purple cloud bow to kill a 9-star martial saint. Now that Yixing was a 6-star martial saint, killing a 9-star martial saint was naturally not a problem. Yixing even felt that it was hard to say if a half-step enlightened being could block his arrows. 2 arrows of the vermilion bird arrow style, 2 arrows of the white tiger arrow style, and 1 arrow of the azure dragon arrow style. The 5 guardian puppets were all taken care of. The danger on the second floor of the treasure hall was gone. Yixing scanned the entire second floor. After confirming that there were no more dangers, he took a big step forward and came to the front of the stone platform. He took out the purple feather spear and stabbed it. The light shield of the array was instantly pierced through. The crack expanded and disappeared without a trace. The glowing scroll on the stone platform flew up on its own and turned into a ray of light, flying into Yixing's mind. Yixing's eyes lit up. It was indeed the second half of the Eyes of Azure Cloud, the Eye of Cloud. When combined with the Eye of Azure Cloud in his mind, it would be the complete supreme grade spiritual martial skill, the Eyes of Azure Cloud. Yixing was instantly excited. Since entering the Azure Cloud ancient land, he had been looking forward to the moment when he could obtain the complete Eyes of Azure Cloud. He had only been in the Azure Cloud ancient land for half a month and he had already done it. Of course, he was very excited. A supreme grade spiritual martial skill was a peerless martial skill that only a superior 1-star sect would have. Even the top 10 sects in the Azure Cloud region did not have such a martial skill. From now on, Yixing had it. Chapter 295. In his mind, the inheritance of the Eyes of Azure Eyes and Eyes of Cloud Eyes merged to form the complete Eyes of Azure Clouds. Yixing felt something and immediately sat down. Calming his mind, he closed his eyes and meditated. His super brain was working quickly to analyze the Eyes of Azure Clouds and slowly cultivate. Yixing sat there for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day, Yixing opened his eyes. There was a flash of azure light in his eyes. Then, he felt a little hazy as if there was a layer of mist covering his eyes. Yixing felt something and completed the transformation of the Eyes of Azure Eyes to Eyes of Cloud Eyes. From now on, his eye technique was no longer a middle spiritual martial art, but an extreme spiritual martial art. Of course, Yixing's cloud pupil was only at the beginning. It was not even at the beginner level yet. With his current cultivation, it was already a miracle that he could complete the transformation from green pupil to cloud pupil. The Eyes of Azure Clouds had a great effect on demonic beasts. When Yixing's eye technique turned into Eyes of Cloud Eyes, it meant that some level 3 demonic beasts would be affected or even controlled by Yixing's eye technique. Level 3 demonic beasts were equivalent to Astral Realm Enlightened Masters. In other words, if there were level 3 demonic beasts nearby, Yixing could control them to fight against Astral Realm Enlightened Masters. For a 6-star martial sage, this was an extremely heaven-defying method. Yixing stood up with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the progress of the Eyes of Azure Clouds. From the outside, the treasure hall has 3 floors. This is only the 2nd floor and there is already a complete extreme spiritual martial art, the Eyes of Azure Clouds. What will be on the 3rd floor? Yixing thought to himself as he looked at the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Just like the 1st floor, the stairs were on the right. There were no puppet guards between the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. Yixing easily reached the 3rd floor. The layout of the 3rd floor was similar to the 2nd floor. There were also 5 puppet guards. At the end of the floor was a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a glowing object that was surrounded by a light shield. However, when Yixing scanned the 5 guardian puppets with his superbrain, his pupils shrank, and his heart skipped a beat. These 5 guardian puppets were all half-step Taoist masters. The 5 guardian puppets stood in a 5-pointed star formation. The distance between them wasn't too far. Compared to the 5 guardian puppets on the 2nd floor, they were much closer. It was very likely that attacking one of them would cause the other 4 to attack as well. If it was just one puppet guard that was equivalent to a half-step enlightened being, Yixing would be confident in killing it. However, if there were 5 of them, then Yixing would feel immense pressure. Unable to think of a way to deal with the 5 guardian puppets, Yixing shifted his gaze to the stone platform at the end of the hall. He scanned the glowing items on the stone platform. Yixing's heart thumped violently once again. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock and joy. The item on the stone platform was different from the one on the second floor. It was not an energy body, but a physical treasure. It was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. If it was a weapon, it could be called a spiritual weapon. However, if it was not a weapon, it could only be called a spiritual artifact. The physical artifact on the stone platform was not a weapon but a pair of wings. The wings were green in color, and they were only the size of a palm. Yixing was very clear about what a wing-shaped spiritual artifact meant. It was a flying spiritual artifact. If a martial artist wanted to fly in the air with their own strength, they would have to reach the venerable realm first. When martial sages and enlightened beings flew in the air, they could not be considered flying, but gliding. However, a flying spiritual artifact could allow a martial artist below the venerable realm to fly in the air. As long as they had an endless supply of celestial essence, they could fly for thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, or even further. There was an essential difference between flying and gliding. Moreover, a flying spiritual artifact had another important function, which was to increase one's speed. For a short period of time, one's speed could be increased to an astonishing level. For a long-distance flight, one's speed would be much faster than gliding. Yixing's speed was incomparably fast. He was definitely at the top of the martial sages. If he had a flying spiritual artifact, his speed would be even more shocking. Anyone below the enlightened being level would not even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. However, the flying spiritual artifact in front of him was a top-grade spiritual artifact. The increase in speed was even more amazing. If Yixing obtained it, perhaps even an enlightened being would not be able to match his speed. Yixing looked at the shining flying spiritual artifact on the stone platform. He was reluctant to look away. Of course, Yixing would not give up on such a treasure. However, if he wanted to obtain this pair of wings, he would have to first challenge the 5 guardian puppets. The 5 guardian puppets were equivalent to half-step enlightened beings. This made Yixing frown. The chances of him destroying the 5 guardian puppets were almost zero. Yixing stood beside the stairs. His super brain was operating at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He was trying to think of a way to obtain the flying spiritual artifact. Since he couldn't defeat the 5 guardian puppets, was it possible to bypass the 5 guardian puppets' defense and directly obtain the air transportation spiritual artifact? If he was fast enough, it was possible. However, what if he was not fast enough and was surrounded by the 5 guardian puppets? Being surrounded by the 5 guardian puppets would mean losing his life. As Yixing was surrounded, his eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered the 2 guardian puppets at the entrance of the second floor. As long as he ran out of the range of the stairs, they would stop and return to their original position. Yixing thought that the guardian puppets on the 3rd floor should have a limited range. If he could not hold on and escape to the 2nd floor, the guardian puppets would not chase after him. Then, he would have a way out. Let's give it a try first. If I'm fast enough, I'll bypass the guardian puppets and obtain the flying spiritual artifact. If I'm not fast enough, I can use these guardian puppets to practice the heavenly bat steps. If my mastery of the heavenly bat steps is high enough and I'm fast enough, I'll definitely be able to bypass the 5 guardian puppets and obtain the flying spiritual artifact. Yixing thought for a while and made up his mind. Standing at the edge of the stairs, Yixing took out the spirit pattern bow and ebony arrow and shot an arrow at one of the guardian puppets. When one of the guardian puppets was attacked, all the other guardian puppets woke up. Their eyes lit up and the guardian puppet that was attacked was the first to rush at Yixing. Yixing immediately used the heavenly bat steps and ran up the stairs to the 2nd floor. In the end, Yixing found that the guardian puppets did not chase up the stairs. He stopped for a while and did not see any of the guardian puppets come down. He was sure that he did not need to run to the 2nd floor. He only needed to run up the stairs and the guardian puppets would stop attacking. In this way, he would be safer. Running up the stairs was obviously easier than running to the second floor. Yixing returned to the third floor and the 5 guardian puppets returned to their original positions. Whoosh! A ray of starlight rushed out from between Yixing's eyebrows and the surroundings suddenly turned dark. Yixing used the black hole astrology. In the world of darkness, Yixing's reaction was the most sensitive. Then, Yixing used the Sagittarius astrology and the flame astrology. At this time, Yixing took out the purple cloud bow and the purple gold arrow. Now that he had a way out, Yixing wanted to try and see if he could kill the guardian puppets that were equivalent to half-step perfected persons. He drew the bow and released the arrow. The purple gold arrow shot out in an instant and turned into a roaring azure dragon. For symbols arrow technique, azure dragon arrow style. 3 kinds of astrology, 3 kinds of worldly momentum, the power of the second realm of archery, and the 4 symbols arrow technique at the greater success stage. All the power was contained in this arrow. Yixing shot out the strongest arrow. This arrow was enough to kill any 9-star martial saint. However, Yixing's target was not only equivalent to a 9-star martial saint, but a half-step perfected person. A half-step perfected person's celestial essence had begun to transform into astral energy. Their strength was much higher than a 9-star martial saint. Just the terrifying killing intent of this arrow alone made the target feel it and wake up. The treasure sword in its hand instantly slashed out an astral sword. Clang! The azure dragon's shadow was torn apart by the astral sword. The sword instantly slashed the purple gold arrow, causing the arrow to change direction and its power to be reduced by more than half. Even so, the purple gold arrow still carried terrifying power as it shot into the puppet guard's body, causing an explosion. The guardian puppet retreated a few steps. The place where the arrow hit had a fist-sized piece blown off. However, this was not a vital part and the guardian puppet was not made of flesh and blood. Therefore, this did not affect the guardian puppet's movement and strength. Today's update is a little late, sorry. Well, let me be honest with you, brothers. I went to watch the movie Wolf Warriors during the day. This is a movie written by Chidian's platinum author, Dancing Enchantress. It should be the first big movie with elements of web novels. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. When it was released today, I couldn't wait to watch it. It really lived up to my expectations. Well, after watching the movie, I was intoxicated by the movie for a long time. It wasn't until the next day that I recovered and started to write again. Today's update is a little difficult. There will definitely be a 3rd update. Is there a 4th update? After the 3rd update, will there still be time? Today's monthly votes are a little bleak. I dropped a few places on the ranking list. I thought I would be able to break 200 votes today, but it's so far away. Brothers, don't hide the monthly votes in your hands. Let the archer god try again. If the monthly votes break 200 today, I won't sleep tonight. I'll write the 4th update even if I have to stay up all night. Chapter 296. If it was a half-step martial sage, Yixing's arrow would definitely injure him severely. If Yixing continued to shoot arrows from a distance, he would have a high chance of killing his opponent. However, it was a different story if his target was a puppet. The puppet did not have the problem of being injured and quickly charged at Yixing. Furthermore, this was the treasure hall. There was not much space and Yixing did not have enough distance to use his archery skills. Facing the puppet's attack, Yixing could only use the heavenly bat movement technique to dodge. Yixing's heavenly bat movement technique had reached great perfection. Together with the wind force of the minute's subtlety, his speed surpassed that of martial sages. Even if it was an attack from a half-step martial sage, it would not be difficult for him to dodge it. With a "so" sound, Yixing's figure flashed and dodged the puppet's attack. Although the other 4 puppet had woken up long ago, they did not notice Yixing's figure in the world of darkness. At this moment, Yixing's body moved. The puppet's reaction to any movement was extremely sensitive. Four astral swords chopped towards Yixing at almost the same time. Dodging one puppet's attack was easy. However, dodging four puppets' attack was a little difficult. Although the four astral swords chopped in the same direction, their angles were completely different. They immediately sealed off most of Yixing's escape routes. However, the wind force of the minute's subtlety allowed him to move exceptionally quickly in a small area. As Yixing's figure flashed, it looked as if he was struck by one of the astral swords. However, in reality, it was only an afterimage. His real body had already dodged to the side. Xiao 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 xiao, the five puppets' attacks were swift and fierce. Their astral swords chopped towards Yixing one after another. Yixing could only push his speed to the limit and use all his strength to dodge the puppets' attacks. Although the pressure was great, he still managed to endure the attacks of the five puppets' attacks. This was naturally due to Yixing's speed. However, the black hole astrology was also very important. Yixing was in the world of darkness. The darkness was like his sense of touch. Yixing could clearly sense the attacks of the five puppets' attacks and predict the enemy's moves. Other martial sages or half-step martial sages would not be able to endure the attacks of the five puppets' attacks even if they had Yixing's speed. In the beginning, Yixing dodged the attacks of the five puppets' attacks in a rather difficult and hurried manner. However, as time passed, Yixing gradually adapted to the attacks of the five puppets' attacks. Although he still could not break through the defense of the five puppets' attacks, using them to practice the heavenly bat footwork was not a problem at all. The improvement of the heavenly bat footwork was faster than the dark spirit spear art. The wind force of the minute's subtlety realm was extremely useful for the cultivation of Qigong. After all, ordinary martial artists could only comprehend the wind force to the minute's subtlety realm after becoming a 7-star martial sage. However, Yixing was only a 6-star martial sage. Yixing used the wind force of the minute's subtlety realm to cultivate a middle-grade spirit martial art. It was like an adult learning the knowledge of a child. Of course, the speed was very fast. Especially in this kind of crisis where one's potential was forced out, the effect of Yixing's heavenly bat footwork was much better than usual. If Yixing's celestial essence and physical strength were almost exhausted, he would retreat to the stairs and the five puppets would immediately return to their original positions. After recovering his celestial essence and physical strength, Yixing would go up to attack the puppets' guards and continue to cultivate the heavenly bat footwork. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Yixing's heavenly bat footwork had a qualitative breakthrough and reached the perfection realm. Compared to the dark spirit spear art, the heavenly bat footwork took more than half the time. From this, it could be seen that the wind force of the minute's subtlety realm was much more useful for the cultivation of the heavenly bat footwork than for the dark spirit spear art. The perfection realm of the heavenly bat footwork was comparable to a small success upper-grade spirit martial art Qigong. Coupled with the wind force of the minute's subtlety realm, Yixing's speed was even faster than that of ordinary sages. Previously, Yixing could withstand the attacks of the five puppets' guards. Now, with his speed greatly increased, dodging the attacks of the five puppets' guards was even easier. On the 3rd floor, Yixing's figure flickered, and the attacks of the five puppets' guards all missed. Yixing seemed to be at ease under the attacks of the five puppets' guards. He simply withdrew the black hole astrology and no longer used the dark world to sense the attacks of the puppets' guards. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the battle by a lot. Sure enough, without the advantage of being able to predict the enemy's movements, Yixing suddenly felt the pressure suddenly increase. It was much more difficult to dodge the sudden attacks. But even so, Yixing could still persist under the joint attacks of the five puppets' guards. Yixing opened the super brain scan and scanned the puppets' guards in his field of vision. It also achieved the effect of predicting the enemy's movements, so the pressure on him was reduced a lot. However, the attacks coming from behind Yixing couldn't be detected by Yixing's scan. Therefore, with the super brain scanning mode, the pressure was still greater than in the dark world. At this moment, Yixing's movement technique was so fast that he could basically ignore the attacks of the 5 guardian puppets. He lured the 5 guardian puppets to the vicinity of the stairs. Then, his figure suddenly flashed and with a long-distance movement, he instantly appeared in front of the stone platform enveloped by the array formation. Boom! The purple feather spear appeared in Yixing's hand. With a thrust of the spear, the light shield of the formation shattered. Yixing's hand was as fast as lightning. He reached out and grabbed the pair of blue wings. The 5 guards attacked Yixing from behind at the same time. They attacked Yixing from 5 different directions. 5 energy swords slashed down, making it almost impossible for him to dodge. However, Yixing's current speed was godlike when compared to martial saints and half-step perfected masters. In the nick of time, Yixing's body shot out and turned into a phantom. He leapt to the bottom of the hall and dodged all the attacks of the 5 guards. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 5 guardian puppets reacted extremely quickly. 5 energy swords instantly shot up from below. One of them shot towards Yixing while the other 4 sealed off his escape routes. Yixing was in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength. But he suddenly shifted to the side and dodged the sure kill attack. He even dodged the blind spot of the other 4 energy swords. The wind force of the Minute Realm allowed one to move irregularly within a small area. There was no need to borrow strength. The opponent's attack could also reach the Minute Realm. Otherwise, they would not be able to catch up with the instantaneous movement of the body. After dodging 2 consecutive attacks, the attacks of the 5 guardian puppets were exhausted and came to an end. Yixing, however, took a long breath and did not slow down at all. He turned into a streak of light and flew towards the rear right of the 3rd floor. Yixing's original plan was to return to the 2nd floor after obtaining the air transportation spirit tool. However, when he obtained the air transportation spirit tool, a door of light appeared at the rear right of the 3rd floor. It was clear that there was still space behind the door of light. Yixing had already obtained such great benefits on the 3rd floor. What kind of treasures would there be on the 3rd floor? Yixing naturally wanted to take a look. The attacks of the 5 guardian puppets only paused for a moment before they charged at Yixing again. However, Yixing directly rushed into the light gate, and the 5 sword auras all slashed at the air. Yixing thought that behind the door of light would be a hidden layer of the treasure hall that could not be seen from the outside. However, after he passed through the door of light, he was no longer in the treasure hall. Instead, he was in a cavern hall. This cavern hall had a circumference of 10 zhang. It was unknown which mountain it was located in, but there was only a single tunnel leading to it. Yixing activated his ultra-dissociation scan and observed his surroundings. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he turned his attention to the supreme-grade air transportation spirit tool in his hand. The supreme-grade air transportation spirit tool was forged from green metal. There were patterns of clouds on it. It shone brightly and looked very beautiful. Yixing was still a little confused as to how to use this supreme-grade air transportation spirit tool. After thinking for a while, he bit his finger and dripped his blood onto the supreme-grade air transportation spirit tool. A strange feeling suddenly appeared in Yixing's heart. He felt as if he and this supreme-grade air transportation spirit tool were connected by flesh and blood. This feeling grew stronger and stronger. Finally, the supreme-grade air transportation spirit tool in his hand disappeared. It actually merged with Yixing's body. Some information suddenly appeared in Yixing's mind. He knew the name of this pair of wings, Azure Cloud Wings.